In the sterile halls of a hospital, a young nurse named Tanaka gets her marching orders. "Tanaka-san, do you have a moment?" a senior nurse asks. "That patient, take Mura-san, he's escaped from his blood draw again." Tanaka sighs, grabbing a comically large syringe. Her senior adds, "For someone who can no longer walk, he's quite slippery." With a knowing smirk, Tanaka thinks to herself, he's probably over there again. This is a story of survival. And the wishes of the dying made real. High above the city, a solitary figure sits against the deep blue of the evening sky. On the hospital roof, far from the nurses and needles, an old man in a wheelchair finds his peace. He seems frail, a man simply waiting for the end. But this is no ordinary patient. This is Charyo Aikijutsu Master Takemura Kaichai, age 82. A master of his craft, but a man facing an opponent he cannot throw. His diagnosis, a life expectancy of just 2 months. But to understand the man he is now, we have to see the legend he once was. The scene shifts to the past, to the renowned Takemura Dojo. A challenger's voice rips through the tranquility. "Takemura Kaichai." An absolute unit of a man bursts in, screaming, "I've heard the elderly are hard of hearing. Your time as the strongest dojo ends Tadai." Unfazed, a younger Kaichai simply remarks, "So loud, is it out of kindness?" The challenger throws a punch, but Kaichai is unimpressed. "Well, let's start," he says, calmly extending a single wrinkled finger. With a simple, almost delicate tap, he redirects the man's entire force, slamming him into the dojo floor with a deafening gyuo. The challenger is utterly defeated before the fight even began. The man can only whimper, "I give up, I give up." Kaichai looks on, a profound boredom in his eyes. "Already done, huh?" As the challenger writhes on the floor, Kaichai stands over him, the picture of untouchable strength. But inside, a deep dissatisfaction brews. I'm tired of people," he thinks. "More, I want something harder." And in that moment, his wish is granted in the cruelest way possible. A violent cough racks his body. His opponent, forgetting his own defeat, cries out in concern, "Are you okay, Kaichai-san?" Kaichai clutches his mouth, a look of shock and realization dawning in his eyes. He looks down at his hand. Splattered across his knuckles is a spray of dark, crimson blood. The scene changes to a doctor's office. An X-ray displays the grim truth shadowing his lungs. "So 3 months then," Kaichai says, his voice heavy. The doctor can only reply, "That's too soon." The diagnosis is blunt, it's terminal lung cancer, but the doctor isn't finished. "I have a suggestion for you." He presents a bottle of pills. "This medicine is still undergoing trials, and we still don't know the side effects. But I can offer it to you." The bottle, labeled TRK-UK, represents a desperate, unknown hope. Kaichai manages a wry smile. "It's strange that even at this age, the phrase 'you can die at any time' is still something I can't accept." With a bow, he puts his life in the doctor's hands. "I'll be in your care." The doctor nods grimly. "Yes, let's fight this together." As Kaichai prepares to leave, the doctor has one last question. "What about your family?" The question hangs in the air, met with a heavy, telling silence from the old master. We return to the present on the hospital roof. Kaichai's quiet thought echoes his deepest regret. "I would have liked a grandchild." His lonely moment is interrupted by a familiar voice. "Kaichai-san." It's Nurse Tanaka Takiko, finally having found her runaway patient. "Please stop running away every time we try to draw your blood," she scolds before her eyes land on the notepad in his lap. "What are you writing?" With a sly grin, Kaichai holds up the book. The cover reads, "Everything I want to throw," he declares. "I'm writing down all the things I'd like to throw." Tanaka muses, an Aikido master through and through. Kaichai quickly corrects her, "It's Aikijutsu." Curiosity getting the better of her, Tanaka leans in. "And what have you written so far?" Kaichai flips to the first page. Well, first it would be this guy." On the page is a simple, childlike drawing of a rhinoceros. Tanaka's eyes go wide. "A rhino." She can't help it, she bursts into laughter. "Ahahaha, you're such a joker." Kaichai watches her laugh, a flicker of amusement on his own face. But in an instant, the light-hearted mood shatters. A brutal coughing fit seizes him, far worse than before. "Kaichai-san," Tanaka cries out, her laughter turning to fear. He collapses in his chair, blood pouring from his mouth, staining his clothes. "Oh no, not yet," he gasps, his notepad falling from his weakened grasp. Tanaka panics. "I'm taking you to a doctor right now, just hold on." She grabs the wheelchair and begins a frantic dash from the roof. Her feet pound against the linoleum, pushing with all her might. The hospital corridor becomes a blur as she races against time. Tears stream down her face, her expression a mask of pure terror. From the chair, Kaichai's weak voice reaches her. "Are you crying for me? What a good girl. I would have liked a grandchild like you." His vision darkens, the world begins to slip away. "My consciousness is fading, I'm fading." The last thing he sees is Tanaka's terrified face. "What's with that face?" he thinks. "Are you okay?" Suddenly, their panicked rush stops. A look of utter confusion crosses both their faces. What's that?" Kaichai's world goes white. With a bone-jarring thud, they're no longer in a hospital. They've been violently teleported to a barren, rocky wasteland. Tanaka collapses to the ground, the wheelchair coming to a halt beside her. They are completely, utterly lost. And they are not alone. A creature of impossible size rises before them, a monstrous, spike-covered beast that looks like a rhino from a nightmare. Tanaka is paralyzed by fear. She scrambles behind the wheelchair, her mind unable to process the situation. How? Why? Where am I? Kaichai, barely conscious, thinks he's hallucinating. An auditory illusion, I can't focus on it, my senses are failing. The beast lets out a guttural roar that shakes the very ground. Kaichai's mind finds a simple, peaceful explanation. Ah, I understand, this is a dream. He spits a final glob of blood. On the verge of death, at least this is a good one, he muses, looking at the monster. A rhino looks like it. The beast charges, kicking up dust and rock as it thunders towards them, or it's close enough. As the monster bears down on him, Kaichai feels no fear. Yeah, this is a good dream. His mind flashes back to his notepad, to his final, simple wish. Number 1, rhinoceros. He knows his time is up. At the end of my life, I can only move one finger, but for a master, one finger is enough. With a final, impossible surge of will, he points that single finger at the charging behemoth. He pours every last ounce of his life, his skill, his regret into this one moment. This is his final technique. The wheelchair groans and snaps under the strain as he unleashes his power. A dream come true. With a flick of his wrist, the laws of physics shatter. The multi-ton beast is effortlessly lifted and thrown, sent sailing into the sky like a pebble. The master has made his final throw. Slumped in his broken chair, a faint smile touches Kaichai's lips. Haha, that was fun. He looks down at the unconscious Takiko, his voice a soft whisper. Be good, Toki-chan. His eyes drift closed. This is goodbye. But just as his life fades to black, a cheerful electronic jingle fills the air. Pa-para-pa-pa, his eyes snap open. System messages like something from a video game appear before him. You defeated Bison King. You've gained 12,000 experience points. Your level went up. Health increased by 10 points. Another jingle plays, this time for him. Your level went up. Health increased by 8 points. And then the impossible happens. Over the unconscious body of his nurse and the wreckage of his wheelchair, Takemura Kaichai stands. Tanaka Takiko's eyes snap open. Her head is pounding and the world is a blur of unfamiliar rocks and dust. Panic begins to set in, her breath catching in her throat. With a startled cry, she loses her balance and tumbles backward onto the harsh, stony ground. The shock of it all is too much. Scrambling to her knees, she looks around wildly. Nothing but a barren, alien landscape stretches in every direction. Where am I? She cries out, her voice trembling. Kaichai-san, where's Kaichai-san? A calm voice cuts through her panic. I see you're up, Toki-chan. Relief washes over Takiko as she spots Takemura Kaichai walking towards her. Kaichai-san, she wails. But Kaichai is completely unfazed. He's casually inspecting a bizarre, eyeball-like plant he's just plucked from the ground. I was just having a wander around, he says, his tone ridiculously calm. I've never seen plants like the ones here before. He examines the weird flora with genuine curiosity. I wonder if this is a good souvenir. Maybe you can eat it. Noticing Takiko's parched look, he gestures vaguely. There's a spring over yonder too. Are you parched? Want me to get you some? Takiko finally snaps. This isn't the time for that, she screams, grabbing her own face in sheer frustration. Now at the edge of a forest, she unloads all her terror onto the old man. Where are we? What was that monster, and weren't you just throwing up blood? Are you okay? Kaichai just holds up his hands, trying to placate her. Let's settle down, Toki-chan. He begins to explain, his expression as serene as ever. Afterwards, I carried you while walking, then I saw this forest. First, he starts making a casual martial arts pose. I taught the rhino what for. He flexes a bicep, a grin on his face. Then I started feeling a lot better. Takiko can only stare, completely baffled by his logic. She tries to piece together the insane story. Wait, so you carried me, then where the heck is this place? Her question hangs in the air unanswered. Kaichai looks around, then points up towards the sky over the forest. I haven't the foggiest idea, he admits, but take a gander. Takiko follows his gaze, her expression a mix of confusion and dread. Her blood runs cold. A colossal, horned, centipede-like creature soars over the tree line, its massive body blotting out the sky. This world isn't just strange, it's a nightmare. She's frozen to the spot, her mind unable to process the sheer scale of the monster above them. The terror finally breaks her, tears stream down her face as she buries her head in her hands. I want to go home, she sobs. As Takiko cries, Kaichai watches her, his usual nonchalance fading slightly. This place is quite frightening, he muses to himself. He looks out at the monstrous skyline. At first I thought we were in Africa, but now I don't think so. His gaze softens as he looks back at the distraught girl. This must be rough on a young'un like her. A quiet determination settles on his face. He gently places a hand on her head. I've got to get this girl home safe and sound. For a moment he looks like a worried grandfather. I'd like a grandchild like her. Suddenly a rustling sound from the forest snaps Kaichai to attention. He stands up, his body tense. He plants his feet firmly, his back to the woods, sensing an approaching presence. The sound grows louder and Takiko looks up from her despair, startled. Kaichai's eyes narrow, focusing on the danger emerging from the trees. A young girl with a reptilian tail bursts from the foliage, screaming for her life. Help, help me! Behind her, a monstrous, lion-like beast called a Lehorn smashes through the trees in hot pursuit. In her panic, the girl's foot catches and she goes down hard, skidding across the dirt, completely at the beast's mercy. The Lehorn looms over its fallen prey, claws extended for the final blow. But in a flash, Kaichai is there, standing calmly between the girl and the monster. The girl, Lan Nayu, stares up in disbelief. This old man just appeared out of nowhere to shield her. Kaichai doesn't even flinch as the massive beast bears down on him, his hands casually clasped behind his back. In a movement too fast to track, he darts forward and delivers a single, almost delicate, tap with his index finger to the beast's thrashing tail. A strange energy flows into the monster. Its own tail whips around with impossible speed and force, arcing back towards its own body. The Lehorn has just enough time for a confused grunt before its own attack comes swinging back at it. Crunch, the tail smashes into the Lehorn's own head, which explodes in a shower of gore. The massive body collapses. Lan Nayu is speechless. It had attacked itself, Kaichai just sighs. Aw darn, that wasn't how I planned it. A cheerful fanfare erupts from nowhere and a voice announces, "You defeated Lehorn." Kaichai glances around annoyed. "That noise again," he mutters. He turns away from the carnage, looking at his own hand with a puzzled expression. He clenches his fist, feeling the strange power that flows through him in this world. What's this? He hadn't meant for that to happen. I was only going to throw it, he thinks, trying to understand his own strength. Lan Nayu scrambles to her feet and gives a deep, formal bow. "Thank you for getting me out of this predicament," she says, her voice filled with gratitude. She introduces herself. "I'm Lan Nayu, a messenger. I was on a delivery and my magic ran out." Kaichai nods. "The name's Takemura Kaichai." He gestures to Takiko, who has fainted yet again from the shock. Lan Nayu is impressed. "It's amazing she can sleep at a time like this." Kaichai deadpans, "No, I think she just fainted." Lan Nayu explains she's a dragonkin, a fact that only confuses the old man more. "Dragon? Is that some slang I'm too old to get?" Ignoring his confusion, Lan Nayu's eyes sparkle with admiration. "Anyways, you're really strong, Kaichai-san. I've never seen magic like yours before." Kaichai gets flustered by the sudden praise. Is that so?" Lan Nayu's eyes are wide with excitement. "Are you a martial arts master?" Kaichai humbly explains. "It's called Charyu Eikijutsu. It's not magic, it's a martial art that manipulates the flow of power." Seeing his incredible skill, Lan Nayu gets an idea. "Kaichai-san, I have a request for a master of your skill." She looks down, holding her hands nervously. "You see, I'm still in the middle of a delivery. Can you guard me until I make it to the next city?" She glances at her draconic tail. "It'll still be a while before my magic comes back, and if another magical beast." Kaichai looks over at the still unconscious Takiko. "A city, that's exactly what they need. Heading to a city wouldn't be a bad idea," he thinks. "We can gather info on helping her return." He turns back to Lan Nayu and nods. "Okay, you got yourself a deal." Her face lights up with pure joy. "Ah, thank you so much." Kaichai decides to get some answers. "But what's a magic beast?" Lan Nayu points to the corpse. "That Lehorn is a magic beast." She tilts her head. Is he not from around here?" Kaichai ignores her comment. "I have one condition though," he says, his back to her. "I'd like to ask you for information." A soft thud interrupts him. They both turn to see a small, gelatinous creature wobbling towards them. Lan Nayu identifies it instantly. "Ah, it's a slime, a level 1 magical beast." She then adds with a cheerful grin, "That Lehorn was level 15, by the way." The information does little to comfort Kaichai. The slime ignores them and begins oozing its way towards Takiko's sleeping form. Lan Nayu shouts, "Ah, it's heading over to your companion, you should blow it up." But Kaichai just stands there, staring at the level 1 threat with an expression of pure dread. He begins to sweat profusely, his face pale. Lan Nayu is utterly confused by his reaction. "There are slimes all over this world, right?" she asks, bewildered. She warns him she'll drown if you don't do anything. That snaps Kaichai into action. He scoops up the slime, lets it wobble on his head for a second, and then goes for the weirdest tactic imaginable. He lies down on the ground and lets the slime completely engulf his head, its gelatinous body blooping as it settles. Lan Nayu can only watch, her jaw on the floor. How she shrieks, unable to comprehend what she's witnessing. At that exact moment, Takiko begins to stir, groaning as she comes to. She's still groggy, but she hears Lan Nayu's panicked voice shout, "It's coming your way." "What?" Takiko mumbles. Sitting up, she rubs her head. I fainted again." Before she can even get her bearings, she sees a blob of slime flying directly at her face, launched by Kaichai. Bonk, the slime impacts with a wet smack, knocking her flat on her back once more. Dazed and now covered in goo, Takiko sits up, utterly bewildered. What was that? A disembodied voice chimes in her head. "You beat the slime by destroying its core." She looks up to see Kaichai getting a supportive shoulder pat from the strange dragon girl. "Who's that?" She sees Kaichai looking pale and exhausted. "Kaichai-san." She rushes over to the bizarre scene. "Is he okay? What the hell happened?" Lan Nayu calmly reassures her. "He's fine, he's just drowned a little bit." Takiko's mind short circuits. On land. The cheerful fanfare music plays again, seemingly just for her this time. "Can you please explain?" she begs the universe. But instead of an explanation, glowing messages appear in her vision. "You defeated slime, you've gained 3 experience points, your level has increased." As she stands there dripping with slime, one final message solidifies in front of her. "You have gained the skill cure." Takiko looks down at her hands, a strange new feeling washing over her. In this insane world, she just got her very first power-up. Lan Nayu flexes her newly healed leg, a look of genuine gratitude on her face. Thanks for the healing. It's amazing that you have a healing skill. Nearby, Kaichai stares in disbelief. What is this? Takiko, blushing with pride and excitement, explains, I suddenly heard a voice inside my head, and then I completely understood how to do that. Lan Nayu raises an eyebrow, her expression deadpan. Did you hit your head somewhere? But Takiko is lost in the moment, her hands trembling as she stares at them in awe. Incredible. I never knew I had this power. Looking out at the alien landscape, the reality of her new power begins to sink in for Takiko. It really is quite strange. I have magic and I can use it. The group stands before the massive, grotesque corpse of the Lehorn. There are monsters I've never seen. Takiko mutters, her arms crossed. Kaichai stands beside her, his face grim, so it seems. Takiko decides to get some answers, turning to their new companion. Lan Nayu-chan, is it okay if I ask you a few questions? The girl nods. Just call me Lan, please. Takiko presses on. Okay, Lan-chan, a while ago a voice from the sky spoke to me. Lan Nayu holds up a finger matter-of-factly. That's the voice of God announcing your growth. Takiko lets out a nervous laugh. God, is that a joke? Lan Nayu simply shrugs. Well, how should I put this? Her playful demeanor vanishes, replaced by a sharp, analytical gaze. A bead of sweat drips down her temple as she asks the most important question. Where did the two of you come from exactly? Lan Nayu taps her chin, sizing them up. You don't seem to know anything at all, and also, you guys are. She points a finger at the weathered old man. A goblin. Kaichai's face is a mask of pure confusion. Her gaze shifts to Takiko, her eyes lighting up as if she solved a great mystery. An elf. She leans in, her mind racing to a wild conclusion. That's half-orc as well. Takiko just stares back, completely baffled by the line of questioning. Still processing the bizarre racial profiling, Takiko gives Lan Nayu a gentle pat on the shoulder. Then it clicks, the words elf and orc aren't just random sounds. Her eyes fly open in a silent scream of horrified realization. Takiko grabs Lan Nayu, shaking her frantically. What do you mean by elf and orc? Which part of me looks like an orc? Do I look like the result of some niche porn tag to you? From the side, Kaichai calmly states the obvious. No, you're Japanese. The word hangs in the air, completely alien to Lan Nayu. Japanese, she repeats, her confusion growing. Suddenly all the pieces fall into place. Lan Nayu's eyes widen as she voices the incredible truth. Perhaps, are you, from another world? The three sit down to process the bombshell. So according to Lan Nayu-san, Takiko thinks aloud, pacing, this is a different world than the one I've known of. It's hard to swallow, but it seems to be true. Lan Nayu adds, I've read stories about people from other worlds, but this is the first time I've actually met any. Kaichai's voice is heavy, so this isn't Japan. A new puzzle emerges in Kaichai's mind. Wait a minute, how are we communicating? Takiko gasps, the same thought hitting her. Oh, that's right. Lan Nayu looks at them, genuinely confused by their confusion. Aren't we just talking? Takiko clarifies, we're from another world, so we're wondering why we can understand each other. Lan Nayu's face lights up. Ah, perhaps. She begins to tell an old story. There's a myth called the Tower of Havalim. Once upon a time, each race spoke a different language. An image of a massive tower fills the screen. Because they all spoke different languages, construction was slow. However, they continued to build it together. The first god saw their unity and used magic to unite all their languages. That's the myth, anyway. She concludes her explanation. So because of that magic, there's only one language in this world, and that magic is affecting you too as well. The revelation sinks in for the two bewildered travelers. Kaichai frowns, trying to connect it to his own world. That sounds a bit like a story from the Old Testament, but this elf and orc stuff Toki-chan was going on about, I still don't get that part. Feeling Kaichai's silent judgment, Takiko sweats nervously, embarrassed by her earlier outburst. She throws her hands up in frustration. Let's just stop talking about this. Lan Nayu looks on, puzzled by the sudden shift in mood. Kaichai sighs, bringing them back to the present. Well, we should probably start going soon anyways. Lan Nayu nods in agreement. That's true. Just as they prepare to leave, Lan Nayu's face brightens. Ah, before that. She turns back towards the massive, dead Lehorn. Let me just grab the magic stone. With a sharp shink, Lan Nayu unsheathes a knife and approaches the carcass with purpose. Takiko and Kaichai exchange a confused glance, having no idea what she's planning. They can only watch in abject horror as Lan Nayu begins to brutally carve into the monster's flesh, the air filling with the wet sounds of ripping and tearing. Blood splatters across her face, but her eyes are wide with intense focus as she digs her knife deeper into the beast. With a final, sickening glorp, she yanks something free. Found it. She cheers, oblivious to the horrified expressions on her companions' faces. She proudly presents her prize, a gory smile on her face. Tada, this is a magic stone, they're in the heart of magical beasts. She holds up the strange, potato-like object which contains two dark, star-like cores. It's small, but it's got two cores, just as you'd expect from a level 15. She beams at the traumatized duo. We can exchange it for cash when we get to town. What's with you two? Kaichai, pale-faced, manages to stammer, ooh, just surprised at what you're capable of. Anyways, Lan Nayu declares, tapping her boots on the ground to shake off the blood and gore. Takiko forces a weak, strained smile, while Kaichai looks like he's aged another 10 years. Let's get a move on, Lan Nayu calls out, already marching ahead into the wilderness. It's about a 3 days walk. A crucial detail suddenly occurs to Takiko. Before we go, where are we going actually? Lan Nayu stops in her tracks, turning back with a surprised look on her face. She grins, pointing confidently towards the horizon. Galar, the so-called city of dwarves. And so their journey began. As they walked, Lan Nayu gave them a crash course on the culture and technology of this new world. They trekked across the rugged terrain, learning that this world was a place of gods, magic, and fantasy races, not unlike the stories from their own world's Middle Ages. As night fell, they made camp by a river. We'll camp here for tonight, Lan Nayu announced before adding a grim piece of lore. Of all the people who had been transported to this world, none had ever found a way back. But Lan Nayu wasn't one to dwell on the negative. Holding up a small bottle, she shouted, "Tent, come forth." With a pop and a sudden boof, a full-sized tent inflated out of thin air. "Wow, what is that?" Takiko cried out in amazement. Lan Nayu proudly showed off the bottle. "This is a magic item called a postal pot. It's a rare storage item. I call it pecan for short." Around the campfire, Lan Nayu offered Takiko some local rations. "Here, Toki-san, this is a foodstuff called poki." Takiko crunched into it, finding it delicious, much to Lan Nayu's disgust. "You think so? I hate the stuff." As they discussed the world's game-like systems, like leveling up by defeating enemies, they remained oblivious to the shadowy figures watching them from the darkness of the woods. Takiko asked, "So what's the difference between magic and skills?" Lan Nayu explained, "Magic requires practice, spells, or contracts. The pecan, for example, is a magic tool that needs a spell to activate." Struggling to find the right words, Lan Nayu continued, "There are a lot of different skills. Common skills can be learned by most people. Then there are unique skills which define a person's specific characteristics." Takiko's eyes lit up with recognition. "And skills a level above that are extra skills. It's just like my video games." Kaichai chuckled at her enthusiasm. "Enjoying yourself then?" Takiko laughed. "I just love video games is all." Kaichai's tone turned serious as he looked at Lan Nayu. "Hey Lan-chan, you're Dragonkin, right? Are there dragons here, the big ones?" An intense, almost predatory glint appeared in Kaichai's eyes as he awaited her answer. Takiko, however, was lost in her own fantasy. "If this is a dream, I'd love to see a proper dragon and ride on its back as it flies." Lan Nayu looked slightly offended. "Well, I'm sorry, I'm not a proper dragon." The light-hearted chatter seemed to annoy Kaichai, who was clearly focused on something else entirely. Without another word, he stood up and walked away from the fire, disappearing into the darkness of the surrounding forest. "I'm going to go relieve myself," he called back. Takiko looked concerned. "Will you be fine by yourself?" "I'm fine," came his curt reply. Kaichai found a quiet clearing, the silence of the woods pressing in around him. Suddenly a harsh voice cut through the night. "Hey, stop." Kaichai turned slowly, finding himself surrounded by 3 menacing, goblin-like creatures. The leader sneered, cracking his knuckles. "Did you finally notice us?" He puffed out his chest. "The first, Jorgi. The second, Naruto. The third, Makas. We are the 3 goblin brothers. Hand over your valuables." Kaichai stared back, his expression unreadable. "Goblins, huh?" The goblins began to taunt him, but then Makas paused, looking closer. "Hey, doesn't he kinda look like a goblin?" The others squinted. "You're right. Hey buddy, you one of us?" Back at the camp, a loud gonk echoed from the forest, making Takiko jump. "Kaichai-san." Worry etched on her face, she turned to Lan Nayu. "He's taking a long time. I'm worried. I'm going to go take a look." She bolted into the woods, her voice filled with panic. "Kaichai-san, are you okay?" As she ran, a goblin's body flew past her, tumbling end over end through the air. She burst into the clearing to an unbelievable sight. Kaichai stood calmly in the center of a whirlwind of violence, effortlessly slamming the 3 goblins into the dirt. Takiko stared, her mind refusing to process the scene. The frail old man was a monster. Kaichai-san." Kaichai casually held a goblin by the leg. "Ah, Toki-chan, these guys, they suddenly attacked me." Takiko was too shocked to respond. Suddenly a blade flashed through the air. It was Naruto trying to attack his downed brother. Kaichai intercepted the blade with a single hand. "You leave me no choice." Seeing his attack fail, the goblin turned his rage on Takiko, screaming, "Die." In a flash, Kaichai pushed her to safety. Naruto stumbled back, his eyes wide with terror at the old man's power. "Why you, monster?" He turned to flee, firing a crossbow bolt over his shoulder in a final, desperate act of defiance. The bolt flew straight and true, aimed directly for Kaichai's face. Takiko watched, helpless. Kaichai didn't even seem to move, his hand blurred for a fraction of a second. And he simply plucked the speeding projectile out of the air. He held the bolt casually between 2 fingers, its deadly tip just inches from his eye. From the edge of the forest, the goblin let out a scream of pure disbelief. "Ha!" His mind reeled. What kind of magic is this? There was no chanting. How is he doing this? He looked at the 2 otherworldly beings, a single thought consuming his mind. They're going to kill me. But Kaichai simply looked at him and gave a casual, dismissive wave. "Ah, excuse me." Leave, the one word was all it took. The goblins scrambled to their feet, bowing and scraping. We'll be going home now, thank you so very much." The goblin leader looked back one last time, his brain completely fried by the encounter. As they limped away into the darkness, they offered one last pathetic apology. "We're really sorry." In the now quiet clearing, the reality of their situation finally crashed down on them. Looks like we've really been brought to another world, Kaichai said heavily. Takiko could only whisper, yeah. They stood together looking up at the unfamiliar stars that filled the night sky. Kaichai began. Realized it. Hanging in the sky above them was the final, undeniable proof, a shattered moon with a massive, artificial structure embedded in its broken heart. They were a long, long way from home. As they journey towards the dwarven city, the toll of travel becomes brutally apparent. Kaichai, despite his immense power, is still in an old man's body. He collapses to his knees, sweat beading on his brow, his breath ragged. Hey, please, he rasps, reaching a trembling hand forward. Water. Takiko panics, her eyes wide with alarm. Oh crap, she yelps, completely thrown. For all his godlike strength, seeing him so physically frail is a shock. I can't tell if that guy is actually strong or not, she mutters to herself, a bead of sweat rolling down her own cheek. Without a word, Kaichai grabs his water flask, his hands shaking slightly as he grips it. Takiko and Lan Nai watch with a mixture of concern and anxiety, the reality of their companion's physical limits hitting them hard. After chugging down the water, Kaichai slumps against a rock, utterly spent. Takiko approaches cautiously. You're in amazing shape for someone over 80, but still, let's rest for a bit. Lan Nai chimes in, trying to sound encouraging. Why yeah, we're almost there, let's keep it up. But her forced enthusiasm evaporates into thin air. Seeing the state Kaichai is in, she realizes pushing him is a bad idea. Okay, she says, her voice trailing off. Let's keep going later. Lan Nai pats her stomach, a determined look on her face. Well, I guess waiting won't hurt, she declares, before we get into town. She turns to face them, her expression serious as she presents a single gleaming coin on her gloved palm. I want to talk about money. Her mood shifts instantly to bright and cheerful. It's really simple, she chirps, holding up the coin with a sparkle in her eye. Lan Nai begins her economics lesson. In the dwarven country, 1 copper coin will buy you some bread or tea. Takiko, ever the Isekai protagonist, immediately does the conversion in her head. So roughly 100 yen then. Lan Nai holds up a silver coin. A silver coin is worth 10 copper coins or 10 bell. Next, she reveals a gold coin, its surface glinting. And a gold coin is 1,000 bell, it's also called 1 brod. She quickly clarifies the base unit, showing the copper coin again. Just to be clear, 1 copper coin is 1 bell. The lesson comes together in a handy chart. So 1,000 copper coins, 100 silver or 1 gold all equal the same amount, 1,000 bell or 1 brod. Takiko's eyes go wide at the final conversion. 1 gold coin is 100,000 yen. Lan Nai puffs out her chest, a proud, toothy grin on her face. If you have a single brod, she shouts, you can live frugally for a month, or you can buy a barrel of the famous dwarf country mead. Her presentation is so enthusiastic that Kaichai and Takiko can't help but applaud, impressed by the lesson. Lan Nai wags her tail, basking in the praise. Takiko's eyes sparkle with curiosity. I've never seen a gold coin before, can I hold it for a bit? But Lan Nai quickly pulls the coin back. So nope, she says with a cheeky smile, I would be in trouble if it gets stolen. Takiko, undeterred, leans in closer, her hands outstretched pleadingly. Lan-chan, I just want to look at it a little, okay? But Lan Nai clutches the coin to her chest, her face a mask of panicked refusal. I can't, the money is too important. She backs away, shaking her head fiercely. I really need the money, so I can't let you, Takiko sighs, feigning disappointment. You stingy kid. From his resting spot, Kaichai watches the exchange, his expression unreadable. He finally speaks, his voice calm but firm, cutting through their bickering. Lan Nai-san. Both girls turn to look at him, surprised. Kaichai sits up, his gaze steady. We are traveling companions, if only for a short time. If you are in trouble, we'll be there for you, you don't have to hold back. Lan Nai is taken aback by his sincere offer, her cheeks flushing slightly. It's... She stammers, looking away towards the city in the distance, unsure how to respond to his kindness. Well, I don't know. She fidgets, clearly flustered by the genuine offer of support. After a moment, she collects herself, turning back with a newfound resolve. Kaichai watches her, waiting for her answer, his expression serious. That right. Suddenly, Lan Nai breaks into a huge, radiant smile. Nah, honestly, there's just a magic tool I really want, and I'd just like to buy it without help, she says, laughing. Thanks for the offer though, so don't worry about it. Kaichai simply stares, accepting her fierce independence. He pushes himself to his feet, grabbing his bag. Well, we're close to the town, he says, his energy seemingly restored. We'll be in your care till then. Lan Nai's smile becomes a bit more subdued. Ahaha, I guess so, I have some work in town, so we'll have to part ways there. Takiko listens to the exchange, a silent understanding passing between them. Their time as a trio is nearing its end. With their path set, Kaichai leads the way down the hill towards the dwarven city of Galar. As they crest the final ridge, the sheer scale of the city unfolds below them. We're up high, Kaichai observes. This town is one of the bigger ones in this world. But then his sharp eyes catch movement in the sky. Soaring above the city are several large, unfamiliar flying ships. The sight is both awe-inspiring and slightly ominous. Well, Kaichai mutters, a grim look on his face, so those are here too. Soon they stand before the main entrance, the gates of the castle city galler. The archway is colossal, dwarfing everyone who passes through. As they walk the path to the gate, the sheer size of the walls and the guards becomes even more apparent. They feel like ants approaching a mountain. Takiko cranes her neck, staring up at a guard in disbelief. "They're huge," she whispers. Kaichai, standing beside her, nods in agreement. "They definitely are." A massive axe-wielding dwarf with a magnificent beard looms over them. Takiko puts a finger to her chin, her expectations completely shattered. "Dwarves, huh? Not exactly the small, macho image I had." Kaichai, meanwhile, calls out to the guard, "You're rather large, ain't ya? Is that why your gates are two?" The guard grunts, "Ah, I suppose." The guard begins to explain the city's layout. Being placed inside the Galar Mountains makes the city naturally fortified, but walls were needed to strengthen the defense from monsters coming from the Galar Plains. He continues, gesturing towards the plains. "We don't have any confirmed reports in this area, but there have been confirmed sightings of them in the Dwarven country." The guard leans in. "Did you guys come from the south or something? You don't know about the Stricken." He explains that Stricken monsters are far more dangerous and powerful. Kaichai grumbles, "Demon Lord, of course there'd be one." The guard confirms his suspicion. "This is only because of the Demon Lord's magic from the north." Takiko looks confused. "Why are they always in the north though?" The guard's voice turns grim. "Once stricken, they become tools of the Demon Lord and can't be returned to normal. We call this effect corruption. Generally, magic beasts will attack anyone who enters their territory," he explains. "However, in the case of those stricken, they leave their instincts behind. The beast will become stronger and enraged. They abandon their territory, attacking anything they see." Takiko points to a massive weapon emplacement on the walls. "And that's what that large weapon in front of the gate is for?" The guard nods. "Yeah, as well as a deterrent to other countries." He gestures to the largest central cannon. "Ah, but that one, something like that won't be used on a mere magic beast." Before he can elaborate, a voice cuts through the air. "Hey, could you two please come over here?" It's Lan Nayu, waving frantically from the customs checkpoint. "Over here." The guard clicks his tongue in annoyance. "Tusk, I was just getting to the fun part." Lan Nayu directs them forward. "You need to go through customs to get into the city." Takiko gives a small wave. "Uwake tilde, thanks for the chat, Sonny." At the customs booth, a stout dwarf with an impressive mustache crosses his arms, looking them over with disdain. "We're here for immigration," Lan Nayu announces, stepping forward. She presents a wooden tag carved with a dragon emblem. "Lan Nayu of the Messenger Guild," she states clearly, and 2 temporary supporters. The officer takes the id, inspecting it with a critical eye. "Rank 6, huh?" he mutters, his tone dripping with condescension. His gaze drifts over to Kaichai and he sneers. "An elderly goblin." Then his eyes land on Takiko, and a half-elf, half-orc. Takiko's smile doesn't waver, but her voice is laced with ice. "Hey, watch your mouth, you shit-stashed fatty." The officer ignores her, turning his insults to Lan Nayu. "A dirty fake dragon," and Lan Nayu just forces a nervous laugh, trying to de-escalate. But it's too late. The officer slams his fist on the counter, his face turning purple with rage. "What did you say, asshole?" he roars. "This is a beard," Takiko retorts coolly. "Of course you idiots would have a big voice too." The senior official sighs, trying to de-escalate the situation. Takiko, realizing she went too far, bows her head. "Sorry, that's my bad," she admits. "I just couldn't keep it together after he was bad-mouthing you, Kaichai-san." The calmer dwarf official ignores the outburst and turns his attention to Lan Nayu, his eyes landing on the tag hanging from her gear. He points. "Lan Nayu-san, could I see that for a moment?" Lan Nayu looks down, confused for a second. "Ah, my guild identification, sure." He examines the id, his expression unreadable, leaving Lan Nayu blushing and slightly on edge, unsure what to expect. The official then breaks down the system for them. "This id is your key to the city," he explains. "The higher your rank from 6 all the way to 1, the more privileges you get, better quests, access to restricted areas, even the chance to become royalty." Kaichai's interest is piqued. "So this guild thing, can I join one?" Lan Nayu, holding her id, nods confidently. "Yeah, there's a guild hall in the city. I don't think it'll be a problem." Kaichai takes a closer look at her id tag, his eyes narrow slightly. It looks like the handguard of a katana, a coincidence, he wonders internally. With the customs check finally over, Kaichai lays out the plan. "Well, moving forward, it looks like we'll need some form of id, Lan Nayu-san. I know you have your own business, but could you lead us to the Adventurers Guild?" Lan Nayu smiles. "Of course, for a martial artist like you, it's a perfect fit. We can also sell your magic stone there." Following her lead, they arrive at a massive, sturdy building with crossed axes over the entrance. The Adventurers Guild, Galar City branch. At the counter, they come face to face with a horribly familiar sight, the same rude dwarf from the city gate. He inspects their magic stone with a sneer. "Oh, well it's small, but it does have 2 cores." Hoping to make a little extra cash, Lan Nayu nervously pushes a small pouch forward, its contents clattering onto the counter. Could you look at these too?" The dwarf's eyes narrow with suspicion. "Aha, you didn't steal this, did you?" he asks, gesturing to the main stone. Lan Nayu stands on her tiptoes to see over the counter, indignant. "This is a magic stone from a Leyhorn my companion defeated." He completely ignores her explanation, his gaze falling on the tiny, fragmented stones she spilled from her pouch. With a swipe of his massive arm, he sweeps her stones off the counter. We don't buy shitty magic stones here, he barks, sending them scattering across the floor. He picks up a small vial, looking down at the mess he made with a smug grin. As Lan Nayu scrambles on the floor to pick up her rejected stones, the dwarf laughs cruelly. Go see if some street vendor will take them. Maybe you'll make enough to feed yourself. Humiliated, Lan Nayu can only force a nervous laugh. Haha, I'm sorry for bothering you. Just as the dwarf is about to lowball them, a shadow creeps up behind him. 40% of market value should be. The dwarf freezes, a jolt of surprise and fear flashing across his face as he senses the presence right behind him. He tries to play it cool, turning back to Lan Nayu. But I'll buy this stone though, he says, his voice dripping with venom. Well, since you're a shitty dragonkin. Before he can finish, Kaichai's voice cuts through the air, cold and sharp. Oi! The dwarf starts sweating profusely, his eyes wide with terror as he finds himself face to face with the old man's silent rage. If there's a market price, shouldn't it sell for that price? Kaichai asks, his voice dangerously low. Am I wrong? The terrified dwarf stammers, and no, you're right, I'm sorry. Kaichai leans in closer, his gaze like ice. If you're sorry, you'd find a way to show it, right? Am I wrong? The dwarf, practically vibrating with fear, quickly backtracks. Oh, of course, I'll add a little on top of that. Shaking, the dwarf shoves a heavy pouch of coins at Kaichai. Does this amount look okay to you? Kaichai, playing dumb, simply says, I have no idea. He turns to Lan Nayu, who's still on the floor. Lan-chan, you all right? She stammers, yeah. Looking at the pouch, her eyes go wide. We ended up getting way more than market value. Takiko rushes to her side, beaming. That's great. Kaichai holds out the pouch to Lan Nayu. You said we could eat for a month off one of these cores, right? Lan Nayu looks up, confused. No, but... She tries to protest, but most of this is Kaichai-san's, but he cuts her off, taking one of the 2 magic cores from the pouch. Then I'll take one of these. He hands the entire bag of money to Lan Nayu. Takiko is shocked. Hey, you okay with this, Toki-chan? Kaichai states plainly. We wouldn't have gotten this far without you guiding us. Lan Nayu clutches the heavy pouch, completely overwhelmed. Ray, really? I know I talked about magic tools, but... She's at a total loss for words, staring at the unexpected fortune in her hands, her own goals suddenly feeling secondary. Suddenly, a large, warm hand rests on her head. It's all right, Kaichai's calm voice says from above. He gives her a gentle pat. You can have it, we'll always be grateful to you. Lan Nayu's eye widens, a wave of emotion washing over her at this simple, profound act of kindness. Her gratitude fueling a new energy, Lan Nayu springs up and points towards a staircase. From those stairs, go down into the basement. As they look on, she explains, there you'll find the registration office for the Adventurers Guild. There should be an easy test. I'm sure the both of you will do fine. With her part of the journey seemingly over, Lan Nayu prepares to leave. Kaichai and Takiko watch her, a silent understanding passing between them. This is goodbye. Lan Nayu performs a deep, formal bow. Even if it was for a short time, thank you for everything, she yells, her voice echoing in the hall. Up until now, I've never had as much fun as traveling with you. Takiko waves enthusiastically. Stay good, Lan-chan. Kaichai gives a slight smile. Yeah, same to you, kid. With tears in her eyes and a huge smile, Lan Nayu waves one last time. Let's meet again, no matter where. And with that, she turns and runs out of the guild hall, leaving them behind. Takiko bursts into tears. Wow, see you again. Kaichai watches her go, a fond look on his face. What a good kid, it was fun, like having a grandchild. After composing themselves, Kaichai and Takiko head down to the basement office. Excuse me, Kaichai says to the clerk. I'd like to register myself. The clerk turns around and it's the same damn dwarf again. Your level? He asks, already bored. Kaichai, unfamiliar with the term, replies, I'm 9th rank in Charyu Eiki Jutsu, but... The dwarf's face contorts in annoyance. What? You keep saying that, but how the hell are we supposed to know? Takiko tries to clarify, no see, it's this martial art called Charyu Eiki Jutsu, but the dwarf cuts her off. The hell's that? I don't care, just tell me your level. He slams his hand on the counter, his patience completely gone. Tusk, what? Are you trying to be pains in my ass? A nasty smile spreads across the dwarf's face. Fufu, if that's the case, I'll give you a test. He points a thick finger towards a checkered arena floor behind them. Test, Takiko exclaims. One of you can get in the arena, the dwarf commands. Kaichai steps forward. The dwarf explains, normally, you'd fight someone around your level, but you guys don't know what your levels are, right? Well, I'll give you a special test and you'll pass if you can beat this guy. With a heavy groan of stone, a colossal figure rises from the arena floor. A rank 3 examination golem, the dwarf announces with glee, the highest rank the Galar branch can offer. Takiko is horrified. Well, wait, you're going to have an elder fight that, she yells, slamming her fists on the counter. Kaichai-san is ill too, what kind of test is this? Her mind flashes back to every time Kaichai has faced a magical opponent. Her thoughts race. I don't know how or why Kaichai-san was beating those goblins, but he'd absolutely die against a golem that large. She remembers with dread that he's passed out after every single fight with a magic beast. The dwarf crosses his arms, smug. Registering newbies is a pain, especially people like you. If you lose, you won't pass, and if you don't want to die, you can go home. But to everyone's shock, Kaichai turns away from the golem, a calm expression on his face. I don't mind one bit, he says, catching the dwarf off guard. I'm actually relieved, see. He turns back, a terrifying, confident grin spreading across his face, because if it was a written test, I would have failed. Meanwhile, across the city, Lan Nayu has arrived at the imposing castle of Galar's lord. She kneels before the throne, presenting a sealed letter. My deepest apologies for the late arrival. I deliver this letter to you, Khazad-sama, from King Broad. But the ruler, Lord Khazad-vai, doesn't take the letter. Instead, he raises his boot and presses it down hard on Lan Nayu's head, grinding her face into the floor. Dragonkin Lan Nayu, he sneers. You filthy excuse of a dragon. The massive, imposing lord of the walled city glares down at her. The 7 billion bells you owe, when will you pay me back? Pinned under his boot, humiliated and powerless, Lan Nayu can only squeeze her eyes shut in pain and shame. As Kaichai faces the hulking golem, his mind drifts back to his training, to the very first lesson he ever learned. When I think about it, he reflects, one of the first things I gained awareness of was how to control power. A memory surfaces, a master in a fighting stance, teaching him to perceive the invisible currents of the world, the flow of power. Another memory, a swordsman, blade held high, teaching him to understand the sheer size and weight of power. And a final, primal memory, facing a monstrous bear in the wild, learning the brutal, unforgiving laws of power. Snapping back to the present, Kaichai's eyes, aged and weary, sharpen with an ancient focus. These eyes of mine, he thinks, I can't remember when they became able to see it. But now he sees it clearly. Not just raw strength, but the intricate channels of energy flowing through the golem's body, like rivers of magic animating stone. Kaichai remains silent, his expression unreadable, calmly analyzing his opponent. The guild master, however, is anything but calm. He puffs out his chest, booming, that's not just any golem. That's a combat golem, specifically built for the Galar branch of the Adventurers Guild. He glances at Kaichai with disdain. It's resistant to both magic and physical attacks. Takiko, sweating bullets, adds with a panicked voice, its level is roughly 16. The guild master scoffs, pointing a thumb at Kaichai. A feeble old man like you stands no chance. Get a grip and go home before you kill yourself. Kaichai simply tilts his head, looking at the stone giant with genuine curiosity. Golem, he asks, mispronouncing the word. It's a golem. The guild master throws his hands up in disbelief. You don't even know what they are. They're a cutting-edge weapon made from earth and an artificial soul. He leans in, a smug look on his face. You two entered from the front gate, right? Then you've seen them before. His voice drops to reveal a shocking truth. Those giant ballistae guarding the city, they're also golems. Kaichai's eyes widen in realization, remembering the massive arrow-like structures dotting the landscape. The guild master swells with pride. They have the ability to attack by themselves. They even took down the monster lord of the Galar Plains, the King Bison. Golems are the strongest. But Kaichai just cracks his back, completely unimpressed. If that's all true, Sonny, he says with a calm smile, then I absolutely have to give this a toss. The guild master can only stare, dumbfounded. You're just not getting it, are you? Suddenly, a low grinding sound fills the hall. The golem's joints begin to move, its stone body whirring to life. Kaichai glances up. Takiko's face drains of color as she sees the golem rear back its massive arm. Wah, Kaichai-san, look out. In an explosion of speed, the golem smashes its fist into the ground, shattering the checkered floor where Kaichai stood just a millisecond before. Dust and debris settle, revealing Kaichai completely unharmed, though his eyes are wide. Gave me a bit of a shock there, he mutters, accidentally dodged way more than I meant to. But as he tries to steady himself, he feels a strange impact. Ouch, what the? The entire room looks up in stunned silence. The golem is on all fours in its crater, and way up high, stuck to the ceiling, is Kaichai. Everyone, including Kaichai himself, is utterly confused. From his new vantage point, Kaichai looks down at the tiny figures below. Ha! With a soft tap, he lands gracefully on a nearby barrel, looking at his hands in bewilderment. Now how'd I get up there? One hell of a jump, I guess. He hops down, facing the guild master, who is frozen in place. The man's bravado is gone, replaced by a cold sweat and pure shock. What the gramps, what are? Even Lan Nayu, the quiet messenger, can only stare, her mind failing to process the impossible speed she just witnessed. Takiko watches, her medical mind racing. No way, how matter how you look at it, that was a little, much to be normal, right? Her mind flashes back to their conversation after the rhino fight. Kaichai had said, then I started feeling a lot better. A wild, impossible theory begins to form in her mind. Her eyes widen. Did he actually level up? It all clicks into place. Kaichai's sudden recovery from terminal cancer, his impossible strength. To put it simply, she realizes, by leveling up, Kaichai-san is able to survive. The mechanics of this world are keeping him alive. Back on the floor, Kaichai dusts himself off. Sorry, he says to the golem, now, whenever you're ready. He then turns to the stunned guild master. Just full of piss and vinegar, ain't ya? Kaichai's hands begin to move, forming a complex gesture. Well, that's just fine. As an apology for my little stunt, I'll show you something. He drops into a low, powerful stance, energy crackling around him. Charyu Ikijutsu, 24 solar season style, Guyu. Meanwhile, in a lavish room in the castle, the messenger Lan Nayu kneels before her ruler. So during your journey, you ran out of magic, right? Lord Khazed sits on his throne looking down with cold, calculating eyes. Well, that is quite troublesome, and are you still recovering? He leans back, his voice dripping with condescension. And that's why you're late. Lan Nayu, bruised and exhausted, keeps her head down. I recovered, that's from this morning. Lord Khazed makes a simple, beckoning gesture with his finger. Come here. Lan Nayu jolts but obeys. In a flash, he grabs her by the collar, yanking her off the floor with immense strength. He holds her close, his voice a menacing whisper. Do you think being that carefree is a right something like you has? His advisor steps forward cautiously. Khazed-sama, since the message is already late, shouldn't we focus on reading it before anything else? Khazed glares, his patience worn thin. Useless trash, he snarls, turning his attention to the scroll. I'll get back to you after I read this. He shoves Lan Nayu away, sending her tumbling to the floor. As Khazed unrolls the letter, his advisor leans in. What does it say? Khazed's expression begins to change, the arrogance fading as he reads the first line. In the Galar Plains. His eyes scan the parchment, his grip tightening. The demon lord's power of influence. The message is dire. The corruption has been confirmed. Far outside the city walls, one of the giant ballista golems begins to hiss and ooze a dark substance. A grotesque slurping sound echoes as its form begins to warp. Back in the throne room, Khazed's face pales as he reads the most terrifying line. In addition, our artificial weapons were also. Lan Nayu, still on the floor, looks up in confusion. Khazed-sama, wait, there's more. Outside, the corrupted golem shudders with a loud clang. Its mechanisms grind and clunk, moving with a purpose not its own. A cold sweat breaks out on Khazed's brow. No, it can't. He leaps from his throne and rushes to the window, throwing open the shutters. From his high tower, he looks out over the city. His eyes lock onto the front gate, where the corrupted ballista golem is now aiming directly at the city center. With a deafening roar, the corrupted weapon fires its massive projectile. The giant stone arrow screams through the air, a harbinger of destruction aimed straight for the heart of the city. Lord Khazed can only watch in abject horror. This is. Back in the guild hall, the guild master's eyes widen as he hears the approaching shriek. Before anyone can react, the projectile smashes through the guild's wall, impacting the combat golem with a sickening crack. Takiko stares, her mind blank with shock. The level 16 golem, the pride of the Galar branch, is utterly annihilated in a storm of stone and shrapnel. The shockwave sends everyone flying. Takiko and the guild master scream in terror as the examination is brought to a brutally abrupt end. From his window, Lord Khazed witnesses the explosion. Impossible, he roars, while his advisor stares in disbelief. The advisor points a trembling finger. Khazed-sama, what's happening? The ballista golem at the front gate has been corrupted. Lan Nayu, watching from another window, knows what must be done. The emergency stop lever needs to be pulled, she declares, her voice filled with resolve. Yes. Khazed stumbles back, knocking over a goblet of wine. Hurry, we need to defend this castle. As chaos erupts, Lan Nayu remains focused at the window, assessing the disaster. Her eyes drift down to the fallen goblet, its remaining contents swirling with an ethereal flame. A look of grim determination crosses her face. She knows what she has to do. With sweat beading on her brow, she makes her choice. She picks up the goblet and without hesitation drinks the last, glowing drops. A surge of power courses through her, her eyes snap shut as a new power awakens. Energy erupts from her body, skill activated, brave circuit. The air in the city is thick with tension. Lord Khazed, the dwarven leader, turns to leave, his face a grim mask of determination. The mission is clear, the stakes are impossibly high. Chapter 6, Escape. Khazed points towards the city's defenses, barking orders. Lan Nayu watches him, her expression tight with worry. They're preparing for the worst. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the preparations, beginning a chant. Lan Nayu's eyes widen in recognition. She knows that chant. Her mind races, piecing it together. The Galar defensive magic squad, she thinks, her heart sinking. But the golem is level 30 and empowered by the corruption. I don't think they'll be enough. Lord Khazed clenches his fist, his resolve hardening into steel. I have to go, he decides, his gaze fixed on the door. I have to do something, otherwise so many people will die. Meanwhile, on the city walls, Lan Nayu skids to a halt. She's found the source of the chaos, the corrupted ballista golem. Its massive projectile is still loaded. There's still time, her eyes lock onto a single point of hope, the ballista golem's emergency stop lever, right? With no time to hesitate, she lunges for the lever, a fierce determination burning in her eyes. I just need to pull this. She braces herself, every muscle tensed for the effort. But a low, grinding hum fills the air. The golem begins to move on its own. In a horrifying instant, with a deafening roar, the corrupted weapon fires. The city killer projectile screams through the air, right past her. Lan Nayu's face contorts in pure terror. Sweat pours down her face as she watches her last hope fly away. It just launched. Panic sets in. Think, I have to do something. Her mind flashes to the one person who might be able to help. Using her magical postal pot, she stomps on the ground, launching herself into the air with explosive force. She becomes a human missile, soaring desperately through the sky, chasing the projectile. Her target, the Adventurers Guild. The city blurs beneath her as she pushes herself to the absolute limit. Hurry, to the Adventurers Guild, faster, I need more speed. Wind whips past her as she gasps for breath, her voice a desperate plea. Kaichai-san, please help. Inside the guild, Kaichai is in the middle of his training, shattering a practice golem with a single, focused punch. One more time. Suddenly Lan Nayu crashes into the building, a whirlwind of desperation. She grabs Kaichai without a word, her grip like a vice. Ignoring the shocked onlookers, she pulls out a worn magic book. She flips it open, her eyes scanning the arcane text as a magical aura begins to glow around them. With a blinding flash and a whoosh, they vanish from the guild. Kaichai materializes in an open square, completely disoriented. Where am I now? Lan Nayu answers, her voice strained. You're at the entrance of the city center. Kaichai is still trying to get his bearings. Oh, Lan Nayu-san, what are we doing here? But she grabs him, her face frantic. Kaichai-san, we don't have time for that. She whips around, pointing a trembling finger towards the sky. That, help me with it. Kaichai follows her finger, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple. His eyes narrow, confused. That. And then he sees it. A colossal projectile, wreathed in dark energy, screaming directly towards them, promising total annihilation for the heart of the city. Kaichai is frozen in disbelief. How am I supposed to? Before he can finish, a squad of mages teleports into the square with a loud SH pop. Lord Kazed is with them, his face pale. Calm down, I wanted this to be a false alarm. The lead mage wastes no time. Anyways, the magic barrier, pour all of your magic into it, begin parallel recitations, hurry up. Kaichai watches them, stunned. Where did these guys come from? Why didn't I sense them? The mages slam their hands down. A massive magic circle erupts with light as they roar in unison, arise. A towering wall of pure magic energy shoots up from the ground, forming a translucent shield between the city and the incoming doom. The onlooking citizens gasp in awe and relief. What? That's the defensive magic squad's barrier. But their relief is short-lived as the projectile bears down on them, a terrifying black speck growing larger by the second. Panic erupts. What the heck is that? Run away. The tip of the projectile makes contact with the shimmering wall. For a breathtaking moment, there is silence as the unstoppable force meets the immovable object. The projectile grinds to a halt against the barrier. The mages have done it. A cheer starts to rise from the crowd, but then they see the cracks. With a sound like shattering glass, the barrier gives way. The projectile, barely slowed, continues its deadly descent. The magic squad can only watch in horror, their ultimate defense broken. The city's alarm bells begin to ring frantically. Kaichai watches the barrier fail, his expression grim. I don't think it'll last long. The crowd stares in disbelief at the unstoppable ballista golem's attack. Lan Nayu grabs his sleeve, her small hand trembling. Kaichai looks down at her, his voice low and serious. This isn't good, Lan Nayu-san, we should evacuate too. She clutches his clothes tighter, her voice cracking with despair. But all the people in the city center won't be able to, and if that's the case, a lot of people will die. Kaichai hesitates, the weight of her words hitting him, but... He looks away, trying to find an excuse. I also owe a lot of money to the dwarves, but still. He turns back to her, his gaze softening with a painful truth. The people here have been nothing but awful to us, especially to you. Do you still want to save them? Tears stream down Lan Nayu's face, but her eyes are filled with an unshakable conviction. I don't think you can put a price on someone's life. They're in trouble, and I can't help them. Kaichai is speechless, struck by her selfless plea. Her hands fall from his sleeve. That's why, she whispers as Kaichai watches, a sense of dread growing in his stomach. Lan Nayu-san, what? Hold on. She falls to her knees and presses her forehead to the cold stone ground, performing the deepest bow of supplication. I beg of you, please help. Kaichai recoils in shock and anger. Hey, stop that. Seeing her, this child who has endured so much cruelty, begging for the lives of her tormentors, ignites a furious, protective inferno in Kaichai's soul. Lan Nayu looks up, startled by the sudden, immense pressure radiating from him. Her tear-filled eyes widen as his voice, low and trembling with rage, cuts through the chaos. Listen up. He roars, his face a mask of pure, righteous fury. No child should ever have to beg on their knees. The raw power in his voice makes Lan Nayu flinch. It's the task of any true adult to wipe away a child's tears, understand. As he speaks, the projectile smashes through another building, the sound of snapping wood and cracking stone underscoring his vow. The magic squad, defeated and broken, prepares to flee. It can't be helped. We'll make a run for it once the wall breaks. They've given up, but Kaichai has just begun. The magic squad's last-ditch barrier shatters like glass against the sheer force of the golem's projectile. It's over. The city center is about to be wiped off the map. As citizens scramble in terror, Kaichai grits his teeth, sweat beading on his brow. I don't think I've ever been in a worse situation, he mutters, his eyes locked on the incoming doom. But he's not running, he's preparing. He announces his technique, a name that hangs heavy in the air, Charyua Kijutsu, 24 solar season style, Teiho. With a primal roar that rips from his throat, Kaichai plants his feet. The ground cracks under the strain as he braces for an impact that could vaporize a normal man. He knows it's impossible, a fool's errand. Throwing this into the air is impossible, he thinks, his muscles screaming in protest. That's why. Instead of stopping it, Kaichai meets the projectile head-on. his hands catching not the object itself but the very concept of its forward momentum. He's not just pushing it, he's peeling its kinetic energy away like unwinding a scroll of pure force. With a final, monumental effort, he twists all of that redirected power, forcing the projectile's trajectory downwards. All of it, I have to make it spin. The massive bolt screeches to a halt just feet from the ground, its destructive energy now spiraling harmlessly into the earth, drilling a perfect hole. Lan Nayu stares, her eyes wide with disbelief. It stopped. But the cost of this miracle is steep. The moment the danger passes, Kaichai's body gives out. He stumbles back, his momentum spent, collapsing right into a stunned Lan Nayu. Leaning against the crater he just created, Kaichai coughs, a grimace on his face. This was incredibly reckless of me. A sudden sharp pain lances through his chest. His eyes widen in shock as his body betrays him. He doubles over, a spray of blood erupting from his mouth, staining his clothes and the ground. Lan Nayu can only watch in horror, her voice trembling as she cries out his name, Kaichai-san. Meanwhile, in the chaos of the evacuation, Kaichai's nurse, Takiko, is frantically searching for him. The geezer disappeared, the alarm bells went off. What the hell is going on? As she runs, the magic book she was carrying slips from her grasp. It falls to the ground, flapping open to a specific page, almost as if by fate. Back at the plaza, Kaichai struggles to his feet. The pain is immense, but the job isn't finished. He knows this wasn't a cure. Of course, there's no way I'd be cured. It would never be that convenient, he thinks, a grim determination hardening his features. But the book reveals the secret of his power, Charyu Ikijutsu, a martial art that manipulates force. To master its ultimate techniques, one must achieve correct breathing at the pinnacle of exhaustion, the very edge of death. And right now, Kaichai is closer to death than ever. Darn it, but the closer I get to death, the more convenient it becomes. A wicked grin spreads across his blood-stained face. He raises a single finger, channeling what little energy he has left. With his target locked, the corrupted ballistic golem still standing on the city walls, he unleashes his final move, Jurai. Tiny projectiles of pure force shoot from his fingertip, streaking across the sky like miniature missiles. Lan Nayu can only whisper in awe, amazing. Far in the distance, the projectiles find their mark. The massive golem is struck with pinpoint precision. The backlash hits Kaichai like a sledgehammer, and he coughs up another mouthful of blood, his body pushed far beyond its limits. Lan Nayu watches, frozen in a mixture of awe and terror at the power, and the price she's just witnessed. A triumphant fanfare rings out, audible only to Kaichai. A system notification appears in his vision. You've defeated Ballista Golem, your level has increased. The citizens who had been fleeing stop and stare in utter confusion at the distant explosion. What the hell happened? Khazad's castle has. They can't comprehend what they're seeing, the castle on the wall destroyed with surgical accuracy. It has to be the work of the demon lord, one shouts while Lan Nayu trembles, realizing the scale of what Kaichai just did. Through the panicked crowd, Takiko pushes forward, ignoring the warnings. Hey, it's dangerous, a citizen yells. She shouts back, I'm not going to just abandon my patient. Her eyes scan the plaza, and then she sees it. She spots them standing in the middle of the destruction. Kaichai-san, Lan-chan, she yells, running towards them. I just heard a huge sound, are you both okay? As she gets closer, she finally sees the obliterated castle wall behind them, her jaw dropping in shock. What the castle's been destroyed, that's awful. The remains of the golem clatter and fall, a silent testament to the battle that just took place. Lan Nayu shudders looking at the wreckage. I hope nobody died, she whispers, the weight of the situation crashing down on her. Takiko points frantically. Kaichai-san, look at that, the castle has been messed up. Kaichai, barely standing, just grunts, is that so? No way, she insists, it's been leveled. From the rubble of the castle, a hand emerges. Lord Khazad and his men are buried but alive. Seeing the gathering crowd of dwarves, Kaichai knows they can't stay. Well, Toki-chan, we should leave town, as quickly as possible. Takiko panics. Aren't I a nurse, someone could be hurt. But Lan Nayu quickly agrees with Kaichai. That's right, dwarves are incredibly resilient, they'll be fine. Lan Nayu sweats nervously, knowing she's making a huge decision. Takiko looks at her confused. Hold on a bit, Lan-chan, are you coming with us? What about your work, is it finished? With a shaky thumbs up and a forced smile, Lan Nayu declares, right now, a lot of things are finished. Hooray! She's throwing her old life away to follow the man who saved her city. As they prepare to leave, the guild master approaches. Hold on, Gramps, he says, holding something out to Kaichai. Here, it's yours. It's a blank adventurer's id plate. I don't know anything about your status or race, so it's just a blank grade 3 identification. You can get it finished in the next town. The guild master shakes his head in disbelief. I'm still shocked you managed to one-hit kill a level 16 golem. I've never seen anything like that. Kaichai takes the plate, offering a weak smile. Well, thanks so much. But as the guild master watches them leave, his words echo in his mind. You one-hit. A golem? He glances up at the destroyed fortification on the wall. His eyes narrow, he replays the events in his head. The projectile, the explosion, the destroyed golem. And then the pieces click into place with horrifying clarity. His face contorts with rage and realization. Hey, Gramps, you didn't. Pointing from the city steps, the guild master roars for all to hear, "Help, the culprits are escaping." In an instant, their status shifts from saviors to fugitives. Kaichai doesn't hesitate. "Just hurry up and get to the next town," he yells, pulling his new companions into a desperate escape. On the outskirts of a dense forest, the dwarven pursuers grind to a halt. Their leader, axe in hand, scans the horizon in frustration. "We've lost sight of them," he growls. Another dwarf confirms, "Damn, we chased them to this area, find them." After a fruitless search, the leader makes a decision. "This is useless, let's come back with some search lizards." His subordinate adds a grim promise, "And we'll put wanted posters up all over the place." They weren't giving up. Standing by the water's edge, one of the dwarves spits in disgust. "Damn these criminals," he mutters before turning to leave with the others. The forest falls silent once more. As soon as the coast is clear, the surface of the lake breaks. Kaichai and Lan Nayu emerge, sputtering as they pull bamboo breathing tubes from their mouths. They had been hiding right under their noses the entire time. Takiko surfaces last, her nurse's uniform completely soaked. She looks around, dazed but relieved. "Wha, now," she murmurs, catching her breath as the immediate danger seems to have passed. But the relief is short-lived for Lan Nayu. The reality of their situation crashes down on her in a wave of terror. "Wah-ha," she screams, tears streaming down her face. "What do we do? It's all over." She sinks into the water, completely despondent. "Just leave me at the bottom of the lake," she sobs to Kaichai. I'm sorry." Lan Nayu scrambles onto the shore, still shaking from her panic attack, her dragon-like tail flicking nervously. As Takiko and Kaichai get to their feet, the weight of what just happened begins to settle in. The adrenaline is fading, replaced by a chilling uncertainty. Standing on the muddy bank, the trio looks at each other. The silence is heavy, broken only by the dripping of water from their clothes. Lan Nayu's voice trembles as she confronts Kaichai, her eyes wide with fear. "So, now we're wanted criminals in this world, is that right?" Takiko turns to Kaichai, her expression a mix of exhaustion and disbelief. "That castle, you destroyed it completely, didn't you, Kaichai? How did you even manage that?" The old man's face darkens as he considers the consequences. "Could you be facing the death penalty?" he wonders aloud, causing Lan Nayu to gasp. He quickly tries to backtrack. "Well, I did help reduce the damage, right?" Takiko tries to be the voice of reason, though she doesn't sound convinced herself. "It's fine, my skills didn't register any deaths, so no one died. Probably." Her forced optimism does little to calm Lan Nayu's frantic laughter. As the panic subsides, Takiko's professional instincts kick in. She pauses, her eyes narrowing as she notices something she'd missed in the chaos. Her head whips around to face her companions. "Wait, aren't the both of you hurt?" she exclaims. "I'm so sorry, with everything going on, I didn't even notice." She rushes over to Lan Nayu, gently touching her cheek. "Lan-chan, you have bruises everywhere. What in the world happened?" Kaichai just chuckles, trying to downplay the situation. "She probably just fell while running. She's so energetic, you know. Kids will be kids." But the look on his face turns serious. He admits the truth, his voice low. "Well, since I failed at my job, the lord of the castle got a little rough." Takiko is horrified by the implication. "You did a great job, Kaichai-san." Kaichai's eyes glint with a cold fury. "Yeah, but maybe I should go back and break a few more of his bones just to be safe." Ignoring his dark proposal, Takiko immediately switches into healer mode. Placing her hands on Lan Nayu, she chants, "Cure." A warm, gentle light envelops the dragonkin. Lan Nayu tries to protest. "It's fine, I don't think these are worth using your skill over." But Takiko is insistent. "Nonsense, come here, I'll use my magic to heal all your wounds." She gets carried away, zapping every minor scrape she can find. There's bruises here too, and over there. Lan Nayu starts to feel uneasy, not from the healing but from the healer. Toki-san," she asks nervously, "how is your magic doing?" As Takiko moves to heal another spot, Lan Nayu tries to warn her. "If you keep using your recovery skill like this." But it's too late. With a final, weak pulse of magic, Takiko's eyes roll back and she collapses face first into the ground with a heavy thud. Mana exhaustion. Lan Nayu shrieks, What happened to you, Toki-chan?" Kaichai calmly assesses the situation. She used up all of her magic power. Takiko is completely paralyzed, her face planted in the dirt, mumbling incoherently. "I can't move at all, what is this?" Kaichai looks worried. "Will she be okay?" Lan Nayu, now the expert, explains. "When you run out of mana, it usually takes half a day to recover your movement." She continues, however, to fully regain your magic power. It takes a few more days after that. A long and vulnerable recovery period. Kaichai recalls their first meeting. "Lan Nayu-san, you said you ran out of magic before. Were you unable to move too?" Lan Nayu shakes her head. "No, you see, I also ran out of magic back in Galar." Kaichai gestures to Takiko's motionless form. But you're moving just fine now, how?" A sly, proud smile spreads across Lan Nayu's face. She taps her cheek, her fangs showing slightly. Actually, dragon newts like me are kinda special." Puffing out her chest, Lan Nayu goes into a full-blown bragging session. "From birth, we have unique skills. Our magic is leagues higher than other races, our bodies are strong, and we live for a very long time. We're commonly called the strongest race." Takiko, still face down, mentally flashes back to all the times Lan Nayu has tripped, cried, or needed help, thinking, strongest race. Right. Kaichai, completely missing the irony, pats Lan Nayu's head like a proud grandfather. Well, I didn't understand all that, but good for you. From the ground, Takiko's muffled voice complains, isn't it about time someone helped me up? Suddenly, Kaichai's playful demeanor vanishes. His head snaps to the side, his senses screaming a warning. The brief moment of peace by the lakeside is over. His eyes narrow, his voice dropping to a deadly serious tone. We'd better get a move on, he says, still patting Lan Nayu's head absently. They've come back. Miles away, the dwarves are closing in fast, riding reptilian mounts that tear through the undergrowth with terrifying speed. The lead dwarf barks orders over the thundering footsteps of their mounts. There are 3 of them, we lost them near the lake up ahead. One is the dragon newt, Lan Nayu, we'll find them. The search lizards skid to a halt, kicking up dirt as they arrive at the clearing our heroes just left. The dwarves dismount, their eyes scanning the area. We're here, the leader says, let the search lizards do their jobs. One of the lizards lowers its head, sniffing intently. A low growl rumbles in its throat, its handler pats its side. Okay girl, it picked up the scent, they went west, let's go. The creature's specialized senses lock onto the trail, far more effective than the dwarves' eyes alone. The chase is on. Kaichai runs with the limp body of Takiko slung over his shoulder while Lan Nayu sprints beside him in a panic. This is too scary, how close are they? Kaichai grits his teeth. This is bad, they're catching up. They plunge deeper into the woods, the path growing darker and more treacherous, their frantic footsteps the only sound. An idea sparks in Lan Nayu's mind. We should continue heading west, she pants. In the forest of the elves there might be someone who can help us hide. Kaichai's eyes widen. Elves, it's a long shot but it's their only hope. With renewed determination, Lan Nayu shouts, let's go. Deep within a dense forest, the world is a blur of green and brown. For Takiko, it's an upside-down nightmare as she screams, carried at high speed on Kaichai's back. Led by the nimble Lan Nayu, the group barrels through the woods. Please go slower, I'm going to be seasick, Takiko wails, her voice muffled. I can't handle this, you're going too fast. Kaichai, barely breaking a sweat, calls out to their guide. Lan Nayu-san, this forest of the elves, is it still up ahead? Lan Nayu glances back, her voice sharp with urgency. Yes, just a bit further. They move like phantoms, leaping over fallen logs and roots in a desperate flight from their pursuers. Kaichai watches Lan Nayu's back, a flicker of admiration in his eyes. She's really fast, he thinks, there's something else about this kid. He keeps a close eye on her, gauging her pace against his own. His mind drifts back. There was a time when I would never lose a race to anyone. He realizes with a jolt that Lan Nayu isn't even going all out. A few times, she slowed herself down to keep pace with me. To an outside observer, their pace might seem almost comically slow, but it's a calculated rhythm, with Lan Nayu deliberately holding back so Kaichai can keep up. As he runs, Kaichai takes stock of his own bizarre situation. My body's been in great shape since I've arrived in this world, he muses. Just 4 days ago my legs were so atrophied I could barely stand. But while his physical stats are through the roof, his actual skills, his techniques, have been nothing but failures. At first I thought my body was just healing, he reasons internally, but there's something strange happening here. There's something more to the power. He can feel it deep within him, a strange sensation. There's this feeling of some foreign substance within the power itself, a power that is not entirely his own. Lan Nayu's voice snaps him back to reality. Kaichai-san, how close are our pursuers? Kaichai glances over his shoulder. They're right on our tails. He presses Lan Nayu for information. Will you be able to meet your companions when we enter the forest? She clicks her tongue in annoyance. I think they may be riding something to follow us. Lan Nayu shouts back over the wind, no, they're deep in the forest. Then her eyes go wide with a sudden, dawning realization. They burst through the tree line into a breathtaking clearing. Ancient, towering trees form a canopy high above. We've entered the forest of the elves, Lan Nayu announces. Further in is their hidden village. Kaichai looks up in awe. Ooh, what a deep forest. You can really feel the age from these majestic trees. Takiko, however, is still green around the gills. I done feel goo. Lan Nayu's tone suddenly becomes deadly serious. There are some things you need to be aware of in this forest. But Kaichai is lost in the scenery, completely oblivious. Such a pleasant forest, he says to himself, just as Lan Nayu calls his name. She turns to him, her expression grim. You absolutely cannot do any of the following. Before she can explain, the sound of pursuit crashes through the trees. Oh damn, Lan Nayu cries out, they've already caught up to us. The group skids to a halt as the thundering sound of their pursuers grows louder. Are you going to fight them? Lan Nayu asks, her voice trembling slightly. The dwarf pursuers mounted on reptilian beasts pull up short at the forest's edge. The long ears forest. The leader growls, a hint of fear in his voice. Shit, we should turn back. But a glint of determination, or perhaps greed, flashes in his eyes. He raises his axe, his voice booming through the clearing. We've caught up to them, get them, I don't care if you slaughter them. Kaichai sighs, a weary expression on his face. Hey, that's a bit harsh. Lan Nayu starts to panic, but Kaichai cuts her off with a calm, steady voice. I'll deal with them without fighting them, he says, now hurry. He turns to her, a plan already forming. It can't be helped. Hey, Lan Nayu-san, go on ahead. As the dwarves charge, Kaichai calmly walks over to one of the giant trees and gives it a gentle pat. Lan Nayu looks back. utterly confused, before finally turning and dashing deeper into the woods. She glances back one last time, a desperate stow forming on her lips, but it's too late. Kaichai has made his move. He stands before the colossal, ancient tree, dwarfed by its sheer scale. A strange energy seems to crackle in the air. Suddenly, a wave of nausea hits him. He leans against the rough bark, sweating. I think I'm gonna throw up, he groans. The charging dwarves pull up, confused by the sudden shift in the atmosphere. What the? One of them shouts. Captain, look up. The captain's eyes widen in disbelief and terror at what he sees. The leaves of the ancient tree begin to tremble and fall, a silent, ominous warning. And then, Kaichai vomits at the base of the tree. The ground instantly erupts in a cataclysmic explosion of earth and roots, sending the entire squad of pursuers flying. With the threat seemingly neutralized, Kaichai turns to leave. Okay, Lan Nayu-san, let's get, we should keep going while they're busy. He glances back at the devastation, a bead of sweat rolling down his face. Holy shit, he whispers, shocked at the sheer power he just unleashed. He collapses to his knees, trying to catch his breath. What's up? Lan Nayu asks, looking back. Kaichai can only manage a breathless, we need to get out of here, Jesus. But Lan Nayu isn't looking at the defeated dwarves. She's staring at the tree, her face pale with horror. Why you've done it now, she stammers. You hurt one of the trees. Kaichai is completely lost. Hey, shouldn't we keep running away? He watches as the dwarves scramble to their feet and beat a hasty retreat. They're leaving. His plan worked, but not for the reason he thinks. As the last dwarf gets to his feet, he doesn't look back at Kaichai. Instead, he and his comrades are staring into the darkness of the forest, terrified of something else entirely. Unseen, unheard, a new presence makes itself known. A pointed ear, adorned with simple rings, twitches in the shadows. Miles away, perched atop a high branch, a lone elf archer surveys the landscape, their bow already drawn. Lan Nayu is in full-blown panic mode. An attack is probably on its way right now, everyone be on the lookout. She whirls on Kaichai, her voice cracking. You just broke one of the forest's rules, don't harm the trees, not good. I have to hurry and tell them we don't mean any harm. Takiko, finally recovering, tries to be the voice of reason. Calm down, Lan Nayu-san, I don't get it, but right now we're fine. Kaichai scans the area, his senses on high alert. I don't sense anyone near. He's cut off by a sharp biwian as an arrow moving faster than sound slams into the rock beside them, missing by inches. Chaos erupts. Yuwa, this is bad, we have to hide, Kaichai yells, diving for cover with Lan Nayu. Takiko is frozen in place. Hey Wyatt, I still can't move. From his distant perch, the elf archer clicks his tongue in annoyance. Tusk, missed. He watches them scramble behind a rock. Now you're hiding in a blind spot, he murmurs, unimpressed. The pieces click into place for Kaichai. An elf patrol, Lan Nayu confirms his fear. The elves worship the trees and will attack anyone who harms them without question. Kaichai sighs, so it's my fault then. Lan Nayu shakes her head, taking the blame. No, I should have explained earlier. I'll go clear up the misunderstanding. With my brave circuit, we should be okay. She places a hand on Kaichai's shoulder, trying to summon her power. But nothing happens, she collapses utterly spent. Out of magic, she whispers in despair. Kaichai sits down, trying to console the distraught girl. Hey, everyone makes mistakes, it's okay, I've made some myself, you know. But their opponent isn't waiting for a timeout. The elf takes aim once more. He begins to chant wind magic swirling around his arrowhead. O favorable winds, blow upon me, I call upon thine symbol of power, lend my arrows a portion of your might, and deliver them to my enemy. He releases the string, unleashing a gift arrow. The glowing arrow screams through the air, but instead of flying straight, it makes an impossible, physics-defying turn, locking onto them like a heat-seeking missile. Kaichai's eyes widen in disbelief. It turned. With no time to think, Kaichai tackles Lan Nayu, pulling her to the ground. The magic arrow grazes his side before exploding against the rock behind them. Lan Nayu scrambles up, her eyes wide with worry. Kaichai-san, are you okay? He grits his teeth in pain. Damn, I couldn't detect it at all. Lan Nayu smiles, relieved. Thanks for saving me. But Kaichai isn't celebrating, he's analyzing. Surely this is a long-range sniper. He lies on the ground, his mind racing. Lan Nayu-san, you're pretty agile, I don't think I could dodge that. He turns to the still dazed Takiko. I knew about the wind magic they use, so I was prepared, that's all. Then can I leave it to you to watch over Toki-chan? The elf archer waits patiently, the shadow of his hood hiding his expression. He lowers his bow, confused. Missed again, who are they? He wonders, watching their strange behavior. What are they doing? Suddenly his pointed ear twitches. He senses something impossible. A jolt of shock runs through him. No way. Back at the rock, Kaichai holds up his hand, using his fingers to frame the distant landscape, his eyes calculating. I see, the arrows are coming from over there. In a flash, he's on his feet and sprinting not away but directly towards the sniper's position. Based on the angle, the arrows flew about 2 km, he calculates. It's hard to believe, they're headed this way. He pushes himself harder, a grim smile on his face. No wonder I couldn't sense them, that's one hell of an archer. As he tears through the forest, he mutters to himself, man, the elderly shouldn't have to run that far. Takiko snaps out of her stupor, yelling after him. No way, you can't go and fight by yourself, I just won't allow it. After all, Kaichai-san, you're terminally ill. Kaichai glances back, his face transformed. The weariness is gone, replaced by a fiery excitement. I haven't felt this good and have been in shape for some time, he declares. I feel like I did 20 years ago. I'd like to see how I do in a real battle. Takiko can only stare, speechless. He becomes a blur, weaving between the ancient trees with a speed and grace that defy his age. His sandals kick up dirt as he pushes his revitalized body to its absolute limit. The elf archer watches the approaching figure, a delighted laugh escaping his lips. Foo, I've never seen someone dodge like this. They're weaving between the trees and changing their speed. Fantastic, this is too good. This isn't an assassination anymore, it's a game. As he runs, Kaichai's focus sharpens. He pictures a notebook in his mind, flipping through pages of techniques. He stops on one specific entry, a childish drawing next to the words, Number 13, Sniper. A predatory grin spreads across Kaichai's face. Miles away, the elf knocks another arrow, a matching smile hidden by his hood. The hunter has become the hunted. Now, Kaichai thinks, his blood singing with anticipation. Let's fight. The stage is set. In the vast Galar region, a lone warrior, Kaichai, has trespassed into the sacred forest of the elves, sparking a high-stakes confrontation. The chase is on. Kaichai barrels through the undergrowth, his body low to the ground. He's a blur of motion, but his target is still a staggering 1.6 kilometers away. Even the wildlife pauses, sensing the tension in the air as the old master pushes onward, his footsteps thundering through the quiet woods. Suddenly, the air itself seems to tear apart. Bright flashes of energy, arrows rain down from above, forcing Kaichai to weave and dodge through the deadly barrage. But Kaichai isn't just running blindly. As he evades, his mind is racing, breaking down the impossible challenge before him. All right, he thinks, his expression hardening, I need to get my thoughts in order. There are 3 critical issues I have to face against this archer. Perched atop a distant, jagged peak is his opponent, a lone elven archer with a clear line of sight. The sheer distance is the first, most daunting obstacle. An arrow slams into the dirt right where Kaichai was a split second before. The impact sends a shockwave through the ground, but the old man is already moving, his reflexes honed by a lifetime of battle. He keeps his breathing steady, his focus absolute. Each step is precise, each dodge calculated. He can't afford a single mistake. Problem number 1, the sheer, blistering speed of the arrows. They cut through the air faster than anything he's ever seen. With a sharp tap, Kaichai's finger intercepts an arrowhead, deflecting it just enough. I can react quickly enough for now, he analyzes, but that won't be the case the closer I get. Another projectile screams past, embedding itself perfectly between his feet. The margin for error is 0. Then comes the second problem. A new projectile glowing with an ethereal light arcs through the sky. This is no ordinary arrow. It defies physics, curving mid-flight as if it has a mind of its own. Kaichai looks up, his eyes wide with disbelief. This is something else entirely. The glowing arrow lands, its energy dissipating. Kaichai stops for a moment, his mind racing. I can't figure out their trajectory. Is this the magic Lan Naiu was talking about? I guess so. He'd heard of it, but seeing it firsthand was another story. Sweat beads on his brow as he puts it all together. Thirdly, my own stamina, he grits his teeth. I need to break through all 3 problems to close the distance. Otherwise, all my talk meant nothing. But as he pushes his aging body, he feels a strange surge. His arms swing with a fluidity he hasn't felt in years. He clenches his fist, feeling a well of unexpected power. A flicker of shock crosses his face. My body, it feels like it's become 20 years younger. A grim smile touches his lips. This changes things. He throws a test punch, a shockwave exploding from his fist. The power is real. Seems worth trying out, he declares to himself. He picks up a dry, brittle twig. It crumbles in his hand, a reminder of his physical age. Despite the surge of energy, his body is still old. Tossing the twig aside, he reignites his charge with renewed vigor. Okay, let's try it out. The distance closes to 1.4 kilometers. High above, the elf archer Neji lowers his bow, a smirk playing on his lips. He heard the distinct sound of the parry. That sound just now, did you parry one of my arrows? He muses. How skillful. Neji knocks another arrow, his smirk widening. Maybe I should be a little more devious myself. His eye glints with cunning. The game is about to change. Kaichai continues his relentless advance, eating up the ground between them. Only 900 meters left. He spots it instantly, another glowing, magical arrow screaming towards him. But his eyes narrow. No, he thinks, sensing something is off. It's a trap. A second normal arrow appears, curving to intercept his escape path. A pincer attack from 2 directions. 2 arrows at the same time. I don't think I can dodge this. With no room to evade, Kaichai prepares a counter. He brings his hands together, focusing his energy into his fingertips. He unleashes his technique, hammer finger. His hardened finger becomes a weapon, striking out with impossible speed and precision. With 2 sharp taps, he meets both arrowheads head-on, a desperate gamble to survive. I'll survive by the skin of my teeth. The first arrow is deflected perfectly, sent spinning harmlessly away. But his eyes widen in shock. The second arrow didn't react as he expected. It grazes his arm, tearing through his sleeve and drawing blood. He's been hit. For the first time in this fight, the elf has landed a blow. Kaichai looks at the blood on his finger. he realizes the arrow wasn't just guided by magic. His eyes narrow in understanding. It's power, so I can't manipulate its path completely. He glances at the arrow embedded in the ground, a thin trail of magic still smoking from its tip. He managed to dodge, but it was too close. Kaichai turns his back for a moment, a cold aura beginning to form around him. I suppose I should give something in return. He clenches his wounded hand. How long has it been? I forgot how this felt. The thrill of a real battle, the sting of a wound, you really did it. He looks at the cut in disbelief. A cut, is this? Blood? The shock isn't from the pain, but from the sheer novelty of being injured. And then something snaps. A dark, terrifying aura explodes from Kaichai. The friendly old master is gone, replaced by a stone-cold killer. Oblivious, Neji chuckles from his perch. Haha, it was fun playing with you, but my magic is almost out. He thinks he's about to win. He's still impressed by the old man's skill. Oh, you deflected it. As Neji draws his bow for the final shot, a horrifying visage of the Grim Reaper materializes behind him. It's not real, but a psychic projection of the pure, unadulterated killing intent Kaichai has just unleashed upon him. Neji's cocky expression shatters into one of pure primal terror. Wah. Frozen in fear, his body jolts back involuntarily. In his panic he stumbles, knocking his entire quiver off the ledge. Oh no. The cold sweat of terror drips down his face as he processes the suffocating pressure. Was that killing intent? He's completely paralyzed by a fear he has never known. His precious custom-made arrows tumble down the sheer cliff face, lost to the chasm below. The scraping sound of his quiver sliding down the rock is the sound of his defeat. Neji is left stunned, holding only the single arrow he had in his hand. He scrambles to the edge, the reality of his mistake crashing down on him. Oh crap, shit. He looks at his quiver holder, it's empty. A scream of utter despair echoes from the mountaintop. Ah yeah, my arrows, they've all fallen what? Up on the cliff, the elf archer Neji is in a full-blown panic. The wave of pure killing intent from Kaichai was so overwhelming it literally shook him to his core. No, 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 my arrows, he screams, frantically patting himself down. Where are they? His heart sinks as he realizes his entire quiver has tumbled over the edge, but then his eyes catch a glint on the rocky ground. Ah, a single, solitary arrow lies on the precipice. Neji snatches it up, clutching it like a lifeline. He tries to steel his nerves, a shaky laugh escaping his lips. Ah, good, one arrow should be fine, but his internal thoughts betray his fear. No, I don't know if this will be enough for him. A bead of sweat rolls down his temple. The bravado fades, replaced by the cold, hard reality of his situation. He's got one shot left against a monster who just closed a kilometer in minutes. Neji peers over the edge and his blood runs cold. Down below, the landscape is littered with his deflected arrows, and standing amongst them is Kaichai. He's already crossed the vast distance. How? Neji whispers, his mind struggling to comprehend the old man's terrifying speed. Kaichai stands there, hands on his knees, panting heavily. The sprint has clearly taken its toll, but even hunched over and gasping for air, his presence is suffocating. When did he get here? Neji thinks, his confidence completely shattered. Steam rises from Kaichai's body as he tries to regulate his breathing. That was a little more, he wheezes. The gap has been closed, only 80 meters remain. Slowly, Kaichai lifts his head, a wicked grin spreading across his wrinkled face. My killing intent is quite intense, huh? He taunts, his voice raspy but sharp. Exaggerated, but I see it spooked ya. Neji's face flushes with anger and embarrassment. He grips his bow tighter, his knuckles white. A asshole. Having caught his breath, Kaichai begins to walk forward with a slow, deliberate thud of his sandals. He's not running anymore. He's taking his time, playing with his prey. He stops just beside one of the giant trees, crossing his arms. He looks up at the cliff, his voice carrying easily across the 80-meter gap. Oh, are you not going to attack? Neji's eye widens. What is this old man planning? Why would he stop now? Kaichai leans casually against the massive trunk, still catching his breath. Ah, I've been told you worship these giant trees. I think that's correct, right? The question hangs in the air, loaded with unspoken meaning. Neji lets out a sharp tusk. He's been figured out. The old man isn't just a physical monster, he's a tactical genius. Kaichai's grin widens, he's laid his trap. So what would happen if I dodged here? He asks, patting the sacred bark. You'd hit the tree, right? He gestures to the ground around him. I've noticed that you hit the ground and other stones. Kaichai takes a deep, calming breath. But when you were firing at me, you never once struck a single tree. Your faith is your weakness. Then Kaichai does the unthinkable. He deliberately steps away from the cover of the tree, moving into the open. Neji is stunned. He's leaving the tree. Kaichai stretches his back, feigning nonchalance. This old man needs to take a break every now and then. He's presenting himself as a perfect, open target. For Neji, this is it, the perfect shot, the one he's been waiting for. A confident smirk plays on his lips. A chance. But Kaichai's eyes narrow. His feint worked perfectly, he thinks to himself generally. You can't hold someone hostage by their faith and expect to win. Kaichai crouches low, tapping his knees. Now I'm going to gather all my strength. As Neji knocks his final, precious arrow, he gives a respectful smile. I am overjoyed that I was able to fight a warrior of your skill. It was an honor. Simultaneously, Kaichai focuses his energy, power flowing down into his legs, ready for the final move. Neji begins his chant, magical energy swirling around his bow. O savage storms and wild winds, by your symbol I call upon your rage and power, dwell within my arrow. Kaichai braces himself. Good, come, he thinks. I won't be able to react in time, but at this distance I can read them. With a blinding flash of light, Neji releases his ultimate attack. It's not just an arrow, it's a massive, swirling vortex of destructive wind magic. Cyclone Arrow. The magical tornado slams into the ground where Kaichai stood, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion of dirt and rock. The dust settles, revealing a crater. Neji stands atop the cliff, confident in his victory. A sad smile touches his lips as he looks down at the destruction. You were strong and a great warrior. Suddenly, a hand claps down on his shoulder. A familiar, wheezing voice speaks right behind him. Ah, thanks for that. Neji freezes. A strange pressure radiates from Kaichai's hand, spreading through his entire body. My body. Panic sets in as he tries to move, to turn, to fight back, but he's completely paralyzed. I can't move it at all. Kaichai stands behind him, panting from the exertion of his final leap but undeniably victorious. The distance is 0, caught ya. Sweat pours down Kaichai's face. He looks utterly exhausted, but his eyes are sharp. Ah, that was rough, he gasps. Now, with this, the battle has been decided. Still holding the paralyzed elf, Kaichai begins to explain. Ah, I should clear up a misunderstanding first. We don't hold any hate towards you and yours. He leans in close. You may know one of my friends who came to this forest. Do you know the name Lan Nayu? Neji's eyes widen in recognition. Why, you know Lan Shi, the dragon newt, Kaichai nods. Yup, due to an unrelated issue, I had caused harm to a tree. As Kaichai explains, Neji suddenly realizes the paralyzing pressure is gone. I can move. Kaichai gives him a light poke, fully releasing the technique. The moment he's free, Neji jolts and throws himself into a deep, formal bow. I am so very sorry. I was unaware of the faith you have in them. Kaichai looks up at the ancient, sacred tree on the cliff. But you know, I never meant to offend you, believe me. Neji looks up, still processing the sudden turn of events. The fierce warrior is gone, replaced by a confused young elf. His mind races, trying to piece together the truth of the situation. Composing himself, Neji stands and touches his ear, reciting his people's law. Whoever damages the trees within the Kupura forest, they shall be punished in kind. That is our village's law. He pulls down his hood, revealing his face for the first time. But, at the same time, it is an unwritten law of this world that the will of the strong overrules all else. I will leave the decision on this matter to the head of the village. He offers a hand. Until then, let's have a truce. I am the elf scout Neji, Kaichai nods, and I'm Takemura Kaichai, so. Neji extends his hand for a handshake, but Kaichai just stares at it, a strange look on his face. In a flash, Kaichai's demeanor shifts from weary old man to wily martial artist. He snatches Neji's outstretched hand, his grip like iron. Neji is completely bewildered. Kaichai grins mischievously. Sorry, just let me do this one thing, it won't hurt much. Before Neji can even process the words, Kaichai pivots, using the elf's momentum to hoist him into the air for a perfect martial arts throw. Neji's world becomes a spinning blur as he's sent flying through the air. He lands hard on his back with a loud pat, dust kicking up around him. Staring up at the sky, dazed and confused, Neji can only stammer, why? Kaichai stands over him, beaming with a ridiculously sparkly and triumphant grin. After all, he declares with the satisfaction of a grandmaster, I won't consider it settled without a throw. Deep within the forest, the group finally reaches a clearing where they're met by another elf. Lan Nayu's face lights up. Neji, she calls out. The elf Neji grins back, grasping her hand warmly. It's been too long, Lan Shi, you look well. As the two friends catch up, Takiko watches from the side, exhausted and unimpressed. Lan Nayu gestures towards Takiko, who's slumped over in the background. Well, one of my companions had a bit of a problem, she explains to Neji. Her magic completely ran out on the way here. Neji's gaze falls on Takiko and his eyes sparkle with curiosity. So this is a real elf then, he thinks, admiring her features. Such a pretty face. Wait, are they female or male? Either is fine. He puts on a charming smile and asks aloud, is there anything I can help you with? Hearing that Takiko is out of magic, Neji's smile widens. He gestures to a large basket he's carrying. Ah, well, it's a good thing I have some restoration fruits with me then. Takiko's eyes widen with hope. Without a second thought, Takiko grabs the fruit and takes a massive, desperate bite. The sound of a loud crunch echoes for a moment. Just a moment before, Neji had presented the dark, apple-like fruit to her. Here you are, he'd said with a confident smirk. If you eat this, you should be able to move and recover your magic. Takiko, desperate for any relief, had looked at it like it was a divine gift. The instant the taste hits her, reality crashes down. Her face contorts in pure, unadulterated disgust. Disgusting, she gags, her tongue lolling out. It's like a burnt tire. But as she chokes down the foul-tasting fruit, a brilliant flash of energy erupts from her body, streaking across the sky. The effect was instantaneous and overwhelmingly powerful. Neji absolutely loses it, bursting into roaring laughter. He clutches his stomach, tears in his eyes. Biwahaha, what? You've never had a restoration fruit before. The rest of the group is less amused. Kaichai recoils with a disgusted Yuwa, while Takiko tries to scold Neji through his laughter. Neji-san, you shouldn't be laughing like that, but he's too far gone, howling with delight. Once he finally calms down, wiping a tear from his eye, Neji gives the now recharged Takiko a curious look. "Ha, and so, it's time. What species are you? I've never seen anyone like you around here." Takiko stands tall, striking a pose with newfound energy. "Well, as you can plainly see, you and I are both elves." Neji's friendly demeanor vanishes, replaced by sheer disbelief. "Are you messing with me? You look nothing like an elf at all." He leans in, delivering the final, brutal verdict. "You're most likely a mix between an orc and a troll." Lan Naiu, standing nearby, clamps her hands over her mouth, her shoulders shaking as she desperately tries to stifle a laugh. Takiko's face becomes a mask of pure, terrifying rage. The air crackles as she turns her shadowed gaze on her supposed friend. "What's so funny, Lan Naiu?" she asks, her voice dangerously calm. Neji, realizing he's gone too far, immediately stammers, "I'm sorry." Kaichai steps in, trying to de-escalate. "Will you two stop horsing around?" Lan Naiu, now held in a death grip by Takiko, squeaks out an apology while Takiko insists there was nothing funny at all. With the petty squabbles settled and everyone's energy restored, the group finally gets moving again. As they walk, Neji begins to explain the situation to the village elder. "Takiko and Kaichai are from another world," he recounts. "They appeared 3 days ago, and after destroying a lord's castle to save a city, they had to flee." He continues, "Without looking at the scene, it's pretty clear why the dwarves would view you as criminals. But honestly, most elves don't like the dwarves, so hiding you here won't be much of a problem." Neji glances back at Kaichai with a serious expression. "But Kaichai, you should be more careful. You're causing problems for yourself by being reckless in a place you know nothing about." Kaichai hangs his head, accepting the rebuke. "Yeah, you've got me dead to rights there." Suddenly, Neji stops, a look of confusion on his face as he surveys the path ahead. They've hit a dead end. Kaichai looks around, puzzled. "This looks like a dead end. Is there a secret entrance or something?" Even Lan Naiu seems confused, muttering, "How odd, I don't remember coming this way last time." Ignoring them, Neji walks up to a random tree and pats it approvingly. Good, this is a good tree, okay." The others just stare, completely baffled. He then turns around and starts walking back the way they came. "Now let's head back a bit. It's just this way," he declares confidently, leaving the others to question his sanity. As he walks, a small carved piece of wood falls from his pocket, unnoticed. Lan Naiu stops and points in a different direction. "Neji-san," she says hesitantly, "if I remember this place. I think it's this way." Neji freezes, his eyes wide. He quickly recovers, spinning around with a huge, fake grin. "Good job, Lan Shi, you noticed. I was just testing your memory is all." Kaichai isn't buying it for a second. "Did you get lost? In your own backyard?" Neji just laughs it off nervously. What a foolish thing to say. Lan Naiu sighs and takes the lead, pointing down the correct path. "It's a left here." Neji scrambles to keep up, still trying to save face. "There's no way an elf would get lost in their own forest. What a dumb joke," he shouts, a little too loudly. He's met with the cold, deadpan stares of Kaichai and Takiko. Their silence is more damning than any accusation. Their thoughts are practically written on their faces. "This elf is probably a moron." Kaichai just sighs and forces a weak smile. "Ah, another test. You have a great memory, Lan Shi." Finally, after following Lan Naiu's directions, Neji triumphantly announces, "We've made it." He beams with pride while the rest of the group looks completely and utterly exhausted by his antics. They stand at the edge of a grove of colossal, ancient trees, their white bark glowing in the filtered sunlight. This is the heart of the Kupuri forest. And nestled among the giant flora is their destination, a village of mushroom-shaped houses built into the landscape. "Kupuri village," Lan Naiu cheers, her excitement renewed. Kaichai claps Lan Naiu on the shoulder. "Amazing, Lan Shi, thanks for the help," he says, shooting a pointed look at Neji. "Let's not get lost this time." Neji flinches but quickly deflects. "First we have to deal with Kaichai's crimes." To the village elder's house. They're led to the largest mushroom structure, the home of the village elder. Inside, an old, stern-looking elf named Betsu gets straight to the point. "I see, so while you were in the midst of fleeing from the dwarves, you harmed one of the sacred trees within Kupura forest." Kaichai bows his head in sincere apology. "I am terribly sorry. I didn't realize how important the trees here were. Is there any way for you to forgive me for this?" Betsu's eyes drift down to the strange, futuristic-looking device Kaichai has placed on the table as a sign of goodwill. The elder leans back, his voice booming. "You're forgiven." But as Kaichai breathes a sigh of relief, Betsu's expression hardens. He gestures for Neji to come closer. "Is what I'd like to say," he whispers. "And they aren't so easily forgiven. Neji, I'd like to talk with him in private." Once they're alone, Betsu's stern facade melts away into a mischievous grin. "As you can tell, I'm also not a fan of the dwarves," he confides, barely suppressing a giggle. "While harming the trees is a crime, you did it while escaping those worthless beardies. I think there is room for forgiveness here." He leans forward, his voice filled with glee. "And of all things what you did to Kazad's castle." Kaichai explains himself. "Well, I don't think I was around them enough to really understand them, but they seemed pretty exclusionary." Betsu slaps the table and erupts in laughter. "Ha ha ha, nice work. Hearing about the blow you struck to that tight-fisted lord, it warms my heart. Personally, you've already impressed me, my friend." Seeing his chance, Kaichai leans in with a sly look of his own. "Well, if I've impressed you enough, maybe you could let this incident slide then." The elder's smile becomes strained. I can't do that. This may be a small town, but I still have my honor as its elder. It's necessary to do something for us that's equal to wash away your sin. Outside, the others wait anxiously. Inside, Betsu reveals his plan. And what would that be? Kaichai asks. Betsu grins. Let's see, why don't you go with Lan-kun and meet Raisin? Betsu describes a chaotic scene, a room buried under mountains of books and scrolls where a single elf scholar sits cross-legged, lost in her work. She's an incredibly gifted elf scholar, a bit odd though. She has an errand that she wants help with. Kaichai agrees to the terms. If that's required for forgiveness, I'm willing to help out, but Neji must have told you I'm from another world. I don't really understand this place yet, so I can't do anything too complex. Betsu nods. Once you've completed that thing, you're free to stay here as long as you'd like. Betsu taps his chin thoughtfully. You also beat Neji, and I've been told you're a strong warrior. The guild even gave you rank 3. Yeah, that's all true. A sly, knowing smile spreads across the elder's face as he clasps his hands. That thing is the errand. Kaichai narrows his eyes, understanding dawning on him. That thing is the errand then. The door to the elder's house creaks open. Kaichai and Neji step out, their meeting concluded. Lan Nayu and Takiko look up, waiting to hear the verdict and the nature of this mysterious errand. As Kaichai returns from his meeting with the village elder, Takiko and Lan Nayu rush to his side, their faces etched with worry. Kaichai-san, Takiko asks, did they forgive you? Kaichai avoids their gaze, his voice low. Not quite yet. The elder Betsu had listened to Kaichai's apology with a stony expression. And, he pressed, what do you have to do? Beside him, Neji crosses his arms, looking thoroughly unimpressed. Kaichai sighs, it looks like I have to help this so-called scholar, Raisin-san. Neji scoffs, and I've got to watch you. A faint, mischievous smile plays on Betsu's lips. He was privately amused that the dwarf-hating Kaichai had to work with an elf. Well then, the elder says, gesturing for them to leave, let's go and meet your friend. Back in the present, Lan Nayu's eyes widen at the name. You're going to help out Raisin-san then? Right, I was told you know her. Their journey leads them to a house practically buried under the roots of a giant tree. Before they can even knock, a ridiculously energetic voice screams, Naihu, welcome to my abode. The door flies open to reveal an absolute disaster zone, books, papers, and strange contraptions piled to the ceiling. A wild-haired elf with a strange eyepiece, Raisin, beams at them. Come in, it's been so long since I've had guests. She spots Neji. If it isn't Neji-kun, it's been a while. Neji just stares at the chaos. Your house is as cluttered as ever. Raisin's attention snaps from Neji to Lan Nayu. Her mechanical eye whirs and zooms in, focusing intently. Ooh, and you. In a flash, Raisin launches herself at Lan Nayu, wrapping her in a bone-crushing hug. It's Lan Nayu-kun, excellent, long time no see, how did my invention, the postal pot, work? Lan Nayu, turning red and sweating profusely, struggles to reply. Oh, of course it was incredibly helpful. Can you put me down? The group watches in stunned silence as Raisin, having released Lan Nayu, somehow ends up hanging upside down from a pile of books, her striped pants dangling precariously. From her inverted position, she finally addresses Kaichai. Ho ho, so this is the otherworlder Takemura-kun, so you have decided to help me out. Lan Nayu frantically tries to pull Raisin's shirt down to preserve her dignity. Raisin's upside-down face beams with pure, unadulterated joy. Excellent, thank you so much, that's a big relief. She then makes a profound, if bizarre, observation. When I stand on my head, it's like you two are standing on the ceiling, interesting. The group's collective thought bubble practically explodes. Betsu deadpans, this person is way odder than I thought. Suddenly, a loud bonk echoes as Neji smacks Raisin on the head with a stack of books, fed up with her antics. Now sitting properly on the floor, Raisin delegates with a wave of her hand. So while Neji-kun and Lan Nayu-kun go and clean my place up, why don't we have a chat? Takiko, ever the helpful one, chimes in, I'll help clean too. As the others get to work, Raisin turns to Kaichai with a goofy, tongue-out expression. Raisin-san, that right? He asks hesitantly. She grins, just Raisin is fine, take Mura-kuan. Kaichai immediately feels a wave of social anxiety. He looks away, sweat beading on his temple. This is hard, I'm not great at conversations. Pushing through the awkwardness, Kaichai finds a starting point. Okay, Raisin, what kind of research do you actually do? Raisin's response is to instantly violate his personal space, getting right up in his face and sniffing him deeply. That's a good question, I have an interest in otherworlders. So this is the smell of an otherworlder. Kaichai recoils, yelling, hey, you're too close, stop sniffing. She pulls back, her playful demeanor vanishing, replaced by a sharp, intense focus. I'm also interested in just about everything. I want to know it all, specifically, researching the nature of things like physics and magic using math. As she speaks, she begins rummaging through the piles, sending books and papers flying and undoing all of Neji's hard work. He explodes in the background, hey, stop making a bigger mess. Ignoring him completely, Raisin triumphantly holds up her prize, a detailed model of a solar system. Yeah, this is it. It's astrology, there's something romantic about it. Kaichai's breath catches in his throat, his eyes lock onto the model, a flicker of disbelief and shock crossing his face. He leans in closer. His voice is barely a whisper. Could I take a look at that? Raisin looks up, surprised by his sudden and intense interest. A massive, excited grin spreads across her face, thrilled by his curiosity. She practically teleports to his side, handing over the model. Of course not, ask away, take Mura-kuan. Pointing to one of the planets, she begins her explanation. That third sphere from the center is the planet we are on. We call it Dias. It's also uncommonly known as Earth. The name hits Kaichai like a physical blow. Trying to keep his composure, Kaichai starts firing off questions, testing a wild theory forming in his mind. And what is Dias' circumference? Raisin casually drapes an arm around him. About 40,000 kilometers. She continues, explaining that a meluter is based on the scaled distance from the equator to a pole. The numbers, the system, it's all terrifyingly familiar. Lan Nayu chimes in from the background, broom in hand. And how accurate is this model then? Raisin admits. Well, only just the order of the planets. The actual distance and mass, it's just a decoration. To give him a sense of scale, Raisin points at Neji. For reference, Neji-kun's legs are about 1 meluter long. Kaichai does the quick conversion in his head. So about 1 meter then. Takiko gawks in disbelief. As Raisin dives into complex explanations of orbital mechanics and focal points, the pieces begin to click into place for Kaichai, painting a picture that is both identical and horrifyingly different from what he knows. Then his eyes land on the model's moon. It's shattered, a gaping hole torn through its center. The blood drains from his face. Wait, it is different. The full weight of the discovery crashes down on him. His mind reels. Wait, isn't this the same solar system I'm familiar with? Both of the numbers and calculations are the same. He points a trembling finger at the broken celestial body. The moon, is that its name? Why hasn't it fully shattered and fallen apart yet? From my understanding, nothing explains what's happening with it. Raisin's expression turns serious. The asteroid that collided with the moon is called Guan. That happened 800 years ago. Shortly after the collision, the shattering and all of its movement stopped entirely. No matter what calculations or tools I use, there's no clear explanation. Kaichai's mind races. And what is this elementary magic? Just as he asks, a tiny, dust-covered Neji appears. We've finished cleaning. Raisin gazes at the ceiling as if looking at the sky itself. It is as if time has completely stopped up there, but unless someone can go up there and investigate the elementary magic, it is an unsolvable mystery to us here on the ground. With the room now immaculately clean, Raisin spreads her arms wide in delight. Excellent, it's been so long since I've been able to see the floor. Neji mutters, maybe you can do the lab next. Raisin turns her attention back to Kaichai. Take Mura-kun, I really enjoyed our talk, but I need to end it here. We still need to talk about the errand. Kaichai seizes the opportunity. Well, can I ask one last thing? He looks her dead in the eye, all the hope and desperation of his situation packed into one question. Would you know of a way for us to return to our original world? Raisin's response is a loud, cartoonish, and utterly crushing declaration. I have no idea. Seeing his face fall, her expression softens slightly. Well, I don't know of a way, but... A sly, knowing smile creeps onto her face. She leans in, offering a tantalizing sliver of hope. When you are performing your errand for me, you'll meet someone who understands far more than I do, so they might know, maybe. Kaichai lets out a slow breath, absorbing the non-answer. Maybe, that's fine then, he clenches his fist. All I can do is hope for the best. Neji, tired of the suspense, cuts in. Okay, what exactly is this task you wanted done? Kaichai's gaze drifts to Takiko, his resolve hardens. If I could at least get Toki-chan back somehow, she shouldn't have to waste her youth here. Noticing his stare, Takiko asks, what's up? Raisin claps her hands together, her cheerful voice cutting through the tension. I want you to get me just a teeny bit of dragon's blood. The entire room freezes, their faces a perfect picture of disbelief. Lan Nayu is the first to find her voice, stammering, we're talking about real, original dragons right there, in this area. Raisin leans down, her voice dropping to a dramatic whisper as she points to the floor. That's right, all the way down, deep in the abyss. She slams her hands on the floor with a loud bang for emphasis, startling everyone. Standing back up, she clarifies with a smile. The dragon is so very far underground. Raisin begins to explain the nature of their target. This dragon possesses computing power so vast it can predict the future. It only wakes up for a single day once every few years. The last time was in the year 811, before that 809, and now, it will wake tomorrow in the year 821. The image of a colossal, slumbering dragon fills the mind's eye, a creature of immense and ancient power. Raisin's voice echoes over the vision. It only wakes in prime number years, a being that will decide the future, the prime dragon. Night falls over the elven village. While most are asleep, Lan Nayu tosses and turns, unable to find rest. Giving up on sleep, she wanders out onto a balcony, letting out a massive yawn that echoes into the quiet darkness. As she tiptoes back into the room, her foot lands on something soft. A muffled "ga" erupts from the floor. She just steps squarely on Kaichai. A short while earlier, Kaichai was stirred from his sleep by a series of clicks and thuds. His eyes snapped open. Leaving the room, going outside, he realized Lan Nayu had slipped out. He finds her sitting in the village square, surrounded by the bizarre mushroom houses. With her eyes closed, she breathes in the night air with a deep, rhythmic sniff. Who? She seems to be in a trance, as if absorbing the very essence of the moonlight. Kaichai's voice cuts through her concentration. What are you up to? Lan Nayu jolts, completely startled by his sudden appearance. Kaichai-san, she stammers, flustered. Did I wake you up? He shakes his head. No, I was just curious as to why you went outside. Kaichai sits down beside her as she explains. Oh, sorry, I just wanted to recover some magic. While the moon is out, we can absorb more of it. Magic power, Kaichai's mind flashes back to something Raisin had mentioned earlier. Elementary magic, the base component of all powers in the universe. Lan Nayu continues, I don't understand it all, but according to Raisin, the entire universe is filled with elementary magic. The problem is, we can't absorb it naturally. We need the light of the moon. She gestures towards the shattered moon hanging in the sky. The moonlight is what transforms that raw elementary magic into usable magic power. And that's what we absorb, she says. But since the moon was busted 800 years ago, the process is way less efficient. It used to take 1 day to fully recharge. Now it takes about 3. The grim reality of their world is that with a broken moon, there simply isn't enough magic to go around anymore. And the biggest side effect, Lan Nayu says, her tone serious, is that the level cap dropped. Back then you could reach level 99, now you can't get any higher than 49. The concept of a hidden, fundamental power triggers a deep memory for Kaichai, a lesson from his old master. Lan Nayu chuckles. Before Raisin discovered it, it was just a theory called something that exists in calculations but has never been observed. Pretty mysterious, huh? The memory sharpens. A much younger Kaichai sits with his master. What is it, Kai-chan? Time to eat, his master asks. We already ate, the boy replies, confused. Young Kaichai looks up at the old man. Master, even the Charyu school cannot throw wind and water, right? His master's gaze turns somber. I see. I don't think I'll see the next cherry blossoms bloom, so don't tell your dad I showed you this, okay? He leads the boy to a garden, where a bamboo fountain clacks rhythmically, spilling water into a stone basin. Now come here, the master beckons, his voice low and serious. Look closely, he commands. This is the power of the 10th Dan Charyu Eikajutsu, the absolute peak of the art. He dips his hand into the flowing water and instead of splashing away, it coheres, swirling in his palm like a living creature. It doesn't matter if it's water or wind, anything at all can be thrown. His master's words echo in Kaichai's mind from across the years. This solitary power. Young Kaichai points, his mind blown. Magic, oh no, his master chuckles. This is It's this thing you can't really be aware of, he struggles to explain. He looks at the cherry tree above them. It is there but can't be seen, this gentle power, your father could never grasp it, but I'm sure you'll reach 10th Dan quickly, Kai-chan. The memory fades, leaving Kaichai momentarily confused in the present. By the way, isn't it time to eat? Lan Nayu sighs. What, we ate earlier, you senile gramps, we should go back soon, we need to sleep. Kaichai's face falls as the fog clears. Maybe I've misremembered, it's common for childhood memories, he mutters, a flicker of worry in his eyes. He smiles at Lan Nayu. But you know, you're a good girl and a hard worker, I'd like to have a grandchild like her. She gives him a look. Didn't you step on her? He laughs it off. Haha, of course. But beneath the surface, a darker memory haunts him. A sterile doctor's office. The cold, clinical words, from coughing up blood in my dojo, I found out I had about 3 months left to live. He looks around the alien village. When I think about it, when the sun rises, it'll be my 4th day here in Diaz. 4 days in a new world, yet it feels like an eternity since he met the cheerful nurse who followed him from the hospital. Nice to meet you, I'm Tanaka Takiko. Lan Nayu notices him stop walking. Kaichai-san, he's lost in thought. I've been feeling good lately, but I don't know how much time I have left, and a lot of things came into my life. What's left of my life? A sudden resolve cuts through his melancholy. Lan Nayu-san, he calls out. Yes, she replies, turning back. He shuffles his feet, suddenly nervous. If it's okay with you, well, either way, I don't think I've got a lot of time left. He turns to face her, his eyes wide with a desperate plea. And so, I don't want to die with any regrets. Would you go ahead and call me Grandpa, all right? Lan Nayu's response is instant, cheerful, and brutal. I'd rather not. The rejection hits him like a truck. He forces a pained smile and a thumbs up. I see, understood, that's fine, okay, that's okay. I'm going to look at the stars for a bit more, he says, trying to save face. You go ahead and get to bed. Roger, Lan Nayu replies, giving him a thumbs up back. The moment she's out of sight, Kaichai's brave facade crumbles, and he slumps to the ground in utter defeat. The next morning, Neji leads the group to the edge of a massive, perfectly conical pit plunging deep into the earth. All right, this is where your errand starts, Kaichai-kun, he announces. The nest of the prime dragon. Neji explains that any normal visitor would be tested by a guardian. But since you'll be acting as a messenger for the elves, you're exempt. It'll be easy and simple, an easy way in. The ancient elves constructed a stairway down the cone to protect the dragon while it slept, he details. At the very bottom, the guardian will test any visitor, but like I said, you're good. He hands Kaichai a large pass and a sealed letter. Just remember to hold on to these. When you meet the dragon, hand them the letter first and wait for their response. Kaichai isn't buying the easy win story. If you're friends, why are we the ones going? Having an outsider do this seems really suspicious. Neji laughs heartily. My apologies, while we deeply revere it, it is against our commandments to see the dragon in person. You see, it's known by another name, that which eats gods. Takiko beams, completely unfazed by the ominous title. That sounds like something a middle schooler made up. At the edge of the pit, Raisin waves from a large doorway set into the rock face. Oi, it's open, the stairs are down here. But as they get closer, Raisin starts frantically digging through a bag. Hold on, did I forget it? The group peers into the pitch-black tunnel. Whoa, it's dark, Takiko exclaims. I'll need a torch, Kaichai mutters, but Raisin's voice cuts in. Kaichai-kun, I have theas. Found it, Raisin triumphantly presents a strange, hand-cranked device. Raisin's invention, the dye magic Leite, you can make light without using any magic, just push the lever as much as you like. Raisin hands over the rest of the gear. And here's the vial for the dragon's blood. You can borrow this belt in case too. Kaichai examines the hand-cranked flashlight, a whirring sound coming from its magic stone. Excellent, so I can use it too then. As Kaichai fastens the belt, he can't help but be impressed. To be this far along in scientific discovery, Raisin really is a genius. Now fully equipped, Kaichai looks ready for a solo mission. The mood is heavy. Takiko breaks the silence, pointing a finger. What about me and Lan Chan? The unspoken assumption that they'd be waiting behind hangs in the air. Kaichai tries to let her down easy. So why don't you just wait here, Toki-chan? This is for my repentance. Lan Nayu chimes in with her own reason. I'd like to see my ancestor race, so I'm going, and I can see in the dark, so I don't need a light. Takiko's expression hardens. Her voice is firm, leaving no room for argument. I am Takemura Kaichai-san's nurse. Obviously, I'm going. You're not allowed to go on without me. Kaichai is stunned into silence, completely taken aback by her fierce declaration. He turns away, a silent admission of defeat. There's no arguing with her. From the edge of the pit, Neji shrugs, seeing the matter is settled. Then, if you would, Raisin. Raisin gives a casual, okie dokie tilde. The group stands before the yawning, dark entrance to the dragon's nest. Neji offers some final words. Hey Takemura, you ready yet? It's about time to depart, he smiles. After you've finished, I'll show you around the village, so come back quickly, okay? As Kaichai, Takiko, and Lan Nayu step into the passage, the elves begin to push a massive stone door shut. We're closing the door now, it's part of the commandments too, Neji adds cheerfully. When you return, just go ahead and knock. Just as the gap narrows, Raisin leans in with a mischievous grin. I forgot to mention Thei's tilde inside the tunnel. She pauses for dramatic effect, a smug look on her face. Oh. Her final words slip through the crack just before the door seals. The magic of the ancient elves is still working, so there may be some traps, okay? So please be careful, Akae tilde. Boom, the stone door slams shut, sealing them in absolute darkness. A single word echoes in the passage. What? In the sudden blackness, Takiko's face is illuminated by the flashlight's beam, her eyes wide with panic. Oh, just now, did she just say traps? Kaichai's face is also a mask of horror. Guess so, I heard that too. A terrified squeak escapes his lips. Huddled together in the dark, Takiko is on the verge of a breakdown. Seriously, what should we do? Try and go back. Kaichai turns to their only other companion. Lan Nayu-san, can you really see in here? She scoffs. As the strongest race, it's only natural. Lan Nayu quickly gets serious. That's right, about the traps, we should be careful. With no other choice, Kaichai takes the lead, his hand cranked light cutting a path through the oppressive dark. Let's move ahead carefully. As they walk, Lan Nayu tries to lighten the mood. It's great having a light in here, thanks to Raisin. Remember how the basement of the Galar Guild was lit up? Raisin-san made those lights too. Suddenly, a deep, grinding sound echoes from up ahead. They look up the sloping passage to see a colossal stone boulder, marked with a spiral, begin to dislodge from the ceiling. It crashes down and begins to roll, gaining speed with terrifying momentum. What a classic trahap, Lan Nayu screams, running for her life. We're going to die. Kaichai-san, do what you did in the guild exam and blow it away. But Kaichai grits his teeth. I can't, I'm not great at throwing round things. But he knows he can't just let them be crushed. But I can't do nothing, he resolves. Toki-chan, stand behind me and keep the light going. He plants his feet, entering his stance. Chu-ryu Eiki Jutsu. Focusing all his power into his fists, he prepares a technique, 24 solar season style, Shusho. Instead of hitting the boulder, he unleashes a devastating strike against the tunnel wall, sending cracks spiderwebbing through the ancient stone. He then turns to face the oncoming threat, bracing himself with style, Tai-sho, but the boulder's mass is overwhelming. His hands strain, the force pushing him back. Arg, I can't handle this after all. As he struggles, the wall he weakened begins to crumble. With a final, desperate roar, Kaichai unleashes his ultimate strike, Ukiwagata. He channels his kai not to stop the boulder but to shatter it from the inside out. The massive stone explodes into thousands of smaller, harmless pieces. The shrapnel flies past them, peppering the walls of the tunnel but leaving the group completely untouched. The deadly trap is reduced to a pile of rubble in seconds. Kaichai collapses to the ground, exhausted from the effort. The tunnel falls silent, the only evidence of the danger being the pockmarked walls and the pile of shattered stone. The light catches Kaichai as he gets to his feet. Takiko and Lan Nayu rush over, a mix of awe and concern on their faces. Kaichai-san, are you hurt anywhere? Yua, amazing, he simply replies, I'm fine. Just then, glowing circles of light flicker to life on the ceiling, illuminating the entire passage. Kaichai stares in disbelief. Lights, Takiko is just as confused. Why now? The absurdity of the situation finally hits Takiko. We need the elves to shelter us, but they're all so strange, and the dwarves are still pursuing us. All of this is. She finally snaps, her voice rising to a panicked shout. These are nasty traps, I'll die, we'll all die, the elves are insane for asking us to do this so casually. Takiko completely breaks down, wailing in the now brightly lit tunnel. Yua-an, it's too much tilde, Kaicha can only try to calm her down. See, calm down, Toki-chan. Meanwhile, far away, in front of the gates of the walled city of Galar, Naruto and his goblin crew are having their own problems. I don't want to go into a dwarven town, and I need to buy more crossbow bolts. That monster Gramps broke Naruto's sword. Naruto throws his hands up in frustration. Arg, fine, if that's the case we'll get some disguises for you. One of his companions crosses his arms defiantly. I won't be wearing one, I still have my pride as a goblin. At the city gate, the guard whose booth was destroyed sits stewing in his anger. Those guys, damn them, they're the reason my booth is blown all to bits. He sits at a makeshift desk amidst the wreckage, plotting his revenge. His eyes scan the newly posted wanted posters. Assholes, get captured already. His gaze falls on two in particular, a scowling old man with a 7 million bounty and a young girl with a 400,000 bounty. The goblins approach in their pathetic disguises. One is a hulking brute wearing a wig and a makeshift bikini top made of bowls. Naruto is not amused. This guy's round, pudgy face is really pissing me off. Naruto tries to get the guard's attention. Excuse me, tilde the guard waves him off without looking up from his book. I'll get to you when I'm done reading this. Naruto gestures at the wreckage. Why is everything so busted? The guard lets out a long, weary sigh and closes his book. Okay. He looks up, his professional demeanor kicking in. Now, let me see your identification. Naruto proudly presents his Merchant Guild pass. We're from the Merchant Guild. The guard's eyes go wide. A flicker of recognition sparks in his mind. Naruto follows the guard's stunned gaze, which has drifted over to the wall. The wanted posters. Sweat beads on the guard's forehead as he points a trembling finger from the poster back towards the goblin in front of him. The connection clicks. The guard leaps to his feet, pointing accusingly. Ah, it's him, the goblins stare back, utterly confused. Naruto finally looks properly at the poster. It's a crude drawing of Kaichai. That monster grandpa from before, hahaha, he's a wanted man. The poster details the terrorist attack on the castle, blaming Kaichai for the destruction. The scene cuts to a newspaper bulletin, until the arrest of suspects today, and has been resolved. The image shows Naruto and his friends locked in a jail cell, framed for the entire incident. Naruto grips the bars in disbelief. What? Back in Kupiri village, the elves Neji and Betsu are still reeling from their encounter with Kaichai. Betsu, arms crossed, tries to make sense of it all. It's odd, he muses. He seems to use a magic that doesn't require chanting. Raisin, the eye-patch-wearing researcher, perks up from the corner. What kind of magic did he use? Betsu recalls the fight. He was able to alter the trajectory of my arrows, and when he touched me, I couldn't move my body at all. Raisin's single eye practically explodes out of its socket, his face contorting with manic glee. Wow, what an interesting magic, he shrieks, completely losing his cool. Neji, looking utterly done with the situation, grabs Raisin's face to try and calm him down. Will you two calm down, please? She pleads, as Raisin continues to vibrate with scientific excitement. Betsu, having moved outside, sits on a rock and begins knitting. Until they return safe and sound, he says calmly, it's polite to wait quietly. Neji looks over his shoulder at his project, a bizarre and slightly terrifying knitted creature. Whoa, knitting is a good hobby for that then, she says, unsure of what she's even looking at. Betsu springs to his feet, deeply offended. What do you mean by whoa, Neji? I don't need your help, Neji, he snaps, clearly very proud of his creepy creation. Raisin, ever the instigator, pops back into frame with a smug look. No, back off, I said get back, he teases, enjoying the chaos. Meanwhile, deep within the dragon's tunnel, the mood is far more serious. The air is stale and the only sound is their footsteps. How much longer do you think it is? Takiko asks, her voice weary. Kaichai glances at his belt. Well, we've walked for 3 hours now. The endless stone corridor stretches before them. Takiko leans on Kaichai for support, exhausted. Just a bit more then, she sighs. Kaichai nods. Yeah, seems like it. I think we have to be getting close to the deepest part. Lan Nayu walks beside them, her expression alert. As they walk, Kaichai's foot comes down on a slightly raised stone tile. A faint click echoes in the tunnel. Ah, he says, not with surprise but with recognition. Takiko, not noticing the trigger, tries to rally their spirits. Let's finish this quickly so we can go ba, she starts, but Kaichai's sudden movement cuts her off. Why Toki-cha? Before anyone can react, Kaichai takes a decisive step forward, planting his foot firmly past the trap. Shunk, a volley of deadly spikes erupts from the wall precisely where Takiko and Lan Nayu would have been. Takiko freezes, a look of pure shock on her face. Kaichai, however, stands with his back to the danger, completely unfazed. Oops, he says dryly. But the danger isn't over. Kaichai grunts, sensing another mechanism whirring to life above them. With lightning speed, he shoves Lan Nayu forward, pushing her clear of the danger zone. Oh, she cries out, stumbling from the force. A colossal stone block chained to the ceiling slams down onto the staircase, crushing the very spot where Lan Nayu stood moments before. The impact shakes the entire tunnel. Takiko and Lan Nayu stare in horror at the new, spike-studded obstacle blocking their path. No way, Takiko screams, her eyes wide with terror. Ka Kaichai-san. But Kaichai is already on top of it. He's braced against the spiked block, holding its immense weight with his bare hands and feet. "This is why you need to walk behind me," he grunts, his body contorted in a spider-like pose. "Ah, I'm so sorry," Takiko apologizes, while Lan Nayu just whimpers in fear. With a final push, he shoves the block aside. He dusts off his hands, annoyed but unharmed. "Geez," he mutters, as if dealing with a minor inconvenience. He lifts his foot, showing the barely triggered pressure plate. "I know we're all tired, but please, Toki-chan." His eyes narrow in concentration. To him, the air isn't empty, it's filled with invisible lines, the flow of the trap's mechanism, a path only he can see. He turns and continues up the stairs. "Well, just keep following behind me, I can find out where the traps are," he says with confidence. "Now, let's see." Kaichai walks with his head bowed, his senses completely focused on the path ahead, feeling out the subtle shifts in the air that signal danger. His foot taps down. This time the floor doesn't just click, a magic circle flares to life beneath his sandal. A low hum fills the corridor. Kaichai stops dead in his tracks. Takiko and Lan Nayu look on, confused by the sudden halt. Without warning, a swirling ball of fire erupts from a hole in the wall, hurtling directly towards them. "A fireball from the wall," Kaichai exclaims. His eyes widen. This is different. Not a mechanical trap of springs and gears, but pure, unadulterated magic. An idea sparks in his mind. Is this magic? Would it be different from a normal fire? He wonders aloud. Could I throw it? Let's give it a try. He takes a martial arts stance, preparing to redirect the attack. The fireball engulfs him completely. "Wah, Kaichai-san," Takiko and Lan Nayu scream as he's consumed by the magical flames. Kaichai stumbles back, his clothes smoldering. "Dah, so hot, Kaya Lan-chan water," he yells, frantically patting himself down. Lan Nayu snaps into action. "Why yes, gotta get the pecan." Lan Nayu pours water over Kaichai's head as he sits on the steps, bandaged and scorched. "Thanks, Lan Nayu-san," he says, wincing. "I'm fine, but I still don't understand this magic thing." Takiko rushes forward. "If you're burned, just leave it to me. I'll handle it with my super magic power." Lan Nayu quickly holds her back. "Toki-san, I don't think you should use it," she warns. "If you continue to use a skill while out of magic, it stresses and damages your body and mind. At worst, there is a chance it's fatal." Takiko's face drains of all color. Kaichai's eye snaps open, the gravity of Lan Nayu's words sinking in. However, he gets to his feet, reassuring a worried Takiko. "I'm fine, Toki-chan, we can move forward without issue." They reach the top of the stairs, finding a long, flat corridor ahead. "From here it looks like we're at least done with the stairs for now," Kaichai observes. Lan Nayu blows on her gloved hands. "Magical traps are very expensive to install," she explains, "and because we've run into them now, I think we're close to the end." Kaichai taps the wall, listening intently. "There aren't any more physical traps, and I can't find the magical traps," he says, frustrated by his inability to sense this new threat. Lan Nayu steps forward with a newfound confidence. If it's magic traps," she begins, a plan forming in her mind. She closes her eyes for a moment, and when they open, her pupils are slitted and glowing with an inner light. Dragon Eye. Through her eyes, the world transforms. The plain stone floor is now a minefield of shimmering, volatile magic traps, invisible to the others. "We'll have to form a line to move forward, okay?" she instructs. She leads the way, guiding them through the invisible maze. "With my dragon eye, I can see magic," she explains. Takiko follows closely, amazed. "Ooh, I don't really understand what's happening, but you're amazing, Lan-chan." Kaichai, however, remains completely calm. "I don't get it either, but why aren't you nervous?" he asks Takiko. She just shrugs. "No, I've been that way since the start, right?" Lan Nayu winces, rubbing her eyes. "Using this really tires out my eyes," she complains, "so I don't use this skill because it causes my eyes to water too." Kaichai nods in sympathy. "Ah, I get that way too when I try to read the newspaper." With Lan Nayu leading, they continue their slow, careful procession through the treacherous corridor. The tunnel seems to stretch on forever, the oppressive stone walls closing in on them. They finally reach the end of the long hall, stopping at the edge of a solid wall. "Getting to this part each time is the scariest," Takiko whispers. Lan Nayu points ahead. "There's a magic trap up ahead, so be careful." She examines a strange symbol on the wall. "A dead end," she murmurs, confused. "I don't sense any magic eye." Her eyes widen in sudden realization. Before she can finish her sentence, the floor beneath them vanishes. The dead end wasn't the wall, it was the ground itself. Their faces contort in pure shock as they are plunged into darkness. They plummet into a seemingly bottomless pit, their screams echoing off the unseen walls. "Ujia!" The fall is terrifyingly high. "Oh no, at this height," Kaichai thinks, his mind racing even as he falls. The wind rushes past them. Takiko and Lan Nayu scream, flailing wildly as they fall deeper and deeper into the abyss. Panic sets in. "What do I do?" Kaichai thinks, his expression grim. "If I do nothing," an idea flashes in his mind. His eyes scan the dark walls of the pit, searching for anything, any handhold. He spots them, long, thick vines hanging down from above. He twists his body in mid-air, straining with all his might. "Erg, reach," he grunts, his fingers stretching towards one of the dangling vines. Lan Nayu has already given up, her eyes closed in peaceful resignation. "I hope my next life will be better than this," she thinks. Takiko frantically tries to shake her out of it. "Ooh, Lan-chan, you can't give up, yeet." Success. Kaichai's hand closes around the thick vine, his grip like iron. The sudden stop nearly tears his arm from its socket, but he holds on, channeling his power. Chu-ryu Eiki Jutsu. He swings his body using the momentum of the fall. 24 solar seasons, Haoshu. Takiko looks up from her own descent to see Kaichai, anchored to the vine, preparing to make his move. With a powerful cry, he unleashes his technique. Onigumo, he rips the belt from his waist and whips it downwards like a living serpent. The belt flies through the air, an impossible extension of his will, looping down towards the falling girls. It wraps securely around Takiko's torso, yanking her out of her freefall with a sudden jolt. The other end of the belt continues its descent, zeroing in on the still falling Lan Nayu. It expertly coils around Lan Nayu's ankles, cinching tight and arresting her fall just in time. The three of them now hang from the single vine, a human chain just meters from the cavern floor. Just in time. Kaichai grunts, bearing their combined weight. Takiko dangles below him while Lan Nayu swings upside down, dazed. They land in a heap on the ground. Lan Nayu is completely stunned, her face pale and her mouth agape. She begins to tremble uncontrollably from the sheer terror and adrenaline. Looks like Lan Chan has been set to vibrate, Takiko observes, trying to make light of the situation. They stand up and look around the massive cavern they've landed in. The pit they fell from is just a small circle of light high above. We're alive, Takiko stammers. SSOHHH high, Lan Nayu chatters, still shaking. As the girls try to compose themselves, they notice Kaichai has walked ahead and is staring silently into the gloom. Kaichai-san, Takiko asks, what are you doing? They follow his gaze and their breath catches in their throats. Coiled on a massive ledge before them is a creature of impossible scale, the prime dragon, fast asleep. Takiko's face is a mask of pure, unadulterated awe and terror. So, even Kaichai, who has faced down death traps without flinching, is stunned into silence by the sheer presence of the beast. Huge. After their perilous fall and Kaichai's incredible save, the group finally lays eyes on their goal. Lan Nayu stares, her voice a whisper of pure awe. This is the prime dragon. They stand on a precipice overlooking a vast cavern, and there it is, a creature of impossible scale, sleeping peacefully. Takiko is practically vibrating with excitement. Just like in fantasy, so cool, it has to be 150, no 200 meters. Kaichai, ever the pragmatist, simply notes, it's a little bigger than what I had imagined. But as they take in the majestic sight, a new figure appears on a distant rock pillar, silhouetted against the cavern's gloom. Someone else is here. Kaichai's head whips around, his senses screaming. Takiko and Lan Nayu jump, startled by his sudden tension. Something is approaching, and it's fast. His eyes narrow, pupils contracting to pinpricks. The casual atmosphere has shattered in an instant. An unknown presence has put him on high alert. Suddenly, the prime dragon's massive wings begin to unfurl, not to fly, but to reveal a mesmerizing, hypnotic pattern of countless eyes. A wave of psychic energy washes over Kaichai, freezing him in place. He grits his teeth, every muscle straining as he fights against the paralyzing gaze. This isn't just a physical creature, it's a being of immense power. Takiko, oblivious to the mental assault, calls out in confusion, Kai, what is it? But Kaichai isn't looking at the dragon anymore. He whirls around, his body instinctively moving to shield the girls. Oh dear, he mutters, a grim understanding dawning on his face. A flash of movement and a figure lands before them. Spiky hair, sharp fangs, and a predatory grin. It's a dragonute, radiating an aura of pure, unadulterated battle lust. She slams into the ground, cracking the stone beneath her feet. Her voice is a taunt. I am the guardian Lin Linpa Lindworm. Let us see if you are qualified to meet with the prime dragon. Her eyes lock onto Kaichai. Name yourself, short-nosed goblin. Lan Nayu freezes, sweat beading on her forehead. She recognizes this newcomer's race, and the implications are terrifying. Her voice trembles as she stammers, AWW warrior dragonute. This isn't just any guardian, it's one of the most powerful and aggressive types of dragonkin. In a blur of motion that defies physics, Lindworm is suddenly behind Lan Nayu, perched on the cliff face. Ah, are you a dragonute twerp? She sneers, her tone dripping with contempt. Before anyone can react, she flicks a pebble with casual force. Lan Nayu flinches, her eyes wide with fear as the projectile screams past her. Lindworm's slitted pupil tracks the stone, a cruel smirk playing on her lips. The pebble impacts the cavern wall with the force of a cannonball, shattering rock and echoing through the chamber. A clear and brutal display of power. Even Kaichai is visibly unnerved. That speed, that power, this is a serious threat. Takiko looks around wildly, completely lost. They disappeared, she cries, unable to follow the Guardian's instantaneous movement. Lindworm appears again, this time directly in front of Lan Nayu. Hey you, she says, her voice dangerously low. She gets right in the smaller dragonute's face, her aggression palpable. Why are you hiding your horns? Ya got any pride left somewhere in ya? Lan Nayu shrinks back, trembling as Lindworm looms over her, baring her fangs. Answer me, you disgrace of a dragon, or I'll just eat you. Just as Lindworm is about to strike, Kaichai steps between them, his calm demeanor a stark contrast to the warrior's fury. We'll go in order starting here, he states calmly, with our names of course. He gives a confident thumbs up, a disarming smile on his face. I am Takemura Kaichai, Japanese, that kid, well you see she is, my grandchild. The declaration hangs in the air. Kaichai continues, taking full responsibility. If she has done anything, it's on me as her guardian. He looks Lindworm dead in the eye. You and I will fight. Lan Nayu panics. You can't. Desperate to stop the fight, Lan Nayu dashes past Kaichai, snapping open a small case she carries. She fumbles for a moment, out of breath, as Lindworm watches with an annoyed expression. Lan Nayu shoves a small, metallic object forward. The permit, from the contract with the elves, please let us pass. Lindworm stares at the permit, her aggressive posture faltering. The official seal of the elves is undeniable. Her shoulders slump and her spiky hair seems to droop in disappointment. So I don't get to fight, she mutters, all the battle lust draining out of her. The tension finally breaks. Kaichai watches the pouting warrior and remarks to the girls, they're quite good at understanding. Lan Nayu, still shaken, clutches the permit, and surprisingly disciplined. I thought they were definitely the battle maniac type. Kaichai turns away, a wry smile on his face as he speaks to the dejected Lindworm. Well, as long as I'm alive, we may be able to fight each other someday. Lindworm grunts, annoyed but accepting her duty. Shut up, follow me. With the confrontation over, Lindworm leads them up a massive, petrified tree root, guiding them towards the Prime Dragon's resting place. As they walk, Kaichai reflects on the warrior guardian. Amazing, there are people like that here too. A world of powerful, straightforward fighters. He follows her path, noting the faint footprints she leaves behind, analyzing her movements even now. Takiko, ever curious, brings up the obvious. By the way, that person before looked like Lan Chan. Kaichai shakes his head. I don't think so. He knows there's a deeper story there. They emerge from a thicket of strange, oversized plants into a clearing, dwarfed by the sheer scale of the Prime Dragon's body, which looms like a mountain range before them. The reality of their next task sinks in. The dragon is probably a lot larger than a dinosaur, right? Takiko asks. Lan Nayu adds nervously, I don't like the idea of asking this for its blood. And then they see it, the head of the Prime Dragon resting on the ground. Its closed eye alone is a colossal orb, larger than any of them, ancient and radiating a palpable sense of peace. Kaichai looks on not with fear but with profound respect. I'm more in awe of it than fearful. I don't even have the desire to throw it. For him, that's the highest compliment. Takiko feels it too, a strange calm washing over her. It's strange. Strangely, I'm not scared though. She turns to Kaichai with a smile. The calmness and lack of fear the Prime Dragon gives off aren't the same calmness and absolute lack of fear I get from you. Lan Nayu immediately starts trying to drag her away in embarrassment. Their light-hearted banter is cut short. A deep, rumbling sound fills the cavern as the Prime Dragon's massive eyelid begins to shift. Lan Nayu finally snaps at Takiko. What did I tell you? Quiet you, we're the same species you know. Slowly, majestically, the scaly lid slides open, revealing the eye beneath. A colossal, reptilian eye, ancient and filled with an intelligence beyond mortal comprehension, focuses on the three tiny figures standing before it. A voice, deep and resonant, echoes not in the air but directly inside their minds. One dragonkin and two others, why are you here? The group reels from the telepathic contact. Kaichai, recovering first, steps forward and bows respectfully. I am the Otherworlder, take Mura Kaichai. I have a letter to give you from the elvish village elder Besu. He presents the letter and it gently floats out of his hand, lifted by an unseen force. The letter drifts towards the dragon's eye. It doesn't need to read the words, it seems to absorb the intent and meaning in an instant. With a soft pop, a new scroll materializes in mid-air. The dragon's voice returns. Here is my response, take it back with you. Takiko promises we'll deliver it for you. But Kaichai isn't finished. Before that, he says, his tone firm, the elf scholar Raisin would like some of your blood, so if... He snaps his fingers, a gesture of finality. There is one other thing. The dragon seems intrigued by his audacity. Take Mura Kaichai, I would like a closer look at you. I have a few questions for you anyways. A massive obsidian talon lowers to the ground before him. Then, get upon my talon. Now standing upon the dragon's claw, Kaichai is brought face to face with the colossal being. He wastes no time. Well, we'd like to return back to our original world. Would you happen to know of a way? He looks at the ancient eye, his expression pleading and serious. I've heard that you know everything, right? So please, I'd appreciate it if you could tell us. The dragon's mental voice is not boastful but wise. I am not so ignorant to consider myself omniscient. It continues, explaining its power to Kaichai alone. But from the memories of the elementary magic that abounds in this world, I can only glean a little of this world's workings. Below, Takiko and Lan Nayu can only watch the silent exchange. The dragon's gaze seems to pierce right through Kaichai, seeing more than just his physical form. It sees his past, his present, his very essence. Its gaze even falls upon the strange device at his belt, the one that measures his life force. The dragon's voice resonates in his mind once more, from that little. A pause hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken knowledge. I can discern the future, Kaichai's breath catches, the future. The dragon changes the subject, its question cutting to the core of Kaichai's being. I can't believe anyone can truly know the future holds, not that I doubt you but, and how does your body feel, in fact, until recently? The dragon doesn't wait for an answer. It delivers the cold, hard truth directly into his soul. As your level raises, your body's condition improves, but it will never cure your illness. you are only extending your life until you reach the level cap. Far below, Takiko and Lan Nayu try to listen in, completely unaware of the devastating revelation Kaichai is receiving. The Prime Dragon delivers its final, inescapable prophecy, the words etched onto Kaichai's very soul. After that, you have 2 months of life remaining. You will absolutely die. Takiko reflects on her journey, a faint smile on her face. I want to go home, sure, but I got to meet Lan Chan and Kaichai-san got better too. For her, these new bonds have made it all worthwhile. Her smile widens, full of genuine warmth. Meeting everyone and seeing Kaichai recover, both have made me incredibly happy. But a dark prophecy hangs over this moment of peace, the Prime Dragon's words echoing like a death sentence. 2 months from now, you will surely die. With Kaichai's life on a 2-month timer, the next chapter of their journey begins, the path to God. Back in the present, perched on the dragon's massive talon, Kaichai's eyes narrow, processing the grim forecast of his own death. He refuses to accept it. This isn't a man who believes in fate. Looking up at the colossal beast, Kaichai voices his defiance. I'm sorry, but I just can't believe something like that. There's no reasoning behind it. The Prime Dragon's voice booms directly into his mind. Why do you think that? Kaichai scoffs. Maybe it's just me, but I've always thought the future was something you couldn't understand. He lays out his logic, plain and simple. For starters, the future is something that doesn't exist. The present days you experience build up and become the past. Down below, the girls can only watch the silent, one-sided conversation. Kaichai continues his argument, so if there's a definite future, it means there's a future to know about, and if it can be known. A glint of challenge appears in his eye. That future should be able to be changed by the actions I make now, so I'd like to verify that. He raises his hand, a smirk on his face. Let's test it. I hear your prediction. Now I choose to raise my right hand. Couldn't that simple action overturn this so-called definite future? He holds the pose, confident he's about to shatter the dragon's prophecy with simple free will. The dragon's telepathic response is chillingly simple. You will lower it. Just then, a cry from below. Ow, it's Takiko. Kaichai's attention snaps downwards. Toki-san, are you all right? As he's about to declare victory, his body moves on its own. He instinctively jerks his hand down to shield Takiko, a sharp thud echoing as he braces himself. In that split second, his eyes widen. He realizes he's been played. He looks down, his triumphant smirk gone, replaced by disbelief. The cause of the disturbance, a single strange-looking bee. It's harmless, the dragon's voice states flatly. Takiko, now sitting on the ground, explains, I got scared by this strange bug. Lan Nayu sighs, it's just a 4-clover bee. Kaichai stares at his lowered hand, the one he swore he would keep raised. The dragon's voice rings in his head, you've lowered it. A frustrated tusk is his only reply. The dragon's voice fills the air, a lesson in futility. This is the result of the predetermined future. It's not destiny, but a decided fate. Sweat drips down Kaichai's face as the weight of the dragon's words hits him. Do you believe me now? He can only grit his teeth, trapped by a logic he can't escape. The dragon's voice shifts, becoming a private channel once more, meant only for Kaichai. Don't worry, those two can't hear this, it says, sensing his concern. You are kind, so you don't want them to worry. The dragon then gets to the heart of the matter. You must have noticed the changes in your body, that when you defeated monsters, your condition improved. The terrible truth is revealed. Originally, your body was reaching its limit due to your illness. When you were called to this world, you were kept alive through the system known as leveling up. Kaichai listens, stunned. This entire world, this game-like system, has been nothing more than a life support machine. He rubs his chin, processing the insane revelation. So, as long as I keep fighting monsters, I'll stay alive. The dragon explains the cruel catch. While your level is low, it's easy to level up. However, as your level rises, it will become harder. You will be forced to defeat even stronger monsters. Eventually, you will reach the level cap, and then your illness will catch up to you immediately and you will succumb to it. The system isn't a cure, it's just a stay of execution. Kaichai turns away, the grim finality of his situation sinking in. I see. Unfortunately, the dragon's voice rumbles, this is your current situation. But where there should be despair, a familiar, dangerous grin spreads across Kaichai's face. Well, I don't plan on dying, so this level up, I just have to throw down with stronger guys and I'll feel better, right? His eyes gleam with a manic fire. That sounds like my kind of health plan. Suddenly, the telepathic link cuts off. Oh, I guess we can hear their conversation again, Takiko says, relieved. Kaichai's voice rings out, now can you tell me how to get back? That's more important. The dragon's reply is cryptic. Regarding getting home, I can't tell you. Kaichai is confused. What do you mean? There is a being better suited to answering you. The dragon continues, the being that created these circumstances. As you said earlier, the one that called you to this world. Kaichai's eyes widen, so some being intentionally brought us here. The ground itself begins to shake as the prime dragon rises to its feet. The one that knows how to get here also knows how to go back, the coordinator and creator of this world, God. Even Lan Nayu, perched high on a rock, seems taken aback by the revelation. The dragon's full size is revealed, a living mountain of scale and power that dwarfs the landscape. When you meet them, they will surely answer your questions. It tilts its head to the sky. I will try to contact them for you. Kaichai and Takiko can only watch, completely awestruck by the scale of what's happening. The dragon opens its maw, but what comes out isn't a roar. It's a sound like a colossal, beautiful bell, a pure and resonant tone that seems to make the very air vibrate, echoing up into the heavens. The entire party is stunned into silence, captivated by the celestial call. As the sound fades, an expectant silence falls over the plateau. The dragon lowers its head, its ancient eyes fixing on the two humans. It seems they also want to see you. Take Miura, Kaichai, and Tanaka Takiko, you both will go. Kaichai looks up, wary but willing. That's fine, but how? The dragon's answer is brutally simple. Its jaws snap open and in a flash it lunges forward, swallowing them both in a single motion. Lan Nayu freezes, her mind unable to process what she just saw. What, you ate them? She screams in a panic. After a final gulp, the dragon turns to her. Do not worry, I only sent them to God, they will return safely. Now alone with the ancient being, the dragon's focus shifts entirely to Lan Nayu. Child of dragons, you had a reason to come here, yes, please tell me. Lan Nayu stands before the progenitor, the weight of her lifelong quest heavy on her small shoulders. She clenches her fists, her voice trembling with desperate hope. About the black dragon, if you can give me even the smallest detail, do you know anything? She explains her fruitless search. I've met 3 dragons so far, but none of them have told me anything. The prime dragon listens patiently, acknowledging her by her full title, Child of Dragons, Lan Nayu. Its reply is heavy, confirming her fears. The progenitor dragons should be able to share information, but they say they do not know. The hope in Lan Nayu's eyes shatters. About the black dragon who killed my father. The words are a painful whisper, her last chance for answers slipping away. Elsewhere, Kaichai and Takiko materialize, their faces a mask of shock and confusion from their bizarre method of transport. They find themselves standing in an unfamiliar field, the world around them completely alien. Kaichai looks around, bewildered, sweat beading on his brow as he tries to get his bearings. Takiko is equally lost, her mouth agape as she takes in the strange new scenery. They've arrived in a surreal, pastoral landscape. A quaint windmill sits on a hill, surrounded by bizarre, patterned sheep. Where are we? Takiko asks, her voice barely a whisper. In a bizarre, new world, the first sound to greet Kaichai and Takiko isn't a welcoming voice, but the unnervingly human-like bleating of a sheep. They stand in a pastoral landscape, a classic Isekai starting point with windmills and rolling hills, but something feels off. The sheep's cry echoes, breaking the serene atmosphere. Takiko, still dazed, reaches out to touch her own face, her eyes wide with disbelief. Kaichai, the old martial artist, does the same, his weathered face a mask of confusion. Is this real? They seem impossibly small, 2 lost souls standing on the edge of a vast, unknown world, the sheer emptiness of the sky pressing down on them. To confirm their shared reality, they simultaneously grab and stretch each other's cheeks, the skin pulling taut in a painful, undeniable squeeze. Takiko's eyes water as she shouts through a distorted mouth, it's not a dream. The sharp sting of the pinch is the only thing grounding them. Kaichai lets go, his back turned as he surveys the horizon. A grim realization dawns on him. So anything is really possible in this world, he mutters, his mind racing to comprehend their situation. Just as he finishes his thought, a bizarre figure smoothly glides into view. It's a man in a pristine suit, floating silently above the ground, his head completely obscured by a bucket-like helmet. The figure stops before them, a single cherry blossom emblem on its helmet. It clasps its hands together in a formal, almost butler-like gesture, radiating an unnerving calm. Kaichai's instincts scream. His hand instinctively clenches into a tight fist, his knuckles white. This thing is dangerous. Without warning, a powerful, invisible force erupts from the strange butler. Kaichai reacts in a split second, grabbing Takiko and shielding her as they are violently thrown backward. Takiko stumbles, crying out in surprise. Oa, Kaichai lands on his feet, already turning to face the threat. Hey, what are you doing? He demands, his voice sharp. He glances around, trying to pinpoint the attack. It's just, I had just felt something. But there's nothing, only the floating figure perfectly still. Suddenly, the figure claps its hands together behind its back. The sound is sharp, like a gunshot, and Kaichai flinches, bracing for another assault. The bucket-headed man speaks, his voice eerily polite. My pardon for sneaking up behind you, but it's better if you do not proceed further that way. Takiko, her eyes wide with panic, points a trembling finger. Kaichai-san, your foot, why you're floating, what are you? Kaichai looks down, a bead of sweat tracing a line down his temple. What are you talking about? He begins, utterly confused by her words. But as he looks, the ground beneath his feet begins to pixelate and disintegrate into nothingness. It was a trap. With a surge of adrenaline, Kaichai grabs Takiko and leaps back just as the ground completely vanishes, a powerful shockwave blasting from the epicenter. They land in a heap of dust and dirt. What was that just now? Kaichai coughs, staring at the floating man who simply emits a quiet SHH sound. Kaichai pushes himself up, his eyes narrowed. He examines his hand, still trembling from the close call. The sheer power and strangeness of this world are beginning to sink in. He holds Takiko protectively, coughing from the dust. Stop, he yells, his body tense like a coiled spring. Freeze. Taking a solid martial arts stance, Kaichai glares at the being. Tell me what kind of person you are, and if you make any strange movements I'll toss ya." The figure remains silent for a moment, its bucket helmet betraying no emotion, letting the old man's threat hang in the air. Then with a theatrical flourish it bows. "My deepest apologies for this, let me introduce myself. I am the butler of this place, you may call me Sebastian." Takiko and Kaichai are completely thrown off guard. "Bu Butler-san," she stammers, the polite introduction a stark contrast to the life-threatening attacks. Sebastian raises a single finger. "This is God's miniature garden. Dear guests, please let me guide you." He turns and glides away, leading them down a path towards a small, rustic building. "Follow me this way." Kaichai and Takiko exchange a wary glance but have little choice but to comply. As they walk, Sebastian suddenly pauses. "Oh my," he says, as if just remembering something. He turns back to them, his hands clasped behind his back. "If you would excuse one more thing." Kaichai and Takiko tense up, unsure what to expect. With an audible snap, Kaichai's sturdy belt buckle suddenly explodes, shattering into pieces. He cries out in shock, "Wah!" His eye widens in disbelief. There was no movement, no warning, just an instantaneous, destructive force aimed with pinpoint precision. Kaichai instinctively jumps into a defensive stance, his hands ready. Takiko yelps, her own belt cracking under the same mysterious pressure. "What?" Miles away in an elven village, a scholar named Raisin is suddenly sent flying by an invisible jolt, as if struck by lightning. His companions look over, completely unfazed by his sudden spasm. "What's up? Did something happen, Raisin?" one asks casually. Raisin tumbles across the ground in a heap. The other elf sighs, "Well, same as always then." Clearly, this isn't the first time the scholar has had a bizarre fit. Back with our heroes, Sebastian calmly explains his actions as the dust settles from Kaichai's shattered buckle. A simple courtesy before entering is all. Takiko is flustered, her mind still on their original, now forgotten task. "Oh, why, weren't we supposed to return these to Raisin-chan? Will she be mad?" But Kaichai isn't listening, his mind is reeling. The speed, the power, it was an attack he couldn't even perceive. His internal monologue is a frantic whisper. "I couldn't see that at all, but was that?" He struggles to comprehend the level of the being in front of him. A cold sweat breaks out on his brow. For the first time in a long, long time, the seasoned martial artist feels utterly outclassed. Sebastian gestures gracefully towards the small building. "Now please come this way," he says, his tone leaving no room for argument. They follow him to the door of the unassuming house, their apprehension growing with every step. Sebastian stands by the door, waiting for them to enter the dark, unknown interior. The door clicks shut behind them, plunging them into the quiet of the strange building. Their ears are immediately assaulted by a cacophony of clicks, clacks, and electronic buzzing. Kaichai and Takiko stare into the room, their faces a mixture of confusion and annoyance. The source of the noise becomes clear. Someone is mashing buttons on a controller with frantic, inhuman speed. The floor is an absolute disaster zone, littered with dozens of empty and crushed energy drink cans. The relentless clicking and buzzing continues, echoing through the room from a figure with long, flowing hair. As their eyes adjust, they take in the full scene. A small, elf-like girl is hooked up to a massive, spherical machine, completely absorbed in a handheld game. What a god would be," Takiko whispers. Kaichai just sighs, "I'm not sure I can be surprised anymore." The girl finally pauses her game. "Welcome to my miniature garden," she says, her voice tired. "I am the god of Daya's Sharana." Sharana unplugs herself from the machine and stands, wobbling slightly. Kaichai is unimpressed. "This is the god of this world, they don't look too different than we do." He considers kneeling, but Sharana waves him off. "Do what you like, there isn't enough time." Her exhaustion suddenly vanishes, replaced by pure annoyance. "And you too," she snaps, pointing at them. "Why haven't you been using the skills I've bestowed upon you? It's pissing me off." Kaichai is taken aback. "Skill, like magic." They stand in stunned silence as Sharana rants. "I've been with you since you arrived. I properly explained it to you telepathically. I gave them to you." Kaichai's face darkens as he remembers their arrival. "When we arrived, we couldn't hear a thing." A flashback shows him getting blasted by an explosion. Takiko chimes in, remembering her own unceremonious landing. "I lost consciousness," she exclaims, recalling waking up face down in the dirt. Sharana freezes mid-rant as they both declare in unison, "I was knocked out. I wasn't able to hear you." The god of this world is speechless, a half-empty can of energy drink hovering near her lips. "No, no way." She sighs defeated, "But perhaps, do you know why I called you to this world?" They shout back in perfect, frustrated sync, "I wasn't able to hear you, I was knocked out." Sharana collapses onto the floor, face planting in utter disbelief at their incompetence. Or rather, her own. Sebastian floats over calmly. "Sharana-sama, shall I prepare tea for now?" From the floor, a muffled "sure" is all Sharana can manage, still wobbling from the mental shock. With a single click of a button on her strange machine, the entire room begins to shift and change. In an instant, the messy gamer den transforms into a pristine, spacious meeting room, complete with a large table and chairs. Takiko is amazed. "Yeah, that surprised me." Kaichai, however, is just tired of the constant weirdness. "Everything changed again. No, it's still the same room as before." Sharana, now seated at the head of the table, gestures for them to join her. "Please, take a seat." Sebastian politely pulls out a chair for Takiko, who thanks him nervously as she sits down. The butler then presents a tray. For the guests, he serves elegant cups of steaming tea. For his master, however, he serves a fresh supply of God energy drinks. The can is placed on the table with a heavy thud. New God energy, a drink for the divine, apparently. Kaichai is served a traditional-looking cup of tea, a small moment of normalcy in a sea of chaos. Sharana pops open a can, looking utterly drained. At least that explains why you were aimlessly wandering around, she mumbles. God understands. Without another word, she begins to chug the entire can, the liquid disappearing in seconds. Her eyes snap wide open, pupils dilating as the divine energy drink hits her system. Kaichai and Takiko can only watch in stunned silence as the god of this world shotguns her drink like a frat boy. The can slams onto the table. Sharana's body twitches violently, a manic grin on her face. Hiya Tilda, so good Tilda, she pants, her fatigue instantly vanishing in a wave of pure, unadulterated caffeine. Kaichai can't help but be impressed. She can't stop, I just can't stop this at all. Takiko, meanwhile, looks on with concern. No way is that healthy. After her rush, Sharana composes herself, the bags under her eyes somehow looking even heavier. Okay, let's get back to our talk. But before she can start, Takiko stands up, raising her hand. Excuse me, I'll get to the point. We don't have time. She gives a bright, hopeful smile. We would like to go back to our original world. Since you're God, isn't that something you can do easily for us? Sharana's expression becomes unreadable. She stares back, a bead of sweat forming on her brow, her silence speaking volumes. Takiko's smile falters, replaced by confusion. Huh, she asks, leaning forward. Then why don't you? Sharana, the god of this world, finally shifts her tired gaze from Kaichai. Right, about you, she begins, her voice laced with exhaustion. Her eyes land on Takiko. Use Tanaka Takiko, the one who got dragged along for the ride. Sharana's next words make Takiko's face light up with pure joy. You already have the skill to return home. Takiko blinks, the good news not quite sinking in. Huh, what do you mean? Sharana sighs, gesturing vaguely. Like I said, I gave you both skills when you arrived, you were just, unconscious. The memory of them tumbling through the void flashes by. Leaning forward, Sharana reveals the game-changing info. Your skill is called Nurse Call. It's a super rare movement ability that lets you warp across worlds to your patients. She holds up 2 fingers, a lazy peace sign that carries a heavy warning. But there's a catch. Because it's so special, you can only use it twice, then it's gone, poof. Sharana explains the terms. There was a mistake and you were brought here by accident, so I gave you 2 charges, one to get you home and one as an apology that you can use freely, so you can go home now. Kaichai's jaw drops, his weathered face showing pure astonishment. Amazing, he gasps. He turns to Takiko with a warm, genuine smile. Why, isn't that nice, Toki-chan? You can go and see your parents. But as he smiles, a question mark hangs in the air. His eyes narrow slightly. If she can leave, what about him? Takiko grabs his hand, beaming. Right, Kaichai-san, let's go home. But Sharana's voice cuts through the happy moment like ice. Kaichai can't leave, you know. Sharana points a finger, her expression dead serious. He still has work to do here. If you leave, it'll be by yourself. Takiko's face falls, her eyes narrowing into a glare. Don't look at me like that, she mutters, clearly annoyed at the god's casual tone. Sharana just shrugs, completely unbothered. You are free to stay or go as you like, I'm not your god after all. Her gaze hardens as she gets to the real reason they're here. Diaz doesn't have time to spare for this nonsense. Kaichai's expression turns grim as Sharana continues. I called Kaichai here to solve a massive problem we're having. Taking a long swig from her energy drink, Sharana slams the can down and makes her demand. Take Mura Kaichai, I want you to defeat the Demon Lord. The room falls silent. Ha, Kaichai breathes, stunned. Takiko just facepalms. Arg, Demon Lord, of course it would go this way. Kaichai strokes his chin, a memory surfacing. Ah, now that you say it, I did hear something about that at the dwarf's town, some kind of evil magic that controls people. Sharana's eye glints with a dark light. His name is Demon Lord Wyjet, and even now this evil is slowly gnawing away at the world. She elaborates on the creeping horror. It moves slowly, but it's unpredictable. As of now, it controls roughly 1/3 of Diaz, and recently, it started speeding up its invasion. Kaichai listens intently, rubbing his chin as he processes the scale of the threat. This is far bigger than a simple brawl. He finally voices the question on everyone's mind. I have a question for you. If you are the god of this world, why can't you just kill the Demon Lord yourself? For the first time, Sharana looks away, a shadow of weariness and perhaps shame crossing her face. Kaichai's gaze doesn't waver. He's not letting this go. He needs the full story. Sharana begins her tale, her voice low. 857 years ago, the Demon Lord appeared. At the time, this world's moon was just like the one from your world. Her words paint a picture of a lost paradise. It was a world with good people, rich with magic, a world with perfect balance. She describes a fateful night, centuries ago. One night, an astronomical object drew close to Diaz. The object hangs in the void, a harbinger of doom, the asteroid Guan. Back in the present, Sharana's face twists with regret. The asteroid's passing was a common thing, the people enjoyed viewing it. I was careless, so damn careless. Wyjet is powerful, certainly, but there was no way it could stand up to my power as a god, however. In the cold darkness of space, the asteroid drifts ominously close to the world's moon. The celestial bodies align, a cosmic dance on the verge of disaster. As the asteroid drew closer, a small nudge in its trajectory became a massive event in Diaz's world. Sharana clutches her head, the memory still fresh after nearly a millennium. I couldn't believe it, it crashed right into the moon. A flashback shows a younger, panicked Sharana, the halo above her head flickering in shock as her perfect world began to crumble. The result was a catastrophe, a shattered moon, a permanent scar in the sky. The moment I realized what happened, I had to act. I used most of my own power to stop the flow of time around the moon. The cost of that single, desperate act was immense, draining her of the very power that made her a god. She gestures to the massive machine she's hooked into. Consequently, I've been stuck here for the past 800 years, working non-stop to correct all the glitches in physics that resulted from it. She slams her fist down in frustration, the sound echoing her centuries of regret. It was supposed to be perfect. The consequences of her failure cascade through the world. Breaking the moon has halved the world's magic. Monsters corrupted by the demon lord are increasing in number and strength. This world of mine is falling apart at its seams. Her voice rises with passion, describing the utopia she lost. A beautiful land, equality for all, a world wrapped in magic where everyone lived in harmony. It was complete and perfect. Kaichai and Takiko listen in silence, the weight of her 800-year-old burden settling heavily in the room. Kaichai repeats the word, his voice a low murmur. Perfect, huh? Sharana's focus snaps back to him, her finger pointing like an accusation. And so you, take Mura Kaichai. She reveals the final piece of the puzzle. My Oniai, my brother, the creator and god of your world, our worlds are similar because we siblings created them. Her finger remains locked on him. I asked for help from my brother's world, for something suitable. Her gaze drops to his feet as if seeing the weight of his entire life. And you, take Mura Kaichai, were his recommendation. Her voice softens, becoming a genuine plea. So please, defeat the demon Lord Wyjet, please, I want to save Diaz. Takiko frantically shakes her head, silently begging him, reject it, Kaichai-san. Kaichai, however, remains perfectly still, his expression unreadable. After a long, tense silence, Kaichai speaks. Well, it seems impossible. Sharana leans forward, a flicker of hope in her eyes. But that's not a no, why do you think it's impossible? She raises a finger, ready to dismantle his objections. It's possible right now. Kaichai explains his perspective with the calm logic of an old warrior. The scale of this just seems too much. Even if I tried with my old bones, I could protect a town or a village, but saving the whole world is too much for one person. Takiko nods vigorously in agreement. That's right, she thinks before catching herself. Wait. Sharana smirks. Remember how I told you I stopped time on the moon? That's where most of my power is being used, but... Just then, Sebastian, the ever-punctual butler, glances at his watch. He turns to his master. Sharana-sama, he says, his tone indicating their time is short. Sharana looks flustered. I'm sorry, our time is almost up. I'll have to make more time for our next meeting. She has to wrap this up and fast. Take Mura Kaichai. She stands, rattling off final instructions. Ask the future seeing child where to go next. You probably know them as the Prime Dragon, and if you level up and use your skills, I think you'll be able to win against Wyjet. A sly, confident smile spreads across her face as she reveals her trump card. You have a skill that brings you back to your heyday. It's called Golden Hour. She paces as she explains. My brother once showed me what your status was when you were young, even in a world without a level-up system. It was truly beyond belief. She looks at him knowingly. As you continue to level up, you feel like you're approaching the strength you had in your prime, right? She holds up her hand. When you first use it, the amount of time you get is short, but it's enough. She lays out the perfect combo. An improvement of your 82-year-old body's condition from leveling up, and a skill that returns you to your strongest form. Kaichai suddenly straightens his back, a powerful presence filling the room. Takiko flinches beside him. His voice is low and steady, cutting through Sharana's excited pitch. God. Sharana stops, a question mark appearing over her head. The triumphant mood has vanished. Kaichai's words are a declaration of his core identity. I am a student of martial arts. He begins to recount his life's journey. A lot was expected from me when I was young. Sharana, trying to recall, mutters, it was Charyua Kijutsu, right? A memory flashes in Kaichai's mind, sharp and clear. When I was 15, my father was no match for me. I had forgotten how hard it was to find a practice partner at that time. He explains the philosophy of his art, stacking stones as a metaphor. The Dan ranks in Charyu are determined by the number of skills you've mastered. A younger Kaichai appears, diligently practicing. At 19, I became 9th Dan and was considered a prodigy. There was nothing more enjoyable to me than learning more and more skills. Since then, I practice every single day. His hand continues to stack the stones, one on top of the other, piling up my skills, continuing to stack them up. The stack grows impossibly tall, representing a lifetime of dedication. Over 30 years, over 50 years, before I noticed it, I was 82. His old, calloused hands hold 2 final stones. but there are still 2 skills I just can't seem to master. He places them on the table, the weight of his entire existence behind them. All this time to still be incomplete. This is all I have in my life. Do you understand? His eyes, sharp as blades, lock onto Sharana. I'll accept that I'll gain levels through hard work, as that is how this world works, but I don't know about this skill you're talking about. I don't need a power that someone else gave me. The Tower of Stones, his life's work, stands as a testament to his words. What point would there be in the way I've lived so far? He clenches his fist, his spirit blazing with an intensity that defies his age. That would be an insult to my life as a martial artist. The me that exists here and now will always be the strongest one. Inside the strange, sterile room, the being known as Sharana looks at Kaichai with tired eyes. So, she asks, her voice flat, does that mean you'll take on my request to defeat the Demon Lord? The question hangs in the air. Kaichai sits silently at the long table, his expression unreadable. Across from him, his nurse Takiko looks on with worry. Sharana's gaze is fixed solely on one man, Takemura Kaichai, the old martial artist who has defied all her expectations. Kaichai remains stoic, his weathered face giving nothing away. He doesn't even flinch at the monumental task proposed. Even Sharana's bucket-headed attendant seems to be waiting, checking his glowing watch as if time itself is holding its breath. Before Kaichai can answer, Takiko breaks the silence. She grabs his arm, her voice pleading. No way, Kaichai, let's go back home, okay, please. Her eyes are wide with desperation, a nervous sweat beading on her face. Will you come back with me, she begs. Kaichai's eyes widen slightly. He's caught between a god's request and his nurse's desperate plea. Sharana watches this unfold with a flicker of amusement, a smirk playing on her lips. This is getting interesting. Sensing an opportunity, she leans in, her voice a tempting whisper. 1 wish, I'll grant you 1 wish. She raises a hand, making a solemn vow. When my power returns, I swear I will grant you a single wish, anything you desire. She looks directly at Kaichai, hitting him where she thinks it'll hurt. I can even cure your disease. Takiko gasps, a cure, a real permanent cure for Kaichai's terminal illness. The offer is almost too good to be true. Sharana isn't done, she drops another bombshell. The Prime Dragon's prophecy, that grim fate it foretold for you, I can overturn it. She smirks, knowing she's hit a nerve. You don't want Takiko to know about that prophecy, right? Kaichai's silence is her answer. With all her cards on the table, she presses him one last time. So, will you do it? Kaichai's eye narrows. The god has laid out a path to life, to defying fate itself, but his gaze is cold, resolute. He glances at his cup of tea. Well, I still have no intention of dying anytime soon, but... He looks up, his decision made. I don't want to deal with this Demon King nonsense. Right now, my only priority is to get Toki-chan home safely first. Takiko's face lights up, a wave of relief washing over her. But then, his words echo in her mind and a seed of doubt is planted. Her smile falters as a horrifying thought creeps in. Cure your disease. Hasn't been cured at all. The pieces start to click into place with dreadful clarity. Her mind races. Shouldn't this be like a video game, where leveling up gives you a full recovery? But if that were true, why would Sharana offer a cure? A memory flashes in her mind. Kaichai, frail and weak, confined to a wheelchair, unable to even walk. And then she remembers his actions in this world, running, fighting, moving with a vitality he hadn't possessed in years. He was getting stronger, livelier by the moment. The terrible truth crashes down on her. So, if Kaichai-san were to go back now, his illness would get worse again. The advanced medicine of their world couldn't save him. He was going to die. Staying here was his only chance. Kaichai, oblivious to her inner turmoil, looks out the window. But this world is interesting, at least I think so. He turns back to Takiko, his expression softening slightly. He confesses, I'm sorry, Toki-chan. You see, I really don't have anything at all to go back to. I think I'll stay here for at least 2 more months. Why don't you head back first? Takiko's eyes widen in disbelief, a spark of anger igniting within her. What the hell did you just say? She gets right in his face, her voice rising. You want me to go back first? Without you, you think I'm going to leave my patient behind? Kaichai tries to placate her. Well, didn't you say you wanted to go back? I won't do anything dangerous, and when I've had my fun, I'll find some way to get back. She cuts him off with a roar. I know I said that, but I said I wouldn't be going back alone. An aura of pure fury radiates from her as she grabs him, shaking him with all her might. She is not leaving him. Finally, Kaichai reveals his true heart. I just want this world to let me live out my dreams. He looks down, a lifetime of regret and yearning in his eyes, as a test of all the skills I've learned, and how far I can go. He looks towards the sky, a world of possibilities before him. I'd like to give this a try. This is his one and only chance to truly live. From the window, Sharana and her attendant have been watching the entire exchange. The attendant floats over. Sharana-sama, the boundary is ready. It is already being distorted. Sharana simply scoffs. A genuine, amused laugh escapes her. Haha, what a troublesome man, but I like you. His raw, selfish desire is far more interesting than blind obedience. She turns to Kaichai. For now, that's fine. I look forward to the next time we will meet. A simple door appears in the room. Please go through it, she instructs. She gives a slight bow, a soft smile on her face. It was a pleasure talking to you, Fufu. As they approach, she explains, that door will return you to where you came from. Kaichai turns to Takiko. Ready? Before she can answer, he calls back to Sharana, oh, and ask the Prime Dragon where you're going next. Sharana smiles, a hint of something strange in her eyes. I'm sure Daya's will be perfect again. Kaichai grips the door handle, her words echoing in his mind. Perfect, flawless. He looks back, his eyes sharp. I'm certain of it. He continues, always being rewarded for your work, a kind of utopia without discomfort. A wide, almost manic grin spreads across his face. It feels more like hell though, but that's just my personal opinion. Sharana's smile vanishes, her eyes wide with shock at his final, cutting remark. Now if you'll excuse us. As the door closes, her amusement has completely evaporated. I take back what I just said, she mutters to the empty room. Her eyes narrow into slits filled with a newfound animosity. I hate that kind of person. Back in the cavern, the massive Prime Dragon lets out a guttural heave. Lan Nyu, the Dragon Newt messenger, is sitting nearby, waiting patiently by the dragon's enormous tail. She's been waiting for their return, completely unaware of the bizarre meeting they just had. Suddenly, a deep rumbling sound echoes through the cavern, and the ground begins to shake. Lan Nyu is startled as the dragon's massive body convulses violently. Wah, WW, what's happening? The Prime Dragon gags, its jaw unhinging as it prepares to vomit. Lan Nyu can only stare in utter confusion and alarm. With a final massive heave, the dragon spits out two figures, sending them flying through the air. Kaichai and Takiko land with a wet splat in a puddle, soaked and disoriented. Lan Nyu stares, dumbfounded. Well, welcome back. We're back, Kaichai groans. After Lan Nyu provides them with towels, Takiko takes a curious sniff. What is this smell anyways? Kaichai quickly dries his face. Thanks for the towels. The Prime Dragon lowers its colossal head, its voice booming. Now there was something else you wanted. What was it? Kaichai remembers his task, pulling out the items Sharana gave him. A vial of the Prime Dragon's blood and a scroll with its response. He hands the vial to Lan Nyu. Blue blood, I think this is it. Takiko turns to Lan Nyu. By the way, Lan Nyu-san, did you finish your errand? Lan Nyu freezes, a bead of sweat running down her face. She forces a cheerful smile. Why yes, I'm all good. Her nervous energy is palpable. Kaichai watches her, a silent suspicion forming in his mind. Lan Nyu quickly changes the subject. Anyways, it's amazing you were able to meet God. What were they like? Kaichai answers bluntly, fatigued, affected by a caffeine-induced sleep disorder. Takiko is just as shocked by the revelation. Wow. Lan Nyu looks utterly dejected. Something happened to her again, when you say our God is like that. Kaichai looks at her with a surprising amount of empathy. It's a bit of a shock, but she won't tell me. I'd like to help her in any way. He thinks about the lonely God, trapped in her perfect, boring world. His thoughts then drift to Lan Nyu, standing on a precarious cliff edge. Delivering mail must be an incredibly difficult job in this world. I wonder if she has any relatives to rely on. He shakes his head, chiding himself. I can't go assuming these things. I've only known her for a few days. Turning his attention back to the colossal beast, Kaichai speaks up. There's something I want to ask you, Dragon-san. The three of them stand before the dragon's massive head. God said you'd know where I'm to go next, or so they've told me. The Prime Dragon's reptilian eye swivels to focus on them, processing the request. Meanwhile, Takiko grabs Kaichai again, her voice trembling. Kaichai-san, are you really not coming back? Kaichai looks at her, his expression weary. Toki-chan, do you know how to get back? She explains her strange new ability. Well, kinda. It's like the last time I learned a skill, I just sorta know how to use it after hearing its name. But her resolve hardens. Why, like I said a moment ago, I don't want to go back. Kaichai tries to reason with her, but Toki-chan, this world, isn't it too dangerous? But Takiko knows the truth. The real danger is returning home. The Prime Dragon's voice cuts through their argument, speaking directly into Takiko's mind. I'm sure you've realized this, that the level-up system is the only thing keeping his body alive right now. Takiko freezes, her worst fears confirmed by the ancient being. Kaichai looks at her, confused by her sudden silence. The Prime Dragon dismisses Takiko's pleas with a wave of its immense power. He needs this world's systems, it rumbles, its voice echoing in their minds. It was God's mistake that you came. It's best if you leave before you get in the way. Takiko can only grit her teeth in frustration as the ancient being turns its attention back to Kaichai. Now I'll point you in the right direction, the dragon declares, its gaze fixed on a distant point. You should go to the country of the dwarfs, the Broad Kingdom. Lan Nyu looks up, her head tilted. Broad Kingdom. The dragon's voice softens slightly. Lan Nyu also has something to do there, so perhaps you should go together. Kaichai glances at the small dragon newt. Is that right, Lan Nyu-san? She stammers, caught off guard. Well, yeah. A warm, genuine smile spreads across Kaichai's weathered face. I hope I can rely on you to be my guide again. Lan Nyu freezes, her eyes wide with surprise. Him, relying on her. The thought seems almost too big for her to comprehend. Then her surprise melts into pure, unadulterated excitement. A sharp-toothed grin splits her face as she puffs out her chest. Of course, leave it to me. Kaichai's smile deepens with gratitude. Thanks, he says, the simple word carrying the weight of his trust. Lan Nayu practically beams, her cheeks flushed with pride as she clasps her hands together, thrilled to be of service. With their next destination set, Kaichai turns to his nurse. And so, Toki-chan, Takiko looks up, her expression still clouded with worry. Yes. Kaichai looks off towards the cave entrance. For now, we can talk more about this after we return to Kupli village. We should at least say our goodbyes to those elves that helped us. Takiko's shoulders slump slightly, but she nods in agreement. Well sure, that's right. The trio stands before the colossal form of the prime dragon, looking like ants before a mountain. Dragon-san, you've been a big help too, thanks, Kaichai says respectfully. The dragon's massive eye blinks slowly. You're very welcome. Suddenly, a sharp, condescending voice cuts through the air. You're done talking. Kaichai's head whips around, his relaxed posture instantly gone. His eyes narrow, scanning for the source of the interruption. Perched atop a rock spire is the guardian they met before, the Lindworm. She looks down at them with an arrogant smirk. So that's it, you're all done now, you're going back. She leans forward, her sharp teeth glinting. That'd be nice, right? Her tone is dripping with mockery. In a flash, she drops from her perch, landing with a thud that kicks up a cloud of dust. Yo, short-nosed goblin, she sneers at Kaichai. Kaichai stands his ground, his hands calmly behind his back. The name's Take Mura Kaichai. I'm a Japan, he begins, but the Lindworm cuts him off. You ready to fight me, Mr. Goblin? Kaichai's expression is one of pure bewilderment. A fight, why? He glances to the side, completely nonplussed by the sudden hostility. Takiko and Lan Nayu are just as confused, staring at the aggressive guardian who has appeared out of nowhere. Kaichai turns back, his brow furrowed. Well. No, I'm not, he states plainly. The Lindworm lets out a derisive laugh. Heh, is that right, Tilda? She struts forward, oozing confidence and malice. I see, I see. Her eyes narrow, a wicked grin spreading across her face. Well then. She strikes a pose, her voice ringing out with finality. I won't let you leave, Tilda. The casual threat hangs in the air, electric and dangerous. Lan Nayu's face hardens with determination. She's not about to let this bully push them around. She darts forward, placing herself between Kaichai and the Lindworm. The guardian just watches her, an amused huh escaping her lips. Lan Nayu holds her ground, pushing Kaichai back with one hand. Get back, Lan Nayu-san, he warns, but she ignores him. We shouldn't have to fight. She thrusts the elven permit forward like a shield. We have this traveling permit, we don't have to fight you. In her earnest attempt to de-escalate, Lan Nayu makes a fatal error, blurting out a sacred secret. We Drago Newts can never go back or break a promise once it's given, never. She taps her head for emphasis, completely oblivious to the bombshell she just dropped. That's the kind of species we are. The Lindworm's eyes lock onto the permit in Lan Nayu's hand. In a blur of motion, she snatches it right out of Lan Nayu's grasp. Wah. The guardian examines the document, a slow, predatory smile forming. That's right, she purrs, holding the permit. Dragon Newts have to keep their promises. Her voice echoes across the clearing as she reads the fine print aloud. The contract states, the holder is exempted from any trials going to see the prime dragon. A chilling realization dawns on her face. It's good I realized this. Her mouth splits into a terrifying, shark-like grin, filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth. With a flick of her wrist, she shreds the permit into confetti. In other words, the contract says nothing about going back. It's effectively a one-way trip. Lan Nayu stares in horror. No way. But the Lindworm isn't finished. She turns, her body language shifting from playful menace to cold fury. And more than that, little dragon Newt, what were you saying? Her face becomes a mask of shadow and rage as she looms over the terrified Lan Nayu. Announcing out loud our race's weakness just like that. What the hell do you think you're doing? Kaichai steps forward. Hey, just wait, the Lindworm's voice cracks like a whip. Shut up. She grabs Lan Nayu, dragging her away. This has nothing to do with you, goblin, so stay out of this. She yanks on Lan Nayu's clothes, her voice low and threatening. This is an issue of honor among the Dragon Newt family. If this squirt keeps leaking our secrets, our entire race could be at risk. She hoists the struggling girl into the air. Our entire race would be exploited if it got out, so just consider this proper discipline. Kaichai watches, his face a storm of conflict. HRM, but... Lan Nayu looks back at him, tears welling in her eyes, trying to be brave. It's fine. Her voice trembles as she tries to absolve him of responsibility. After all, this is my mistake. She's just angry that I offended the pride of the Dragon Newts. If I was in the same position, I'd be angry too. She forces a pained smile. This doesn't have anything to do with you, Kaichai-san. From the side, Takiko watches, her face simmering with rage. She can't take it anymore. Wait right there, she yells, stomping forward. You should shut up right now and listen to me. That child is my friend and... Before she can finish, a shimmering barrier of light erupts in front of her, blocking her path. The barrier solidifies into a sphere, trapping her and lifting her into the air. Oh wah, what? Kaichai shouts, stunned as the prime dragon intervenes not to help but to restrain. The dragon's voice is calm and absolute. Worry not, I will keep her safe for now, you should focus on that one. Kaichai is left standing alone, facing the unfolding crisis, his mind reeling. His thoughts race. I don't have any relatives, so I don't know how to handle this. How important is the pride of a race in this world? Is this thing normal for the people here? Lon Nayu-san didn't ask for my help, I don't want to interfere. Inside the bubble, Takiko pounds on the magical wall. Let me out of here, the dragon's voice cuts through her panic. Calm down, Takiko, soon Lon Nayu will be given a beating by Lindworm. Takiko screams, that's horrible, don't let them. The dragon continues its cold lesson. No longer numb to this, Kaichai will choose to fight and eventually lose to Lindworm. Takiko stares in horror. Then stop it, no matter how strong Kaichai-san is, isn't he still an old and sick man? Takiko pleads, how about you stop it now then, isn't Lon-chan a child? But the dragon is unmoved. But this fight is needed, you see, I'll stop it before either of them are killed. The dragon projects a vision into her mind, Lon Nayu hurt and lying on the ground. Kaichai will see Lon Nayu being hurt. Another vision, Kaichai on his knees, defeated before the towering silhouette of Lindworm. Then find that his current strength is not enough. The vision fades to black, and he will learn what he needs to do in order to survive in this world. The prime dragon's massive eye focuses on the trapped nurse, delivering its final, devastating prophecy. But in the future I see, you aren't here, Takiko, so you should go back. The words shouldn't you go back now, Toki-chan, echo in her head, a cruel mockery of her powerlessness. Her gaze drifts to Kaichai standing frozen below, her mind screams. His illness, it still isn't cured, right? You can't let someone in that condition fight. A single tear traces a path down her cheek as the grim reality sets in. She collapses to her knees inside the sphere, utterly defeated and heartbroken. On the ground, Lindworm's verbal assault continues. You really have no pride as a dragonkin, do ya, squirt? A dragon newt that hides their horn and one that reveals our weakness. Lon Nayu clutches a piece of the shredded permit, tears streaming down her face. But I this. Lindworm looms over her. You waste of air. From her bubble, Takiko watches, her sorrow turning into a burning fire. Kaichai remains rooted to the spot, his head bowed. Different places have their own culture and customs. If both parties agree to this, is stopping it the right thing to do? A name flashes across the screen, a silent scream from within the bubble, Kaichai. He looks up, his gaze drawn to the floating prison. He sees Takiko, trapped, helpless, her face a portrait of anguish. And then her voice, raw and powerful, shatters his hesitation. What the hell are you doing? Can't you see Lon-chan is crying? Tears stream down her face as she lets out a final, desperate command that echoes with all her heart. Go save her. Her words slam into Kaichai, the force of them shaking him to his core. His eyes snap open, wide with sudden shocking clarity. He grits his teeth, self-loathing and resolve warring on his face. I'm an idiot. In an explosion of movement, he charges forward, kicking up dirt as he closes the distance to the two dragon newts. Lindworm's face splits into a wild, ecstatic grin. This was the fight she wanted all along. Jaya-ha, you've come. Lon Nayu sits on the ground, looking up in stunned silence as her would-be protector rushes in. As he runs, Kaichai's expression softens, his thoughts turning back to the girl in the bubble. Toki-chan, really. A small, proud smile touches his lips. You are an amazing girl. Across a desolate, rocky landscape, a challenge rings out. A feral-looking girl with a reptilian tail and a wicked grin cackles. Jaya-ha-ha, let's do it, goblin. As an old man, undeterred, charges straight for her. Her eyes glint with pure, unadulterated battle lust, her sharp teeth bared in a predatory snarl. Hope you're ready for this, asshole. Watching from the sidelines, their young companion panics. Since stop, Kaichai-san, she yells, her voice trembling. You're fighting a warrior-type dragon newt. But the old warrior, Kaichai, doesn't even flinch. His face is a mask of grim determination, his weathered eyes locked on his opponent. In an explosive burst of speed, the dragon newt closes the distance, her fist cocked back like a cannon ready to fire. For a split second, Kaichai's hardened expression cracks with surprise. The sheer velocity of her attack is beyond his expectation. She's, he thinks, bracing for impact. But experience trumps raw power. With masterful timing, Kaichai intercepts the punch, his hand clamping around her fist and halting the devastating blow in its tracks. He doesn't just stop her, he uses her own momentum against her. In a single, fluid motion, he pivots and slams her into the ground, shattering the earth beneath them with a thunderous crash. Their companion gasps, her eyes wide with shock at the sudden, brutal reversal. Kaichai stands over the downed dragon newt, but a single bead of sweat rolling down his temple betrays the immense effort of that counter. He looks down, expecting to see a defeated foe, but her eyes are wide open. She's not hurt, she's analyzing him, a flicker of amusement in her gaze. Before he can process it, her hand snaps out, grabbing his wrist with impossible strength. The tables have turned once again. With a powerful twist, she hurls the old warrior across the clearing. Kaichai digs his sandals into the dirt, skidding to a halt as she effortlessly springs back to her feet. Kaichai lets out a sharp breath, a mix of exhaustion and exhilaration. Phew. From a distance, she smirks, completely unfazed by the slam. That hurts, huh? She taunts. Kaichai can only grunt in reply, the impact still rattling his bones. She cracks her neck, her playful grin returning. That was an interesting attack, she says, as if they were just sparring. Kaichai's eyes narrow as he analyzes the exchange. A realization dawns on him. I can tell from that attack she's not being serious. He replays the fight in his mind, every detail becoming crystal clear, and based on that too. From the beginning, she never tried to feint or hide her attack. It was just a straightforward punch, a pure test of power. And when I threw her, she made no attempt to protect her head. She's completely confident in her raw durability. Facing her again, Kaichai calls out, "That style of yours, well, it's a little effective, but..." Before he can finish, his companion rushes to his side. "Kaichai-san, I'm fine already, please stop fighting the other dragon newt." He barely acknowledges her, waving a hand dismissively while his gaze remains locked on his opponent. This is far from over. His focus sharpens to a razor's edge. He's seeing something beyond her movements, a pattern in the chaos. The dragon newt watches their interaction, tilting her head with a look of genuine confusion. But Kaichai sees the truth. Her power is a chaotic storm, represented by countless arrows pointing in every direction at once. It's immense but wild and uncontrolled. His eye takes in the raw, untamed energy. And in that chaos, he sees his opening. She stands before them like a titan, an insurmountable wall of raw strength. But Kaichai knows that every giant has a weakness. This whirlwind of untamed power, it's a blade with no handle. His mind reels at the sheer scale of her abilities. Her physical abilities are unbelievable. This surpasses anything a human could achieve. He reflects on his own worldview. I thought the differences between races like dwarves, elves, and goblins were minor, but that's not so here. This is a completely different league. His hand trembles not with fear but with a warrior's thrill. He hasn't felt this alive in years. Across the field, her voice cuts in, "So you decided to fight, huh?" She stands there, arms crossed, completely confident, "Though I knew you would from the start." A sly, knowing grin spreads across her face. "I knew you wouldn't be able to help yourself." She points at him, her eyes glinting. "You've always wanted to fight. I saw it when I first saw you." The scene flashes back to Kaichai standing calmly before a colossal ancient dragon. The great dragon's eye, vast and ancient, holds a vision. A thought echoes from the past. The future was changed. In that memory, a young woman in a nurse's uniform, Takiko, desperately tugs at Kaichai's sleeve, trying to stop him. The dragon's unblinking eye observes the moment, seeing all possibilities. It sees a potential timeline. Takiko, kneeling alone inside a sphere of light, isolated and heartbroken. The dragon's thoughts rumble. "My power, a gift from a god, lets me see the future, yet I am somehow unable to know a future for this girl, Takiko, brought here by a mistake of the gods." Even Takiko seems to understand her own nature, weeping as the realization hits her. Outside of causality, could it be a singularity? She sees fate as a river and all people as leaves floating towards the same end. A terribly boring river, she thinks, but perhaps if something like this could cause a big enough change. Her name hangs in the void, Tanaka Takiko. She is the one variable, the stone that could divert the entire river of fate. The ancient dragon's eye trembles with a feeling it hasn't known for millennia, surprise. Ah, so that's what it feels like. A jolt of pure excitement surges through the massive creature. Finally, how thrilling, a future to look forward to. Sleeping now would be so regrettable. For the first time in eons, the dragon feels hope. This is something I've hoped for, a future I have not yet seen. Its voice resonates directly in the girl's mind, Takiko. The dragon's gaze pierces through her, questioning her heart. Is this what you wanted, even though you didn't want Kaichai to fight? A silent, angelic observer watches this fateful exchange. Takiko looks down, her heart heavy with conflict. She whispers her quiet, sad truth. "I know that, but Kaichai-san, he wants to fight." The memory fades. Back in the present, Kaichai touches his cheek, lost in the past, as Lan Nayu-san watches with concern. She can see the weight of his memories in his eyes. But then a faint smile touches Kaichai's lips as he recalls the truth of that moment. Because Kaichai-san back then. The dragon newt's voice snaps him back to reality, echoing the past. "Back then, when you first showed up, your face." Another flashback, the dragon newt's grand entrance. "I am the guardian Lin Limpa Lindworm," she declared. She had sized him up instantly, her instincts screaming that he was a true threat. "Name yourself, short-nosed goblin," she had demanded. "Let us see if you are qualified." Her eyes were sharp, testing his resolve. And Kaichai's face in that moment was not one of caution, but of pure, unrestrained battle joy, a terrifyingly wide grin. Seeing his expression, Limpa was completely thrown off, a faint blush of surprise and excitement on her cheeks. In the present, she bursts into laughter, pointing at him. "You were smilin' ear to ear, Jaya ha. Kaichai flushes, completely exposed. "Even though you try hiding it, it's so obvious," she cackles, enjoying his embarrassment. She's absolutely beaming, having found someone who shares her love for a good fight. "Cool mon, stop hiding your true self," she teases, pushing her own cheeks up to mimic his manic grin. Kaichai covers his face with his hand, defeated by her teasing. "You battle maniac," he mutters. Lan Nayu-san makes one last desperate plea. "Kaichai-san, please listen to me." Ignoring her, he unclips a pouch from his belt and hands it over. "Hold on to this for me," he says, his voice firm. She clutches the pouch, her face a mask of worry, knowing she can't stop him. Kaichai turns his back to her, his full attention now on the challenge before him. "Thank you for worrying, Lan Nayu-san," he says, his voice calm and resolute. "But this can't be stopped. Our first exchange was just a test. Now please stay back." He internally assesses his opponent. As expected, she beats me in speed, strength, endurance, every physical measure. Just how boundless is her strength? He takes a solid step forward, his strategy clear. If there's a chance to win, it's in the fact that she has no technique at all. Limpa stretches, her muscles coiling like springs, that sharp-toothed grin plastered on her face. Now, let's get this started, short-nosed goblin. Kaichai stands tall, finally giving his name. It's Takemura Kaichai, and you were called, that's right. Limpa tilts her head, butchering his name with a confused expression. Sam Samba Samba rhythm. She immediately flushes, correcting herself. It's Lin Limpa Lindworm. Kaichai smirks, cupping a hand to his ear to feign deafness, throwing her own mockery back at her. Ha, limbo limbo dance. The pleasantries are over. The real battle begins now. The old man's eyes narrow, a flicker of intense focus in his gaze. The air crackles with tension. His opponent, a fierce girl with a tail and shark-like teeth, lunges forward. You, she screams, but her attack is met with something utterly disrespectful, a sandal flying right at her face. The sandal smacks her square on the forehead. She's stunned, not by the pain but by the sheer audacity. Are you fucking with me? She growls, using cheap tricks. She barely feels the bonk as the sandal bounces off. With a dismissive "feh," she brushes it off, completely underestimating the old geezer. But in that split second of distraction, he's gone. A light tap on her shoulder is the only warning she gets. Huh, she mutters, turning to find empty air. Before she can react, he's on her, a blur of motion. He grips her arm, using her own momentum against her. With a powerful throw that defies his age, he slams her face first into the ground, shattering the rock beneath her. As he catches his breath, a shadow falls over him. A massive tail whips through the air with a whoosh, and the old man's eyes widen in alarm. The tail connects, sending him flying. The impact is brutal, a testament to the girl's monstrous strength. Both fighters are sent tumbling across the barren wasteland. The girl lands on her feet while the old man is thrown back, skidding across the dirt. The girl smirks, sizing him up from a distance. You're really interesting, she thinks to herself. Your strength is shit, you don't have magic, and you're slow as hell. There's no way I can lose. But a seed of doubt plants itself in her mind. However, why can't I land any of my attacks, and why does it feel like I can't win? Her playful grin twists into a look of high-stakes concentration. The truth of the situation dawns on her. One wrong move, she realizes, and I'm done for. The fear is instantly replaced by a thrill. A wide, excited grin spreads across her face as she clenches her fists. So can we start for real now? The old man gets into a low stance, his mind racing. My opponent's physical abilities outclass mine, he analyzes. She charges, a whirlwind of motion, but he's ready. I can read her attacks, he thinks, his body moving like a phantom, dodging her strikes to make up for the gap in speed. And to make up for the gap in strength, he clenches his fist, gathering his energy. She throws a punch, but he meets it with a technique that disperses the force, a flash of light erupting at the point of contact. The old man strains, sweat pouring down his face. The sheer difference in raw power is immense. Strength. He's forced back, his feet digging trenches in the ground. That difference. The girl's eyes are wide with manic glee. She's finally found a real fight. With a resounding thud, he plants his foot, stopping her advance cold. Then he unleashes his own power. With a deafening crack, the very ground beneath them explodes upwards, sending shockwaves and debris everywhere. A memory flashes through the old man's mind. A lifetime spent carefully stacking stones, one by one. The things I've gathered, my skills and experience. The girl, caught in the earth-shattering attack, grins wildly amidst the flying rocks. I tilde caught tilde, she seems to sing, as if this is all just a game. The old man is thrown into the air, completely bewildered. What's this? She stomps her foot and the ground itself seems to obey her, breaking and shifting. His eyes dart down in disbelief. She's getting a rock. With a snap, she rips a colossal chunk of the earth from the ground, shouting, "You tilde." Ha! With a roar, she hurls the mountain-sized boulder straight at him. The old man can only stare in utter shock, sweat beading on his forehead. What the hell is this? His mind drifts back to the past, to when they were both children. He, blindfolded, meticulously stacking stones, a younger version of her, effortlessly doing the same. It's just that she's faster, it's just that she's stronger. More memories surface, her boundless, cheerful energy. It's just that she's younger. And then, the memory of her casually playing with a boulder far larger than the one she just threw. It's just how overwhelmingly powerful she is. He remembers her innocent smile and his own hesitation. I can't. But seeing the monster she's become, his expression hardens into a fierce, determined grimace. Hold back anymore. As the massive rock hurtles towards him, a moment of clarity strikes. I understand now, those things I've collected. The girl poses mid-air, a picture of wild, untamed power, ready to see her attack land. The old man lands, his foot digging into the ground. He pulls out a simple tool, a cleaver. In a single, impossible motion, he swings. A beam of pure energy erupts from the blade, slicing clean through the giant boulder as if it were butter. My skills. The world whites out from the sheer force of the blow. As the dust settles, a single object floats down from the sky. It's a book, its pages fluttering in the wind. The book falls open to a specific page, revealing a drawing of a caped, muscular hero. The title reads, Number 85 Superhero. The old man wasn't just some geezer, he was a hero. And now for a quick bonus sketch. A cheerful nurse glomps the old man from behind, yelling, "Love you." Meanwhile, in a completely different part of the world, some elves are trying to relax. One chides his friend, "Hey, right there, you missed another stitch, you know." But their peace is interrupted by a third companion, Raisin, who is humming and skipping around like a weirdo. "Stop, you child, let me just enjoy myself." Raisin breaks into a full-blown, off-key song, her eye patch thingy popping out comically. Ra-ah-sen is continuing onward, no matter where tilde. I sing to the sky and stars as they spin above tilde, she belts out, completely oblivious to her friend's silent judgment. The elf friend looks on, utterly unimpressed. "How obnoxious," she mutters. But Raisin is lost in her own world, a goofy expression on her face. "How foon." Suddenly, her fun is interrupted by the appearance of a colossal dragon, its head blotting out the sky. Elsewhere, a nurse looks on with a panicked expression, as if witnessing something unbelievable. An eye wide with shock and confusion. Raisin, now with a clone of herself, runs off with gleeful abandon, leaving her companions behind. A mysterious figure in a strange helmet stands with their hands behind their back, seemingly waiting. Raisin stares blankly, her weird eye patch popping off again, utterly confused by the turn of events. The sheer disappointment is too much. Raisin collapses face first into the dirt, defeated by something. Her elf friend looks down at her motionless body. "You've suddenly gotten quiet, did you break?" She crouches down, poking the silent Raisin. "Hey, you okay, Raisin? You're acting a different kind of weird than usual. You're making me a bit uneasy seeing you so silent." The elf friend leans in closer, a curious hem on her lips. She notices something. Raisin's face is buried in the dirt, but her tongue is sticking out. The elf friend bursts out laughing. "Pahahaha, what the heck, you forgot to put away your tongue." She reaches out and gently pokes the tip of Raisin's tongue. Raisin jolts, suddenly aware. "Wah," she mumbles, her friend telling her, "You better hurry and." But Raisin's tongue starts wiggling. The heck is it dancing?" her friend asks, bewildered. With a little pop, Raisin slurps her tongue back into her mouth. The elf friend freaks out. "Ah, hey, that's dirty, spit it out, spit." Raisin, meanwhile, is processing the experience. "Wah, what did I taste?" Her face is one of stoned contemplation. It's rather crunchy and gritty, the flavor of Daya's, nothing else like it. How mysterious. Her friend deadpans, "Of course it is, it's dirt." The elf's eye twitches, mysterious. Raisin, however, has fully embraced the flavor of the earth, licking the ground with gusto. She pops up, eyes sparkling. "I never knew this soil had this kind of flavor. I'm ex-sit ed," the elf friend sighs, defeated. "Aki, I fixed her, all is right in Daya's." Back in the wasteland, we find the tail girl from the fight, lazing on a cliffside next to a massive, sleeping dragon. She rests her head on her hand, the picture of absolute boredom. "I'm bored, no one ever comes." She glances over at the snoozing beast. "All this guy does is slay, yep, so boring tilde." She sighs, looking out at the empty horizon. This is seriously like a punishment game. The few adventurers that do come to see the prime dragon, as well as the few magic beasts here, are all too weak. I don't even have someone to talk to. But then she feels something, a pressure in the air. Ah no, there it is, that fleeting feeling, that presses down on my chest. Her eyes snap towards the sky as something crashes down in the distance, kicking up a massive explosion of dust and rock. Her expression shifts from boredom to shock. The shock quickly melts away, replaced by a wide, predatory, and absolutely thrilled grin. As a massive, shadowy object descends from the heavens, her tail thrashes in excitement. "Hee hee, heh. Deep within the dungeon, in a colossal stone arena that spirals towards the heavens, Lindworm stands alone. She gazes up at the distant exit, a smirk playing on her lips. "Ah, he's all the way out of here, huh?" From across the rocky floor, Takiko slumps down, watching the standoff with a weary expression. Kaichai is just a tiny figure in the distance, facing off against the Dragonoot. Takiko's face is a mask of disbelief and exhaustion. Sweat beads on her forehead as she stares, unable to comprehend the sheer insanity of the situation. Even Lan Nayu, usually so composed, can't hide her shock. Her eyes are wide with terror. In no way, he's actually going to fight her. The camera pulls back, revealing the true scale of their battlefield. Lindworm stands at the very center of a massive, crumbling spiral, a queen in her desolate kingdom, waiting for her challenger. Meanwhile, far above and outside the dungeon's entrance, two elves wait. The younger one, Neji, paces nervously while an elder sits patiently on a stump. Neji looks towards the sky, a deep unease settling in his gut. Something feels wrong. He turns to his stoic companion. "Elder," he calls out, his voice laced with worry. Don't you think Kaichai and his group are taking too long?" Neji asks. "It's been half a day, they should have been back already." The elder remains seated, his back to Neji. "This place is considered a dungeon, so certain things can happen," he says calmly. "This is your second time coming here, right?" Neji looks down, recalling his past experience. "Yeah, the first time was 10 years ago, that time it was a group of dwarves." He clenches his fist, a bead of sweat running down his temple. "In terms of power though, I think Kaichai completely outclasses them, but still, elder." A thought suddenly strikes Neji and he freezes. "You know, that passport I definitely gave him, wasn't it 2 pieces, not just 1? The elder's eye narrows slightly. Neji begins to explain the system. Contracts with dragons must be meticulously scrutinized. They'll take advantage of any flaw, that's why a return passport is provided to ensure a safe trip. The full weight of his realization crashes down on him. The delay, the two-part passport. "Ah, I knew I forgot something," he shouts in panic. The elder turns, a sheepish grin on his face as he holds up the missing half of the passport. "Whoops, I didn't realize it until you started talking, but here's the other half. I guess I forgot to give it to him." Neji's jaw drops, he can't believe what he's hearing. Wah. He stumbles back, pointing an accusing finger. How could you?" The elder just scratches his head, admitting, "Oh no, I guess I really screwed that up." The casual smile fades from the elder's face as the gravity of his mistake finally sinks in. His expression turns blank with shock. Neji explodes with frustration. "Don't you understand what you've done?" Suddenly, a strange vortex of dark energy and leaves swirls around Neji. He looks up, confused by the sudden phenomenon. He turns to see the elder staring intently at the passport half in his hand. It's glowing. Both elves stare in shock as an image begins to form on the passport's surface. "Kaichai," Neji gasps. The image is a live feed, showing Kaichai being thrown through the air, his body contorted from the force of an attack. The feed continues, showing him crashing towards the ground. It's a live broadcast of the battle happening deep below them. A close-up on the passport reveals Kaichai's determined eye, even as he's being pummeled. Neji's face drains of all color. He's watching his friend get wrecked, and it's all because of their mistake. The elder holds up the glowing passport, the light radiating from it illuminating his horrified face. "Ah," he exclaims, finally understanding. The passport isn't just a key, it's a window. The elder's expression hardens. The time for apologies is over. Now it's time for action. A dark, intense shadow falls over his face. Both elves share a look of pure, unadulterated panic. Neji points frantically at the passport. Elder, I knew it. He's fighting the Dragonute in the underground." The elder snaps back. "What is it?" With a strained, apologetic smile, the elder holds out the live streaming passport to Neji. "Could you take this, and come apologize with me?" Back in the arena, the force of the battle sends Kaichai's precious notebook flying through the air, right past the head of the colossal prime dragon. The book tumbles end over end, its pages fluttering as it falls into the darkness below. Lan Nayu, kneeling on the ground, watches in horror. No way. She spots something land nearby with a soft thud. She picks it up, her hands trembling as she recognizes the familiar handwriting. This is Kaichai-san's notebook. Her head snaps up, a gasp escaping her lips. What? A blinding flash of light erupts across the arena as Kaichai is sent flying by a monstrous blow. He hurtles through the air, bracing for impact, the force of the hit rattling his entire body. Lan Nayu screams his name, her voice filled with pure terror. Kaichai-san. Kaichai lands hard, skidding to a stop. His internal monologue is calm, analytical. Just one strike, so that is Lindworm's true strength, that kind of power. I've never seen strength like that before. But as Lindworm's devastating kick connects, Kaichai isn't just feeling the impact, he's analyzing it. At that moment, I was still wrestling with a problem in the back of my mind, he thinks, ever since coming to this world. I've been wondering why my techniques don't work how they should. The raw power of this world feels fundamentally different. He recalls Takiko's explanation. Magic is a thing that can transform any kind of force. As Lindworm's attack shatters the very ground, Kaichai has an epiphany. This impossible strength, this magic, when coupled with any power, it amplifies it and makes it impossible for me to fully manipulate. Then, I'll divide it. He digs his heel into the ground, initiating his counter. First, I'll take the force I can see, 24 solar season style, Rishun Magura. He creates a spiral of energy on the ground, diverting the kinetic force of Lindworm's kick, sending her spinning harmlessly around him. But that's only half the battle. I'll flow up with it, he declares, using a second technique, Seimei, to handle the residual energy. He focuses intently. Any force undiverted has to be magic. He visualizes the attack's energy as a chaotic spiral, a mix of two distinct forces. I'll diminish any power I will take, and I'll confirm the existence of this thing called magic. He mentally separates the natural force from the hypothetical magic. A brilliant flash of insight hits him. This force, even if I still can't fully handle it yet, my techniques can work on it. The redirected force sends him blasting skyward. From the ground, Lindworm shouts, "Short-nosed goblin." She throws her head back and lets out a wild, shark-toothed laugh, absolutely thrilled by the fight. "Hey," she taunts the tiny figure in the sky, "you need some help coming down." Lan Nayu watches in a panic, certain that a fall from this height will be fatal. But Kaichai remains calm, a slight smile on his face as he prepares. "Don't be silly," he thinks, cracking his knuckles mid-air. "This is no problem for me." He expertly twists his body, using a martial arts technique to control his descent, and slams into the ground with a massive shockwave. He rises from the dust cloud without a scratch. "I mastered the art of yukemi, the Japanese martial art of falling safely, when I was 20 or so. Trying to kill me from a fall is all but impossible. You'd have to drop me from orbit to achieve that." He stands tall, facing down his opponent, completely unharmed. Lindworm's taunting smile vanishes, replaced by a look of pure, unadulterated shock. A glimmer of excitement, of respect, sparkles in her eye. This is the opponent she's been waiting for. Her shock melts into giddy delight. He's unharmed, and I kicked him at full strength too, she thinks, barely able to contain her joy. As her battle lust intensifies, something begins to change. Scales start to crackle into existence along her jawline. Lan Naiu sees the transformation and screams a warning. I think you should end the fight here, because Lindworm is starting to dragonize. The warning hangs heavy in the air, a promise of a terrifying power-up. Lan Naiu shouts his name again, desperate to make him understand the danger. Kaichai-san. She quickly explains, status among dragonutes is determined by how much they can channel the power of their ancestor dragons. A normal one can channel around 20%, but a battle type, they're much closer to dragons. Kaichai listens, but his expression is unreadable. But what does that mean? He asks calmly. Lan Naiu tries to make him understand the sheer difference in power. Remember how you felt when you first encountered the Prime Dragon. Dragons are on a completely different level than normal beings. That's why when you fight against a battle-type dragonute, you can't defeat them with just strength. Lindworm is gaining a portion of that power. Kaichai turns, a wild, almost insane grin spreading across his face. And what does that matter? Nothing you've said is a reason to stop fighting. Lan Naiu is stunned into silence. What the hell are you saying? Across the arena, Lindworm's body contorts. Bones snap and crack as her transformation accelerates, her silhouette becoming more monstrous, more powerful. Kaichai's eyes are wide with manic glee. Because I've never come across a person like this, he thinks. I've never had the chance to truly test the limits of my abilities. The transformation completes. Lindworm's arms are now covered in sharp, draconic scales, her hands ending in vicious claws. Her tail is a thick, armored weapon. Just take a gander, she roars. Kaichai looks upon her new form not with fear, but with reverence. This, he thinks, is a dream come true to all who lived in breath martial arts. He sees her as the ultimate challenge, the pinnacle of strength he's been searching for. To him, she isn't a monster, she is a pristine. She is the perfect opponent, a raw, untamed force of nature he can finally go all out against. And glimmering jewel. Spikes pop from her armored tail, she's perfect. A look of pure bliss crosses Kaichai's face. Yes, everything I could have wanted. Now fully transformed, Lindworm stomps the ground, her power radiating in waves. Let's go, she screams, her voice a guttural roar. Lan Naiu can only stare, terrified. The amount of magic is on a completely different scale. Kaichai simply rolls up his sleeves, a serene smile on his face as he accepts the challenge. Happily. Lan Naiu finally breaks, clutching her head in despair. What should I do if this keeps up he'll die. But high above the battlefield, perched on the Prime Dragon's head, Takiko cheers him on. Let's go Kaichai-san. Lan Naiu looks up, confused. Toki-san. Takiko pumps her fist, her face a mask of pure hype. It's time to teach that bitch some lessons, beat her up. Even in the middle of this high-stakes brawl, Kaichai hears Takiko's distant cheer. Aim for the eyes, aim for the eyes. A weary smile touches his lips. Ain't that something, he thinks, I can always rely on her cheering, huh? With a newfound spark, he turns back to Lindworm, his posture shifting. Well, he begins, a confident smirk playing on his face as he prepares his next move. Lindworm meets his gaze, her own feral grin widening. The air crackles with anticipation. She's absolutely living for this fight. Kaichai's body seems to distort, becoming a heat haze. He announces his technique, a name that promises pain disguised as poetry. 24 solar season style, Jeshi Keidru. In a flash, he's on her. It's not a strike, but a masterful redirection. With a light tap, he uses her own momentum against her, preparing to send the powerful dragonute flying. Up and over, Kaichai grunts, completing the throw. Lindworm slams into the ground with the force of a meteor, shattering the stone floor and kicking up a massive cloud of debris. But as Kaichai stands over the crater, he sees it. A twitch. Lindworm's massive, armored tail begins to rise from the dust. Before he can even process the danger, the tail whips around with blinding speed. It connects with a sickening crack, launching Kaichai across the arena like a cannonball and sending him skipping across the ground. The impact is colossal, carving a fresh crater into the battlefield as dust and rock explode outwards. But from the center of the destruction, a sound bubbles up. Laughter. Kaichai pushes himself into a sitting position, a wild, ecstatic grin on his face. Haha, what in the hell, that's truly shocking, ha. And his manic laughter is met by another's. Lindworm flips onto her hands, balancing with impossible strength. She throws her head back and lets out a wild, joyous cackle that echoes through the arena. Jaya ha, this isn't a fight to the death anymore, this is the most fun they've ever had. Fueled by the sheer adrenaline, Kaichai roars back, a primal scream of a warrior who has found his equal. Like two forces of nature, they charge each other again, tearing up the landscape. Watching from her perch on the Prime Dragon's head, Takiko is completely bewildered. What is happening? She's just baffled. Why, how can those two be laughing like that? To her, this is a life or death struggle, but to them, it's become a twisted, violent dance. Shaking her head, she turns away from the chaotic brawl, deciding to focus on a more pressing matter. She addresses the colossal being she's standing on. Excuse me, Mr. Prime Dragon, the ancient dragon's voice booms directly into her mind. My name is Central, but you may call me Sen-chan. Takiko is floored. Why are we suddenly using nicknames? Snapping out of it, she points down at the battlefield. Anyways, please bring Lan-chan up here too, it's way too dangerous down there. The prime dragon's massive, slitted eye swivels, its immense focus landing on the small figure below. Lan Nayu. Down on the ground, Lan Nayu is completely absorbed in the fight, oblivious to the fact she's being discussed by a god-tier dragon. Her mind races, analyzing the incredible display of power. Amazing, even though this fight has been going on for a while. She realizes with a start, neither of them have taken any real damage. The truth of the situation becomes clear. Kaichai-san's martial arts and Lindworm's superhuman endurance are equally matched. There hasn't been a decisive blow from either of them. But the stalemate is taking its toll on the old man. Kaichai is gasping for air, sweat pouring down his face. My lord, haha, I'm out of breath. Lindworm, however, looks like she's just getting started, a predatory grin fixed on her face. She stomps a foot down, cracking the stone. Well, I suppose it's time for the finishing blow. Her cheeks begin to swell ominously as she inhales deeply. Her eyes lock onto Kaichai, full of sadistic glee. Now then, how will you handle this? Kaichai, still trying to catch his breath, can only stare back, confused and exhausted. Huh, what's that? Lan Nayu recognizes the stance instantly and screams out in terror. Watch out, it's fire breath. Her eyes are wide with fear. She knows exactly how devastating that attack is. Lindworm's cheeks deflate slightly, annoyed that her surprise was ruined. Man, what a buzzkill, she mutters. Switching it up, she rockets into the air. Kaichai is still processing the warning. Fire. From above, she unleashes hell. Dragon breath, a massive torrent of fire erupts from her mouth, turning the battlefield into a raging inferno. Kaichai dives, scrambling away from the flames just in time. As the fire dies down, he's left singed and panting. From the air, Lindworm watches, unimpressed. So he could only run away, is that it? Lan Nayu looks at him, her heart sinking at the sight. Kaichai-san, he looks completely exhausted. Lindworm lands back on the ground with a heavy, solid thud, ready for round 3. She scoffs at the winded old man. What are you doing relaxing? She gestures impatiently, her grin never fading. Hurry up, let's continue. Kaichai forces himself to stand, wiping sweat from his brow. Why yeah, I expected this, but I'm surprised by how sturdy she is, just having trouble keeping up. His internal monologue is grim. I focused all of my attacks on her head, but is it not having any effect at all? He knows he's outmatched physically. She's so tough, I'm not sure I've done any damage. There aren't a lot of options left. He grits his teeth, facing the harsh reality of his aging body. This old body of mine is already running on fumes. It's frustrating, but them's the breaks. His gaze falls on Lan Nayu, who stands a short distance away, watching him. Her face is a mask of pure, unadulterated worry for him. The terrifying realization hits her like a physical blow. If this keeps up, he'll be killed. Her mind spirals into panic. But what can I even do? If we can't beat her, we can't go back, and that means I would have to fight that monster too. Her thoughts drift back to a memory of Kaichai's kindness, his strange but gentle offer. She remembers him asking her, would you go ahead and call me grandpa, all right? And she remembers her own blunt, awkward refusal. I'd rather not. But she also remembers later that night, outside her mushroom-shaped house. How she couldn't stop the happy, embarrassed giggles from escaping. She recalls the warmth she felt. That was the first time someone has ever said something like that to me, hee. That memory solidifies her resolve. Back in the present, her hand clenches into a tight, determined fist. Her focus sharpens, all fear erased. No matter how many times he saved me, this person who's only ever been kind to me, his life is in danger. Electricity crackles to life around her, her body glowing with power. This time, I'll be the one to save him, she screams, unleashing her ultimate ability, Brave Circuit. The sudden, massive surge of energy catches both Lindworm and Kaichai completely off guard. Lan Nayu knows she's not at full power. I've only recovered about 30% of my magic, but I should be able to do a little damage. In a literal flash of lightning, she vanishes from her spot and reappears directly in front of the shocked Dragonute. She slams her electrified fist with all her might directly into Lindworm's chiseled abs. But instead of a crushing blow, her attack meets an unbreakable wall. A sickening scrape echoes as her knuckles grind against something impossibly hard. Her ultimate attack does nothing but barely scratch the surface of Lindworm's passive ability, Dragon Scales. Lan Nayu's face twists in disbelief and frustration. Tusk, all that power for nothing. The kinetic feedback from the perfectly blocked punch sends Lan Nayu reeling backwards through the air. Lindworm's scales crackle and pop, the minor scratch regenerating in an instant as if it were never there. Lan Nayu stares in absolute horror. Her trump card, her one big shot, was completely no-selled. She can't process what just happened. Her attack didn't even make Lindworm flinch. Lindworm looks down, more annoyed than anything else. Ow, 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 what the heck is pocking me? Kaichai, still exhausted, is just trying to process the sudden intervention. What's happening? Lindworm slowly turns her head, her gaze finally landing on the one who dared to interrupt her fun. She looks down at the kneeling, powerless girl with utter disdain. Was that you, little newt? Kaichai is completely lost. Did Lan Nayu do something? I couldn't see a darn thing. Lindworm sighs, looking from the exhausted old man to the girl who just wasted her energy. Is this world filled with people like these two? This world is something else. Kaichai, however, is simply in awe of the raw power on display. Amazing, what a world indeed. You run out of magic, you're a real nuisance, Lindworm says, her voice dripping with contempt. Having you hang around has been nothing but a hindrance which I don't need. She flexes her claws with a sharp snap, ready to swat the nuisance aside for good. Seeing the killing intent in her eyes, Kaichai uses the last of his strength to scream, "Hold on, stop that." Lindworm doesn't even hesitate, raising her massive clawed hand to strike Lan Nayu down. Be a little more obedient, she thinks, annoyed. But in a blur of motion, Kaichai throws himself in front of Lan Nayu, taking the full, devastating force of the blow directly to his face. The impact is brutal. Kaichai's eyes squeeze shut as his consciousness is snuffed out like a candle. Lindworm freezes mid-swing, completely stunned by his selfless and in her mind idiotic act. Huh. Kaichai's body goes limp, collapsing to the ground. Lan Nayu can only cry out his name in despair, Kaichai-san. Lindworm stares at his still form, utterly bewildered. Hey, you're kidding, right? She can't comprehend it. What a fragile creature. It's surprising we've even been fighting this long. Suddenly, a strange mechanical sound fills the air. A system voice announces, confirming status of skill user, unconscious, beginning automatic activation of unique skill. A brilliant light envelops Kaichai's body as the skill's name flashes in their minds. Golden Hour. The system continues its explanation as Lan Nayu watches in shock, creating pseudo-personality for usage during user's unconsciousness. The light fades, revealing a transformed Kaichai. He's decades younger, his hair a spiky jet black. He sits up, groaning. Where am I? Why does my chin hurt? He glares at Lindworm. Hey, I'm talking to you, redhead. Who the fuck are you? The system announces the time limit, 150 seconds. This new Kaichai is nothing like the kind old man. His eyes are filled with pure, unfiltered aggression. He glares at the confused Lindworm, a feral grin spreading across his face as he makes a simple, terrifying promise. I'll beat the shit out of you. A timer appears in his vision, 145 seconds remaining. The transformation is complete. The frail old man is gone, replaced by a young warrior brimming with raw power. A new, aggressive personality takes over, its eyes burning with a single thought. I'll beat the shit out of you. On the ground, Kaichai glares up at the towering Lindworm and the seated Lan Nayu. You there, redhead, he growls, his voice dripping with contempt. Why the hell are you looking down at me? Lindworm's eyes narrow, analyzing the sudden change. That's a menacing look, she muses internally. Is this the goblin? No, the magic signature shifted. It's a transformation, a skill. Meanwhile, high above the battlefield, Neji pleads with his elven companions. He shoves a passport towards his chief, his voice desperate. Chief, you have to take this and go help them. The chief remains unmoved, arms crossed. Nope, if I went, what would be the point of this errand? His cold refusal hangs in the air. Neji is furious. Was this your plan all along? He accuses. The chief just scoffs. What would I get out of it? As they argue, a small figure in the background tinkers away furiously. Suddenly, the tinkerer, a cheerful girl, leaps up, holding a strange contraption. It's finished, she exclaims with glee. She proudly presents her invention, announcing in a raspy voice, the Dai Magic Copter Tilda. It's a small, propeller-driven drone with a camera lens. The other elf looks on, utterly baffled. What is it, though? She asks, while the chief remains silent, intrigued. The inventor explains, I've modified a Dai magic light so I can get a better understanding of what's happening down there. Ignoring the others, she runs towards the arena's edge. Ooh, Ake, let's lawunch. The tiny drone buzzes to life and zips down towards the fight below. From an even higher vantage point, a colossal white dragon god himself observes the scene. Is that Kaichai-san? A voice asks, shocked by the transformation. The speaker, the nurse Takiko, is stunned into silence, her eyes wide with disbelief at the man she sees on the monitor. Central, the entity beside her, smiles knowingly. Is this what God was talking about? She thinks to herself, a skill that makes him younger. Back in the arena, Kaichai rises to his feet, a predator's grin on his face. He points at Lindworm. The one with the menacing look is you. He circles her, sizing her up with blatant disrespect. What's with that get up anyway? Are you human, a crocodile, some kind of monster? Kaichai gets right in her face, his eyes wild. You've been staring at me for a while now. Around here, if you make eye contact with me, you're better off looking away. Got it? He then turns his attention to the smaller Lan Nayu, who flinches under his aggressive gaze. Who the fuck are you, kid? Don't talk to me. Lan Nayu looks up at Lindworm, confused and scared. Is that you, Kaichai-san? She stammers. Kaichai ignores her and turns back to Lindworm. Hey you goblin, Lindworm is taken aback. Goblin, did you just transform or something? But Kaichai just scoffs. Goblin, the hell is that? His eyes scan her up and down, a crude thought forming in his mind. Are you female? He asks, and before she can react, he pokes her armored chest. It's firm. That was the last straw. Pure rage flashes across Lindworm's face. In an instant, her massive, scaled tail whips through the air, connecting with Kaichai's head with brutal force. The timer for his skill appears. 130 seconds remain. The impact is immense. Kaichai is launched like a cannonball, a tiny speck sent flying across the vast arena as Lan Nayu watches in horror. But as he flies, Lindworm feels a sudden, sharp sting in her arm. An exclamation mark appears over her head as she looks down, confused. Her eyes widen slightly. What was that? A delayed reaction to one of his attacks. She examines her arm. A small, precise wound has appeared on her scaled flesh, dark blood spewing from the puncture. She stares at the injury, more surprised than hurt, to think this human could actually draw her blood. The sound of a sickening snap and crack echoes, but it's not from her. It's the sound of Kaichai's body being brutalized by the sheer force of her attack. Soaring through the air, Kaichai is in a world of pain. Ow shit, fuck, why is she so stupidly strong? His face is a mask of agony and shock as he hurtles towards a massive rock formation. He sees the wall of rock approaching fast. There's no way to dodge, only to brace for impact. Instinct takes over. Even in this state, his martial arts training is ingrained in his very being. He twists his body, preparing to absorb the blow. He flexes every muscle, shouting the name of the technique, Yukemi. He's going to use the impact-absorbing art to survive. Watching from their safe zone, Takiko and another observer gasp in terror. Watch out, they scream, helpless. Kaichai slams into the cliffside with a deafening crash, the rock face shattering and exploding outwards from the sheer force. He slides down the fractured rock, landing on his feet, battered but miraculously in one piece. He stumbles forward, catching his breath, and then he sees it, a girl, Takiko, floating inside a strange, shimmering sphere. He lets out a breath of relief, wiping some blood from his chin. He survived. But then the pain truly sets in. My head, my back, hard to breathe. He collapses to his knees, clutching his body. The timer ticks down, 125 seconds. But pain only fuels his rage. He pushes himself up, his face contorted in a furious snarl. Damn it all, now you've done it. Monster girl bitch, I'll kill you, I'll beat you to death. Timer, 120 seconds. From her bubble, Takiko watches, a bead of sweat on her face. I won't stop till you're nothing but a bloody stain. She hears him scream, and she can only wonder, were men in the 70s really the worst, huh? Suddenly, a booming voice echoes from the sky. Excuse me, Kaichai-san, are you doing okay? It's God checking in from above. Takiko just looks on, completely bewildered by the entire situation, shrugging with glowing, translucent hands. Kaichai looks up annoyed, again with this, why are all these people calling me by name? His eyes drift down to Takiko's chest, his delinquent brain momentarily distracted. He snaps out of it, a bit flustered, before refocusing on the situation. Takiko, still in her bubble, calls out, "That's good." Kaichai yells back, "I'm perfectly fine." He seems to calm down for a second, looking at his hands, perhaps feeling the surge of unfamiliar power. But then he senses a massive presence. He peeks over his shoulder, then does a full double take. His eyes go wide. Looming over the entire arena is the colossal form of God. Is that some sort of dinosaur? Is it that monster's boss? No way, I didn't notice that thing at all. Takiko, meanwhile, is worried about her other friend. I hope Lan-chan is doing okay. Her thought is cut short by a sudden thud right in front of her. It's Kaichai, he's knocking on her protective barrier. What the heck, what is this? It's not like glass at all, he exclaims, then turns to her. Hey miss, are you being held hostage by these guys or something? Timer, 110 seconds. Takiko, playing along with the absurdity, gives a cheerful yes. Yeah, I guess I am, but her internal thought is a deadpan, you liar, I want to leave. Across the field, Lindworm watches, her patience wearing thin. We're in the middle of a fight, she growls, annoyed at the interruption. Kaichai decides to take matters into his own hands. He rears back and punches the barrier with a powerful jolt. He strains, muscles bulging as he grips the edge of the invisible field. Gah, it's hard, there we go. With a mighty heave, he rips a hole in the barrier and pulls Takiko right through it. She lands on the ground with a thud. The barrier implodes in a flash of light now that its integrity is breached. Takiko stumbles to her feet wobbly. Thanks, I guess, she says, noticing his injuries. You've got a split lip and your nose is bleeding too. Kaichai just stares back, you're fine. He wipes his nose, dismissing her concern while she sits down, trying to recover from the ordeal. Lindworm has had enough. She stares daggers at Kaichai, her silent fury building. She finally snaps, her mouth opening wide to reveal rows of sharp teeth as she lets out a furious roar. Woo-hee. The sound barrier seems to crack around her as she screams, "Get back here, we were in the middle of a fight here." Kaichai's eye twitches, he's being challenged. He turns, a radiant aura flaring around him. He brings a fist to his mouth, a classic fighter's pose. He cracks his knuckles, a smirk playing on his lips. The time for games is over. Boom, Lindworm closes the distance in an instant, launching an attack that sends Kaichai flying and kicks up a massive cloud of dust. Takiko barely dodges the shockwave. Timer, 90 seconds. Kaichai tumbles through the air, his face a mask of pure fury. You bitch, how dare you embarrass me like that, I'll turn you into a beehive. He rights himself mid-air, channeling energy into his arm. He prepares a special technique, his fingers poised like a wasp stinger. Chiryu Eikajutsu, 24 solar season style, shosho. Seeing him prepare a real martial arts move, Lindworm's face breaks into a wide, toothy, ecstatic grin. This is the fight she was hoping for. But as Kaichai lands, he feels a strange sensation. Do my legs feel different? He's noticing the effects of his own skill. There's no time to think. Lindworm is on him in a flash, her claws outstretched, crossing the entire arena in a single bound. Their fists meet in a thunderous clash of power, the impact radiating outwards. Kaichai ducks under her guard, unleashing his attack. Suzumibachi, his fingers strike her arm like a volley of deadly hornets. Pop! The attack lands, piercing her tough scales. Blood spurts from multiple points on her arm. He actually wounded her again. He dodges back as she recoils, a look of pained surprise on her face. Kaiche throws his head back and laughs, drunk on his own power. Dehahaha, how's they at? His celebration is cut short. Lindworm, ignoring the pain, retaliates with a devastating kick to his side. The force is unbelievable. OJ, he screams. This attack, why can't I redirect it as well? Her raw power is simply on another level. Lindworm cackles maniacally, her battle lust fully awakened. But her laughter turns into a gasp as she feels his hands grab her leg. Refusing to be beaten, Kaichai holds on tight, muscles straining as he tries to flip her. But she's too strong. She uses his grip as a pivot, slamming him into the ground with a ground-shattering impact. Damn bitch, he screams in defiance. The earth cracks beneath them as she drives him deeper into the dirt, raining down blows. Lindworm lies in the crater, dazed and groaning from the brutal counterattack. Kaichai looks down at his own arm. It's twisted at an unnatural angle, clearly broken. He cradles his shattered arm, a look of disbelief on his face. What's with this strength? I know I'm invincible, but still, isn't being able to do something like this too much? Timer, 80 seconds. From a distance, Lan Nayu watches the aftermath of the exchange, completely speechless. Her eyes are wide with awe and terror. So strong to be able to hurt a battle-type Dragonute, she thinks, clenching her fists. Takiko is just as shocked, but her shock turns to excitement. Amazing, this young Kaichai-san is so strong, I can't believe he's human. He'll absolutely win now. Her words, however, only confuse the nurse persona within her. Young, she mutters, the pieces not quite fitting together. Far away in a sterile, otherworldly room, a quiet chuckle is heard from behind a closed door. On a monitor, the face of the rejuvenated Kaichai stares back, his every move being watched, analyzed, and enjoyed by the god who set this all in motion. Meanwhile, in a completely different realm, a being watches the chaos unfold. This is God, and a wide, unsettling grin spreads across her face as her fingers dance. With a flurry of clicks and clacks, she manipulates a strange console, her laughter echoing softly. She's not just a spectator, she's the game master. Holding up a retro-looking monitor that displays Kaichai's youthful form, she beams. Exactly as I thought, exactly as I've planned. The personality this time is a bit off, but the skill itself is working wonderfully. Her excitement builds as she explains the mechanics of her creation. The unique skill, Golden Hour, it pairs with the effect of leveling up in his elderly state. His body is rejuvenated to its prime. She throws her hands up in triumph, her voice ringing with manic glee. The strongest man in my Oni-Chan's universe, now back in the prime of his life, and my level-up system making him even stronger. It's perfect. A sly, knowing look crosses her face. The Central Dragon's prophecy may have changed a bit, but it means nothing. Actually, this change may even be better than before. Surrounded by empty energy drink cans, she pumps a fist. Now there's a chance he can beat the dragon newt he was going to lose to. Let's go. The camera pulls back, revealing her observation post to be a peaceful, idyllic farmhouse, a stark contrast to the brutal battle she's orchestrating. Back at the arena, something descends from the sky. It's a small, glowing object sent to get a closer look at the action. It's Neiji's Dai Magic Copter, a tiny drone buzzing as it zeroes in on the fight, providing another angle on the unfolding drama. From her vantage point, Takiko calls out to the colossal being beside her. He, Sen-chan, Central, the ancient dragon, turns its attention. Takiko looks up with deep concern etched on her face. This young Kaichai's body and his illness, what's his condition now? Central's ancient voice rumbles, Kaichai's golden hour. It doesn't make a new body, it only rejuvenates it. In this world, illness isn't supposed to exist, a fact I only learned from your god. Takiko presses, so, he's still sick, Central confirms her fears. I don't understand the illness, but your god, Sharana, confirmed it will kill him if left untreated. It's highly likely the skill does nothing to the illness itself. Down below, Kaichai is already back on his feet, casually holding Lindworm's tail. She stares in disbelief. Oh, you're standing up already? You're made of tough stuff, huh? Kaichai ignores her, staring intently at his own hand. A timer materializes on his wrist, 70 seconds remaining. He doesn't have long. Lindworm's face flushes with anger and embarrassment. Are you going to hold a dragon's tail? Let it go, damn pervert. She tries to analyze his technique. I don't know how you do it, but you're probably channeling the strength of my attacks into the ground, right? But Kaichai uses her tail as a pivot, launching himself into the air. A wild, predatory grin flashes across his face. Then how about this? He swings his entire body forward, turning her own limb into a weapon against her. He vaults clean over her head, his voice dripping with contempt. Dumb ass. Before she can react, he twists in mid-air, delivering a powerful kick right to the side of her head. 24 solar season style. But as the blow connects, a flicker of confusion crosses Kaichai's face. Something feels wrong. He feels the raw power pushing back against him, his technique failing to redirect the force. It's not stopping. Is there something wrong with my Kakari skill? He grits his teeth, sweat beading on his brow as the horrifying realization dawns on him. Tusk, being outmatched by just strength alone. Lindworm seizes the opportunity, her grip like iron as she grabs him mid-attack. With a roar, she channels his momentum and her own immense power into a devastating throw, slamming him headfirst into the rocky ground. 10-2 Mew Shi. But Kaichai is no ordinary fighter. He absorbs the impact into a perfect handstand, laughing maniacally as the timer ticks down to 60 seconds. Gahahaha, take that. Lindworm, half buried in the crater from her own attack, looks up in pure annoyance. Still upside down, Kaichai's feet clench around a massive slab of rock, ripping it from the earth. With a powerful leg thrust, he hurls the makeshift projectile right at her, the stone cracking as it flies through the air. He lands gracefully, kicking up dust as Lindworm is forced to dodge. The battle is a relentless, high-speed exchange of tactics and brute force. The two fighters pause for a split second, sizing each other up. Lindworm thinks, it's better to keep up with finger thrusts than another throw. Kaichai's mind races, I keep feeling stronger than I've ever been, but the condition of my skills is shit. Lindworm becomes a blur, her speed almost impossible to track. Kaichai struggles to keep up. And then there's this bitch, she's so fast I can barely see her motions. A bead of sweat rolls down his temple, he has to find an opening and fast. With a sharp snap of her fingers, Lindworm signals the start of her next assault, a sound that promises pain. She lunges, a streak of draconic fury. Kaichai braces himself, every instinct screaming at the danger. This girl, her monstrous power makes my hair stand on end too. Kaichai dodges and counters, unleashing a flurry of precise finger strikes against her leg, the Suzumabachi technique. Lindworm snarls, the pinpoint attacks infuriating her. Why you? She lets out a furious roar, her fangs bared as she swings a haymaker with enough force to level a building. Kaichai brings his arms up to block, but he can already feel the overwhelming power behind the blow. He braces, channeling every ounce of his strength into his guard, but he knows it won't be enough. The impact is cataclysmic. The very ground beneath them shatters and explodes upwards from the sheer force of Lindworm's punch. From above, Neiji's drone captures the massive shockwave, rippling out from the point of impact. A sickening snap echoes across the wasteland. The X-ray view reveals the horrifying truth, his arm is shattered. Lindworm herself looks shocked at the result, while Kaichai's face is a mask of pure, unadulterated agony. His eye is wide with shock and pain, sweat pouring from his face as his body screams in protest. But he's not done. Fueled by sheer grit and adrenaline, he ignores his broken arm and lunges forward, slamming his forehead into her face with a solid bonk. Lindworm's reptilian eye widens in surprise. She never expected a counterattack. Before she can recover, Kaichai follows up with a desperate right hook, staggering the powerful dragon newt. A small, breathless laugh escapes Lindworm's lips. She's hurt, but she's also impressed. The two warriors stand opposite each other, both battered, bruised, and wavering on their feet. Blood spurts from the gash on Lindworm's forehead. Gah, ow, she mutters, touching the wound. Blood streams from Kaichai's own nose and mouth, but he wears it with a terrifying grin. You're still not down, huh? You're some tough monster. The timer now reads 45 seconds. Lindworm's expression turns serious. The fight has taken an unexpected turn. Watching from afar, Central senses a dark undercurrent to the battle. Is there some sort of problem with Kaichai's golden hour? Takiko's voice is heavy with dread. Why yeah, there may be Kaichai's sickness. She reveals the horrific truth, her eyes wide with terror. His sickness progresses faster in younger cells. With only 35 seconds left, Lindworm decides she's had enough. Well, it's really heating up now, huh? No, I've had enough of you. Kaichai looks at her, confused by her sudden declaration. Huh, the heck are you saying? She gestures to her bleeding arm. I've seen enough of that transformation, that skill or whatever. You should go back to white hair mode. She lays out her logic. In this form, you're stronger and faster. You even managed to wound me. However, I know I'll eventually defeat you like this. Kaichai's face darkens, his heart pounding with rage. To think you'll win. But before he can unleash his fury, his body betrays him. He convulses, spewing a shocking amount of blood. The timer hits 23 seconds. The sudden collapse shocks everyone watching. Lindworm, Takiko, and Central can only stare in horror. Kaichai clutches his throat, gasping for air, his mind reeling in confusion. What the heck? The timer continues its relentless countdown, 21 seconds. A system alert flashes in his mind's eye. Consciousness of skill user is returning. The original Kaichai is waking up. The younger persona is terrified and confused. Wow, what is this? I don't understand any of this. Another alert appears. Pseudo-personality will be removed. Knowing his time is up, the persona calls out to his opponent one last time. Tusk, hey, monster girl. He struggles to form the words, his body failing him. I don't have a fucking clue what's happening, but probably, I'm not going to be able to fight you. Shit. Rage and regret fill his voice as he screams his final thoughts. I know I'm stronger than you. If we had continued, I would have absolutely won, that's why. The system message confirms his fate, deleting pseudo-personality. With his last 4 seconds, he glares at Lindworm, a promise of vengeance in his eyes. Next time, wait for it. And then it's over. A final, definitive message appears. Skill golden hour has ended. In a flash, Kaichai reverts to his old, frail self, the sudden transformation leaving him utterly bewildered. Wah, what is him? The immense strain and damage sustained in his younger form hit him all at once. He collapses to his knees, coughing and sputtering. Seeing the familiar old man, Lindworm's face breaks into a wide, cheerful grin. Goblin, you're back. Kaichai looks down, a wave of nausea and horror washing over him as he sees his right arm, twisted and broken at an unnatural angle. His eyes then fall upon the massive crater in the ground, a testament to a battle he has no memory of fighting. How? What? Lindworm examines her own bleeding hand, recognizing the precise wounds. Those injuries are from Suzumabachi. From her pastoral realm, God watches the aftermath with a look of smug satisfaction. Everything is still going according to her twisted plan. Lindworm glances at the wound on her shoulder, a souvenir from the younger Kaichai's assault. The real Kaichai, sweating and trembling, puts the pieces together, the broken arm, the crater, the opponent's injuries. I think I know what happened, or at least, a rough idea. Lindworm, oblivious to his internal crisis, is still ready for more. Goblin, let's go, let's continue fighting, okay? Kaichai can only hang his head in shame and exhaustion. Sigh, it's unfortunate, I'm sorry if I've caused you any problems. Her cheerful expression falters, replaced by confusion at his sudden apology. The confusion gives way to a dawning realization as she truly looks at the broken old man before her. Her battle-hyped expression softens into one of somber understanding. The fight is truly over. Kaichai wipes the blood from his face, his body racked with coughs. No, it's too late to stop it now, we've already gone this far. He looks up, his eyes filled with a weary but unbreakable resolve. It's a bit late now, but... Lindworm's clawed foot flexes, a silent gesture of acknowledgement. You have my respect. A moment of quiet respect passes between the two warriors amidst the wreckage of their battlefield. Kaichai begins to walk, his posture stooped with age and injury, but his voice is steady. To master it. He begins to explain the principles of his martial art. Requires correct breathing at the pinnacle of exhaustion. Well, that's putting it simply. The camera pans across the desolate ground, focusing on the two fighters. Lindworm stands and listens, her posture shifting from that of an opponent to that of a student. We open on a strange, tiered landscape under a serene sky, a place seemingly outside of time. And in this place, a young Lindworm, her focus absolute, obsessively carves into the very earth with a stick. The scratching sound is incessant as she pours all her being into her work, hunched over the ground like a scholar possessed. Watching from a distance, two elves can only stare in bewilderment. They have no idea what's driving this strange, intense child. The older elf looks on with a stoic, unreadable expression, perhaps sensing something beyond his comprehension. While the younger one is just plain confused, a look of what is she even doing, plastered on her face. The camera pans out, revealing the sheer scale of Lindworm's obsession. The ground isn't just scratched, it's covered in a tapestry of complex formulas, geometric shapes, and arcane equations. A manic, triumphant grin spreads across Lindworm's face. Ahaya tilde, she whispers, a spark of discovery in her eye. She's found an answer. This was a memory from long ago, a glimpse into the mind of a prodigy in a place known only as God's private garden. But back in the present, the creator of that garden, the god Sharana, is completely losing her cool. She's in a full-blown panic. Why is Kaichai coughing up blood? Shouldn't his skill? What is happening? She shrieks, completely blindsided. Her attendant tries to calm her down. Sharana-sama, please, I need you to understand, before I brought my brother Kaichai here. But Sharana isn't listening. There's nothing an all-knowing god should know. Shut up, what the heck happened? The attendant tries again, explaining that Kaichai's illness isn't affected by the level-up system. But Sharana is too busy sniffing him to process the information. As the attendant sighs, it's clear the self-proclaimed, all-knowing god didn't listen to a single word. Sharana, finally calming down, tries to reassure herself. Well, Kaichai was supposed to lose in the first place, right? And if anything happens, Central will stop the fight before he dies. It's perfect. Meanwhile, Takiko pleads with the colossal dragon, Central. Sen-chan, you have to stop them. Kaichai-san is at his limit. Her voice is filled with desperation. You're supposed to stop the fight before he dies, right? At this rate. But Central's reply is chilling and absolute. No, I won't stop the fight. The refusal hangs in the air, heavy and final. Takiko is stunned into silence. Why not? Central's ancient eye gazes into the distance. It is just as he had said, the future cannot ever be truly known. The dragon's gaze falls upon the small, determined human in the arena, Kaichai's. I too would like to see this unknown future with all of you, to see this destiny be altered, and watch it unfold. Central lays out the grim reality. This battle is the first of these changes. Right now, Kaichai's life is like a candle in the wind. If he does not level up, death will claim him. Down in the pit, the two warriors stand ready, the air thick with tension. There are only two ways this can end. If Lindworm were to lose, Central explains, the resulting level up would increase his stamina, sustaining him. Alternatively, Kaichai loses and dies. Takiko looks on, horrified, as Central muses, but even then, perhaps there is another. Suddenly, another girl runs up to her, completely out of breath. Lan-chan, I forgot, I thought I'd retreat here with you. But all eyes are drawn back to the center of the arena, where the two combatants face each other, bathed in a stark, dramatic light. Kaichai spits a wad of blood onto the dusty ground, his mind is racing. First of all, a new discovery when I regained consciousness. He recalls Lindworm's words, You really are interesting. Your strength is shit, your magic is shit. He starts putting the pieces together. Dragon newts can see magic, can't they? Let's assume that even I have a small amount of magic in me. Kaichai stands tall, his hypothesis forming. And suppose that skill I used up the limited amount of magic inside of me. That magic, like any power, is concentrated and flows out from inside your body. He looks directly at his opponent. Hey, Goblin, I need to study more, but... Lindworm's eyes narrow, her expression deadly serious. Your name, tell me one more time, this time I'll remember it. His voice echoes across the silent arena, a declaration of identity. My last name is Takemura, my first name is Kaichai. A weary but determined grin spreads across Kaichai's face. He beckons her forward. Now, come, Lindworm. The fight reignites in a flash of motion. Kaichai moves with a speed that defies his broken body. He parries one of her monstrous claws with a single, delicate finger. Well, that's putting it simply. Blood drips from his mouth, sweat pours down his face. His internal monologue is chilling. As I get closer to death, my power flows like the wind and turns like the changing seasons. With a soft tap, he places his palm on her chest, a calm before the storm. Boom, he unleashes a devastating palm strike. Dai Fun Kahu O Shu. The impact sends a shockwave through Lindworm's body, shattering her armored claw. This is his ultimate state, four-season style, summer, the peak of his power brought on by the brink of death. Lindworm stumbles back, spitting up black blood, completely dazed. Biwa, pa, she can't comprehend the sudden surge in his strength. Kaichai follows up instantly, his hand a blur as he delivers a brutal chop to her neck. He flows seamlessly into his next move, a powerful leg sweep, Yako Ashibare. As his foot connects, he can feel the raw energy radiating from her. I can feel that you're still full of magic. But as he presses his attack, a wave of exhaustion hits him, this feeling. Something inside him snaps, the wellspring of his power, it broke. A voice echoes in his mind, a taunt from Lindworm. Hey, should you really be holding back at this point? She retaliates with overwhelming force, sending him flying back, crashing through rock formations like a ragdoll. Takiko and Lan-chan can only watch in horror, their faces pale with shock. Lindworm roars, her battle lust fully ignited. Right. Kaichai struggles to his feet, coughing up more blood. He can barely stand, let alone fight. Done playing games, Lindworm unleashes her ultimate skill. Dragon's Maw, she screams. Turn to ash, Takemura. A colossal wave of black, roaring fire erupts towards him. The sheer scale of the attack is apocalyptic, a tidal wave of destruction that threatens to incinerate the entire arena. Kaichai watches the inferno approach, his mind desperately searching for a way out, how to handle this. His body finally gives out. He collapses to his knees, coughing violently as blood pools on the ground. Seems like my body is giving up the ghost, he thinks, his limbs trembling uncontrollably. But as he stares at the blood dripping from his lips, he notices something impossible. The droplets are hovering, wobbling in mid-air. Something has changed. On the precipice of death, his senses have been heightened to a supernatural level. The world around him shifts. He can now perceive things he never could before, seeing the very fabric of energy. A lifetime spent analyzing force and flow has unlocked a new perception. He can see, he can acknowledge. His senses can now perceive the flow of magic itself. The world is no longer just rock and dust, but a raging river of black, arrow-like energy, all converging on Lindworm's attack. His eyes widen in understanding, a black force flowing. A memory surfaces, a young blindfolded Kaichai in training. I understand. He remembers learning to feel the flow of energy in the world, to perceive things without sight. It's become clear now. He understood it then, and he understands it now. The flow of magic. This black force, it's the same principle he mastered as a child. Ba-thump, his heart beats with newfound purpose. A faint glow emanates from his chest. He has a tiny spark of it too. Magic. From the sidelines, Takiko screams, her voice filled with hope. Cheer him on, Lan-chan. Raise your voice, he has to win this now. Together they shout with all their might. Go for it, Kaichai-san. Hearing their cries, Kaichai finds his last reserve of strength. Haha, can't go Lawson now, just one more go at it, I guess I'll try it out. He watches the torrent of magic arrows pouring from Lindworm's attack, analyzing their flow. Focusing on his own hand, he tries to manipulate the tiny bit of magic within him. Like this, a small flicker of black energy appears. He concentrates harder, trying to shape it, or like this, the energy coalesces into a small, dark mass. His eyes narrow with intense focus, sweat beading on his brow. He gathers the magic, pulling the flow from his arms into the palms of his hands. Maybe, something matching that. With a final surge of will, he forces the magic into a new shape, creating a technique on the fly. Alright, it's small but, I feel like I can do this. Ukiwagata. A faint, spectral aura envelops him, as he prepares to meet the dragon's maw head-on with his own improvised art. Lindworm's eyes go wide, she can see it. Even from a distance, she can see the impossible thing Kaichai is doing with his minuscule amount of magic. Lindworm's draconic eye widens, the slitted pupil constricting in disbelief. She's witnessing something impossible, a power that defies the rules of this world. Her mind races, trying to process the raw energy radiating from Kaichai. The heck is that, she thinks, her battle-hardened instincts screaming. It's magic but not a skill, is it just pure simple magic? Kaichai, drenched in sweat and blood, offers a grim smile. Not sure, he pants, his voice raspy. I'm macking this up as I go. A flicker of amusement, of genuine respect, crosses Lindworm's face. This old man on the brink of death was still full of surprises. Her amusement hardens into resolve, the flames around her intensify as she accepts his challenge. Then let's go. The arena explodes with power. Lindworm unleashes her ultimate attack, a roaring inferno of black fire that crackles with destructive energy. Across the ruined landscape, Kaichai stands his ground, a lone figure against a tidal wave of annihilation. As you please, he says, his voice calm amidst the chaos. The two forces collide in a cataclysmic explosion. Kaichai meets the torrent of black magic head-on, his hands shaped into his improvised Ukiwagata technique, a desperate shield against the dragon's maw. The ground shatters beneath him, but Kaichai holds firm. Through gritted teeth, he begins to count, anchoring himself in the discipline of his martial art. 1, 2. The sheer pressure of Lindworm's attack carves a massive crater into the arena floor, the concentric circles of broken stone showing just how much power Kaichai is withstanding. For the first time, Lindworm feels her momentum halt. Her unstoppable wave of destruction has been stopped dead. My advance stopped, she realizes with a jolt, if that's the case. With a furious roar, she pours every last ounce of her strength into the blast, her draconic features twisting with effort. I'll just crush you here. Kaichai groans, his body screaming in protest. The raw magic scorches him, threatening to tear him apart, but still, he does not yield. Suddenly, a memory surfaces. A sun-drenched courtyard, a much younger Kaichai patiently stacking smooth, flat stones one by one. A young, pouting Lindworm stands over him, hands on her hips, a familiar mix of annoyance and curiosity on her face. The memory shifts to a hand, his hand, holding a strange, crystalline object, a piece of their shared, forgotten past. Back in the present, Lindworm grins maniacally, believing victory is within her grasp. She pushes forward, confident that his makeshift defense is about to shatter. But Kaichai's eyes, though hidden, burn with a new light. The magic flowing into him isn't destroying him, he's absorbing it, understanding it. From the sidelines, his companions scream their support, their voices a lifeline in the storm. Fight Uon, go for it, Kaichai-san. A new power surges within Kaichai, an aura of dark energy beginning to coalesce around his strained form. Lindworm laughs, panting with exertion. It's my win, she declares, but as she pushes, she feels the pressure pushing back, growing stronger. Kaichai coughs up blood, his body failing, but his spirit roars. He channels the pain, the exhaustion, the very essence of his near-death state into his technique. The torrent of black fire wavers as a new, even darker power begins to emerge from Kaichai's stance, warping the very air around him. In his mind's eye, the world has changed. He no longer sees fire and rock, but the flow of magic itself, a chaotic storm of black arrows that he can now read, predict, and redirect. With a final, guttural roar, Kaichai unleashes his own power. A concussive blast of pure, dark energy erupts from his hands, slamming into Lindworm's attack and stopping it cold. Lindworm's confident smirk vanishes, replaced by wide-eyed utter shock. Huh. Another flash of memory, the same look of disbelief on her younger face, sweat beading on her brow. A bizarre, dreamlike image of the two of them as children, standing alone in a vast space filled with countless glowing orbs. The memory is vast, empty, and white, just the two of them against an endless horizon. Young Lindworm looks down at her hands, then back at young Kaichai, a sense of wonder and awe dawning on her face. And young Kaichai looks back, the crystal in his hand, a knowing, triumphant grin spreading across his face. He knew something even back then. The memory clicks into place, Lindworm's eyes widen in horror and recognition. What is, hey, that's? It's too late. A monstrous form of shadow and rage erupts from Kaichai's back, a colossal dragon of pure dark magic that dwarfs everything in the arena. It roars a single possessive thought. Give it back, that power. Terror seizes Lindworm. She recognizes this power, a power that should not exist here. God damn it, she whispers, her own flame sputtering in the face of this overwhelming presence. The shadow dragon strikes. It doesn't clash, it simply consumes, swallowing Lindworm's attack and slamming into her with the force of a mountain. She screams as the impact throws her backwards, the dark energy tearing at her. Her body is sent hurtling across the arena like a rag doll, utterly defeated by the phantom power Kaichai has summoned. But even as his power rages, Kaichai himself whispers a command, his own will fighting against the monstrous strength. Stop. Lindworm hits the ground, her body battered. She tries to rise, but Kaichai is already upon her. He grabs her, his grip surprisingly gentle. In the end, you've already done enough. His face is a mask of exhaustion and absolute focus. This isn't over, not until I've tossed you. With the last of his strength, he pivots, lifting her into a perfect, clean throw. It's not an attack, it's the final, respectful move of a master martial artist. He stands over her downed form, a serene, almost peaceful expression on his face. This is the true beauty of martial arts, he says softly. You young guns just can't get the simple elegance, huh? His body begins to tremble violently, the adrenaline fading as his catastrophic injuries catch up to him. Still wanna go? He asks, his voice barely a whisper. Lindworm lies in the dirt, completely spent. Shit, she mutters, defeated. I can't move at all. Takiko and the others cry out his name, rushing onto the battlefield. Kaichai-san, are you okay? But before they can reach him, his legs give out. Kaichai pitches forward, collapsing face first into the dust with a heavy thud. A gasp of horror, they all see it simultaneously. The victory glow, the triumphant sound of a level up, it never came. Kaichai pushes himself to his knees and a torrent of black blood pours from his mouth, pooling on the ground. He won the battle, but he's still dying. Panic erupts. What the heck, he won, why didn't he level up? From the ground, Lindworm reveals the cruel logic of their world. Unless he kills his opponent, she says, her voice heavy, he won't receive experience. Her eyes meet theirs, filled with a grim certainty. By winning, Takemura has earned the right to kill me. Takiko recoils in horror. Absolutely not, we're not going to kill you. But Lindworm is insistent, ordering her own kind to help Kaichai deliver the final blow. Takiko stares, unable to comprehend the cold sacrifice being offered. There isn't any other way, Lindworm's voice echoes in her mind. Lindworm turns her gaze to the small dragon newt. As a dragon newt, you understand, right? This is our way. The little dragon is torn, looking at her friend Lan Chan, then at the dying Kaichai. Yeah, she admits reluctantly, that's about right. A weak, angry voice cuts through the air. Don't be stupid. It's Kaichai, forcing himself to speak. He glares at Lindworm, his body trembling with rage and weakness. To preserve the life of an old man, you'd sacrifice some kid. His eyes burn with righteous fury. You're out of your goddamn mind. I'd never allow you to throw your life away for something so idiotic. He doubles over, coughing, but his resolve is absolute. It's not happening. Lindworm is speechless. This man, this stranger, would rather die than take her life. You really are just an old guy, she thinks, a strange warmth spreading through her chest. No way, but... A genuine smile touches her lips for the first time. Hey, thanks for the fight. As darkness closes in around his vision, Kaichai's last conscious thought is a simple one. It was a lot of fun. And then, he knows no more. High above, the great pit seems silent and still. Down in the darkness, a hero's life is about to be extinguished. But on the surface, a chaotic force is at work. The eccentric elf Neji begins a bizarre summoning ritual, much to his companion's confusion. Come forth, Raisin, explain yourself. Neji pops the cork on a small, spherical device, a mischievous glint in his eye. His companion stares, bewildered. Hey, what the heck are you doing? With a wild cry of catch Neji I-kun, Neji eats the elf's bow and quiver away as a distraction. Before anyone can react, he's already sprinting towards the edge of the massive pit. With a final gleeful leap, he shouts, I'm Uof, and throws himself into the abyss. The other elf can only stare in horror. What moron? Neji plummets into the darkness, a tiny speck of light against the sheer, circular walls of the pit. Mid-fall, he activates the device. A clear ding echoes as it primes for summoning. He expertly flips through the air, his descent controlled and purposeful. With his target far below in sight, he prepares to make his delivery. He hurls the device downwards with all his might, shouting the activation command, come forth. Down in the arena, the device lands and erupts. A colossal Raisin battle golem Ver 5.2 materializes from thin air, looming over the unconscious Kaichai and his terrified friends. The girls look up in terror, but as the golem's shadow falls over them, Kaichai's head twitches. His body, his martial arts instincts, are still active. As the golem raises a massive fist to crush them all, Kaichai's body moves on its own, a final, reflexive act of protection. He rises into a low stance, his eyes closed, channeling the last dregs of his power into one final technique. Chiryu Eikijutsu, Four Seasons style, summer. He strikes. The Daifun Ka erupts from his fist, a wave of force that slams into the golem and completely disintegrates it in a spectacular explosion of shrapnel and scrap metal. Hanging from a rope far above, Neji sees the system message he was hoping for appear in the air. You've defeated the golem, you've gained 9,000 experience points, you've leveled up, he swings gently, a satisfied smile on his face. I wonder if I made it in time.